Snyder type dudes.
Yeah.
They're so good at compound archery, they get tired of it.
Yeah, or they're weird guys that smell like sausage and live in your mom's basement. They're like, look, I know you do that, but you probably go to like ring fairs and stuff too, so I'm sure it's good.
Well, at Archery Country, the local archery shop here in town, whenever I get a new bow or I get a new sight and I have to sight it in, we go there. They have an indoor range, and a lot of times in the indoor range, there's these dorks. Sorry, folks, dorks with recurves. They're fucking, they're at 20 yards, they're spread. It's like my arm length. Barely hitting the target. Don't do that.
This is, dude, you don't shoot like it's like a cardinal direction. I'm shooting east today.
Well, when they get good, like I've seen Schneider,
he's such a
groups at 40 that are like the size of $7. But most people struggle pretty hardcore. But they say also that if you do want to hunt with it, you have to practice every day because it's almost like throwing a ball.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're throwing a ball, you know how much the ball weighs. You throw it a bunch of times, and you have like this muscle memory that if I throw that hard at 20 yards, I'm going to hit that thing.
Yeah, it's like a quarterback. Like quarterbacks, I know my buddies who are college quarterbacks, they're all good trad archers because they kind of like have that hand-eye, spatial, they know the Yeah, but you gotta be. My buddy got into Brandon Willie, powerlifter. He got into it, and all he hunted with for a couple years was trad. That cat went to Argentina and Africa, just nuts and sacked. He's like, "No, I'm going to trad." Okay, man. I always do hate that. He got it done, but holy cow!
But there's something about dying like it is, like 47 years old. Drawing back, centering your hand, and just watching that shot break and watch that arrow go exactly where you want to go.
Just
and hit those ribs.
Just the dopamine button.
It's the greatest.
It is. It just. Can you see the arrow? Does it slow down when you shoot it in? It's like this for me. It looks like there's no way this arrow is ever going to get to. It's like everything. It's like the rise of Superman. You're in a flow state. Everything speeds up in your brain, so actually the perception all lengthens out. And they say your brain actually starts firing 3 times faster for little pictures. So that's why it slows down. This morning, I watched that arrow just right-handed turn. I'm like, that keeps going to move. And there's only 27 yards, but I'm watching. But when I'm shooting targets, I'm just like,
I don't seem to think that.
No, really?
No.
I always think it takes forever to get to that.
No. I'm trying to think of one of the things slow down for me. No.
Jiu-jitsu?
No. Jiu-jitsu just, when you're really in a good state, it's just almost like you're not thinking. It's like all of a sudden you have an arm bar.
It's like, so it is a flow state.
Yeah,
just maybe
a flow state. But it's a flow state that's established after thousands of hours of drilling. And that's the most important thing in jiu-jitsu really is everybody loves to roll because it's so fun. Sure. Because it's like you're playing a video game. You're trying to kill each other. But the really important thing is drilling. And drilling with like a certain amount of rigor, like a certain amount of speed and intensity. You're not trying to hurt each other, but you're drilling with like intention so that your body is completely accustomed to these movements. Like your body recognizes these movements and like you slap that elbow, grab that armpit, get that arm drag, and you get the choke. It's almost like it happens before you even know it's happening because your brain is so it's just wired in there. Your whole nervous system knows exactly what to do.
It's like a cascading effect, like a thing kind of deal. Now, is that super slow drilling and then you just go to speed?
No. I think the correct way to drill is drill with a little resistance for your partner. Like you don't want to put your partner to limp on you.
Sure.
But just a slight amount of resistance. You have good partners. A slight amount of resistance, but then go through those motions with like a little bit of speed, but not like full blast. Sure. But the whole idea is get those numbers. Bam, bam, bam. Eddie Bravo has the best explanation for this. He says, when you tie your shoe, you don't think about tying your shoe. You just go, and your shoe just ties. Right? Because you tie your shoes every fucking day.
Right.
You know exactly how to tie your shoes. Once you learn how to tie your shoes, it's because that's what jiu-jitsu moves. It's like it just gets in there, and sometimes you don't know what's happening until it's happened. Like all of a sudden you're trying to like shit. Yeah, it's just you've done it so many times that when someone overextends or when someone gives up their neck, it's just stitches up. It's just one of those things where your whole nervous system is just pre-programmed, very specific movements.
Yeah, so you've taken all these little closed skills, which are replicatable, and you put them in an open format where, like the if-then scenario, like the flow chart,
exactly.
Go, no go.
And the best guys are the guys that drill constantly and then also study and take notes, like Gordon Ryan. Gordon trains 365 days a year. 365 days a year. And so he doesn't take any days off. And he trains all fucking day long. So if you want to beat him, good luck. Because you have to catch those numbers. You have to bypass those numbers somehow. It's not like he's not talented. It's not like he's not intelligent. It's not like he's not physically strong. So he's got all those attributes already. Right? And then you have this insane work ethic along with dedication to technique.
Yes. And you have years or decades to catch up.
Exactly.
And you just can't.
And so there's too many guys in jiu-jitsu that were just like big muscle heads that would just like muscle remove and give a lot of grunt. And you're never going to be the technique guy who's just as strong as you.
It uses less percentage of your power and everything to get the same job.
Also knows exactly where to be. Like you might not know exactly where to be because you've gotten away with a lot of stuff because you're big. Because you're big and you're strong and you push through stuff like big guys on the back. Like there's a lot of big guys, they get on their back and become turtles. They don't know what to do. They never get put on their back. Because they're training. If you're a guy who's 250 pounds and you're in a normal jiu-jitsu gym, what are the odds of the 250 pound guy there? Most guys are 190, 200, maybe there's a 210.
Right.
There's not a lot of really big
6'3", 250.
Yeah, it's rare. It's rare. So you usually can push these guys out of their back. And that's easier to do. So you probably do that more often, like smashing people. So you smash all these people. But the problem is then you never develop a bottom game. You never develop a guard. You never develop the ability to get out from under a big guy and do a technique. Get that on your glove. The workforce always used to like overpowering people. And then when someone's bigger than you, you're fucked.
Way.
You're fucked.
So were you always strong? Like
I was always strong, but I didn't really start lifting weights until I got into jiu-jitsu.
Okay.
I mean, I was lifting a little bit of weights. I always worked out a little bit, but I was more into kickboxing than anything. Sure. But when I started doing jiu-jitsu, I was like, oh, being strong is a big advantage.
Yeah.
It's a huge advantage. Which is interesting because I was watching this video, these guys were talking about this, these wrestlers, and they were saying that wrestling has always acknowledged that power is really important. But for some reason, jiu-jitsu, they would like to pretend that it's not important, that your technique is everything.
Was it cultural to where it was? Like with the braces and with like
I think technique is more important, right? Because if a guy doesn't have technique and he has strength and you have technique, you beat him.
But you can't discount really strong.
Right. You also can't discount a guy who's really fucking strong with technique. And they're not mutually exclusive. Like a lot of guys who are really fucking strong also know how to grapple. And that's their giant problem.
Now, is there, like at the pros where we always talk about technique, speed is everything.
Explain to people what you're talking about.
Yes, I'm one of those nerdy guys that pick the sport that's like the least paid sport of all time. I was a hammer thrower. So it's like a shot put, steel ball, 16-pound steel ball on a 1 meter and 3 foot long wire. So what you see on the Olympics, they spin around really fast and yell and scream and always make like the highlight reels of guys that scream.
Where did that come from? Was that a weapon at one point?
Yeah. So they actually, in Scotland, they would use it. It was a hammer. They would literally have like for agrarian society, and they had a cylindrical head on, so they could use it every side. And so that became a way to train for battle because they weren't allowed. The Scottish weren't allowed weapons. So they would start throwing stones and during those days. So they weren't supposed to have weapons. So they're like, "F this, we're just going to take all the stuff we have and stay strong, stay ready." And then actually, their stone was called the clack. a stone of strength.
That's a great name.
It's wonderful.
That's a Viking name if I ever heard of
Thank you. So, talking about badass, this is so like each family, like the Rogan family, like you're the picture, right? You have your clap up on the mantle or whatever it is. So at your family outings, whatever outings those may be, all the men, very much like in Braveheart, they would go and throw. The guy who throws the clap the family stone the furthest is kind of like the dude. Like he's like, all right, you now my son has surpassed me. He's showing he's a man. Right? Here's the wildest one. This gives me chills. So they would, if they went off to battle, they would take their clapper, their stone, and on the way out of town, they would all put it in a pile, and they call it out. Who's called a cairn or a cairn. So they would put it in a pile. So if they did not return to battle, they had placed their own monument to their town for sacrifice. Whoa. So could you imagine? So when you go past these little towns and there's a pile, you're like, a lot of guys didn't come home.
And those piles are still there?
When I was in Scotland, they did say a lot of them were still there. I was competing when I did Highland Games, Scottish Highland Games. And it's wild. So like you think about it, you're like, man, you're literally kind of placing your family's stone of like, I'm going on. And if I don't show up, like,
dude, I was in Scotland last year, and there was
Scotland.
I'm not
up in the Highlands, like over here,
stuff in Aberdeen. I went with some friends, and they took us to this place that my friend owns property up there. And when we went there was a stone circle that is way older than the Stonehenge.
You're right.
Yeah, and it's just sitting there.
So all the stuff in Scotland
it's just sitting there in front of this dude's house, and you can go and stand on it. I was like, this is crazy. It's got like a little monument on it. No one's stopping you from like walking around on it. And they're not big stones, they're small stones. But the stones are, they're like, I'm like, who made this? I was asking the guy who was it's like, no one knows. It's just left laying around.
Yeah, it's like Scotland. There you go.
No, that's not it, but it's kind of like that. It wasn't nearly as high. They were smaller standing stones. And it was, and there's a bunch of them like running around, like there's a guide stone on the ground, like, how old is that? Like this probably like thousands of years old, but nobody knows. Like they don't know who made the stone.
Yeah,
it's just a guide stone. Like so, if you run a trail through the Scottish Highlands, you find this rock. They're on the right place, and it's this fucking stone that's been there for 3,000 years or whatever. Like they don't even know how old it is. And it's just sitting there. It's so cool though. But it's crazy. It was like across the street from this guy's house. So he's got like this one house, and there's a little street. And across the street from his house is this stone circle. It's like, who knows how fucking old? No, it's not that even.
Yeah, they have like the other stones you strength there, like Inver stone.
Yeah,
we were just really high. Then you were actually.
I was totally sober. Look at that in the trick there.
How weird is that one?
The Ring of Rocky Good. I say that.
Rocky has some sweet names.
The Ring of Rocky. Like, what are they doing now? Like, really go die in that race. I don't fight. Some of these people get sacrificed to there. I mean, thousands and thousands of years ago.
So cool. The stones over there, like a lot of people go over West Farm and they'll do like the stone tour. So they'll lift the Denny stones and the Inver stone. The Inver stone, I left that. That was in an old lady's garden.
Right, there's like a stone.
It's like a 200, it's like a 265 pound like big egg stone. And like it's literally this lady's garden. It's called the Inver stone.
And people go there.
People go there. And
man, trying to
it's 100%. We were over there competing, US team. We were over there and like all the Highland Game guys were like, let's go check this out. We all lifted it. And she invited us in for tea. She's like, we'll come and sign the book. And you look at the book, it's like, Bill Kazmaier was here. So-and-so was here. We're like, oh my gosh, like the greatest strongman in the world had come as a pilgrimage to lift this stone. And they signed the book. We're like, this is awesome. We didn't cross the street. Yeah. And then,
how do you say that word?
We call it the Emperor Stone. Called stone.
Yeah. It seems like it's almost been like opened. Doesn't it seem like it was polished?
Yeah, chipped.
Oh, that one actually was numbered.
Yeah, that's the one that was.
It says 265 pounds, is what it says?
Yeah. And so we lifted it, and then actually, so what happened back in the 80s when Kazmaier was coming on the scene, Bill Kazmaier, obviously, the real strongest man, kind of started the stage. He allegedly picked it up, man, and picked it up and carried it across the street. belly up to the bar and lay down the bar. And have beer.
Jesus. I would do that. That was my bar.
Right, no, he chipped up rock on the bar. He did. That was there. That's what Bill chipped it. This badass. I just I like that stuff. So we traveled all around with those things. It was cool. But anyway, thrower is a person who decides to do a sport, doesn't play a lot, no, I'm just kidding. But it's a shot put, discus, hammer, javelin. There's all those original Olympic sports, the old weapons. And so
that'd be a good sport for a transformer.
you
dominate.
Oh, if
I do chicks wouldn't have a chance.
I've been 48 years old, I can still play the living crap out of that. When it's implemented, But yeah, I was part of track and field. I got into it in college, kind of a weird Forrest Gump like story, and changed the course of my life.
Have you done the front shoot yet? With Cam?
I haven't done it with Cam. No, we played around and done some stuff like that in the farm. During.
You should do his podcast, the front shoot.
That'd be great.
It makes you carry a rock like the fucking mountain.
I went up Pittsfield with him. I haven't carried the rock, and but I'm sure you've done.
So it's the camp rock. I haven't done this. I'm not doing that. Fuck out of here.
That was rough. Yeah, that was rough. I started running. I'm not making
I'm interested in going anywhere where that guy's running.
Dude, he is as advertised as a badass.
Oh, he's a complete psychopath.
Legit.
He's one of my best friends. He's a complete psychopath.
We all got running, and then he kind of left me, and then like he got to the top, and then did his dance, and then he came back down, and like, hey man, it was always very remarkable. Like he goes, all right, why do I do this all the time? Because if we press this corner right now, and you saw the biggest pull your life at 70 yards, could you make the shot? I'm like, bro, I'm looking at my ear hole right now. Like I'm screwed. He goes, that's why I do this. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying.
He's also addicted to exercise. He's addicted to cardio.
Yeah,
I think
that's
a state of mind that a lot of those distance runners get in that they get really, really addicted to. And there's a runner's high. Like they're running.
You experienced that?
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, long cardio sessions. Yeah,
I've tried it. I just need to get older, man.
Well, it's got like that power, strength, throwing background. It's like it doesn't really benefit you to be really into cardio. Yeah. But that's probably diminished some of your strength.
Like heavily. Yeah, Greg Gaskin back when he was 7 when I was growing out in games. He was like, "How do you do cardio? Or you do CrossFit?" I was like, "Why?" And he was like, "No, it'll help you throwing." I go,
"Oh, the CrossFit guy?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like it works out at all."
That's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not taking advice from you.
Well, I was sitting there, I was like, 265 pounds. He's like, "You should do CrossFit." I'm like, I'm trying to be the best thrower in the world, and that has nothing to do with any of your stuff.
Yeah, I have a golden rule when it comes to taking advice. I don't take advice from anybody who looks like shit.
That sounded advice.
If you look like shit, I'm not taking advice. I know you have like some physical problems, right? Something wrong with it or something.
But the bottom line is, unknown and unknowable was not my sport. My sport was extremely known, extremely knowable. I made the Olympic trials on this day to show up.
Yeah.
Really fun.
And also, if you want to be a power lifter or if you want to do some just completely power-focused exercise, it does not benefit you to spend time getting in like extreme cardiovascular shape like you do need to do what kind of running the Cam does.
Yeah, and it's not even not beneficial stuff.
Right.
I mean, we would joke, like, why run when you could walk, why walk when you could sit down, and why sit down when you could lay down. Like, as throwers, that's what we would do. And we would lay down every chance you can eat, every chance you get. And you're like, I'm going to stand up and do something really hard and fast for 3 seconds.
Right.
And I'm going to go rest for a while.
Yeah.
Call me when I'm back there.
Yeah, I mean, there's different things have different requirements. But if you want to be a mountain elk hunter, what he does is very beneficial. I just can't run. I have a bad left knee. It's really bothered me the last few years. And it just twisted it again this September.
Yeah, you were saying the sciatica was into it.
That was another problem. That was from overuse of, it's just being stupid. That's overuse of archery. So that was, because, I have 2 bows. I have a bow that's 84 pounds and a bow that's 90 pounds. So I'm pulling these 90-pound bows 100 times a day.
Are you sure we do 100 times a day?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you have to. For that moment when like a fucking giant bull walks in between the trees and you have a 70-yard shot, you have to 100% be confident that you can make that shot. So I'm shooting at 84 yards over. I'm obsessive. I've developed like tendonitis in my lower back. So it's overuse, from stabilizing, from like holding yourself.
Really?
So it's the pulling, I'm sure that's it, but it's also holding it right there in that position. And it's all in my right lower back. But it's much, much better now. I started doing this thing called New Fit.
Okay.
I talked about the other day with Derek, where they're doing electrical muscular stimulation while you go through exercises. It's really helpful.
Really?
Yeah, it's been 3
It's like
weeks.
a microcurrent or more like a...
It juices you up. Like, all the muscles contract.
Like stem.
Yeah, but it's very strong. So this is, and you can crank up the intensity. So this is some of the shit, like you saw Mike Tyson when he was training for Jake Paul, he was doing that. Like, what I think it's really good for, I don't know if it's good for a lot of these things, but it's really good for rehabilitation. Sure. For rehabilitation, I think there's tremendous benefits to it. And I bet there's some benefits for athletes for working on specific things and doing it while you're getting juiced up. But man, for me, it's helped me quite a bit. It's pretty quick.
Was it on that specific spot, or they firing something else?
No, they're firing a lot of different parts of your back. So it's like both sides of my back, my obliques, my core. And just going through a bunch of rotational exercises and a bunch of different things to strengthen the lower back. Just, you're getting a lot of blood flow through there and stretching it. I was getting pain, and I was like, shut up, pussy. And I would just ignore the pain, and then it just got bad. It got bad for my hips were getting kind of numb. And when I was hiking up hills, like in October, when I was hunting in October, it was bothering me a lot. I was like, okay, I'll go over and do something.
Yeah, because you could be, talk yourself in or out of something really hard. But if it's something that's just going to be chronic, like, well, I'm supposed to be
chronic.
Yeah,
it's a lot better.
Good.
It's a lot better. And it's only 2 weeks.
Oh, that's great.
My knee is still fucked, but not total. It's mostly soft tissue. I twisted it crossing like slippery ground in September. And I've had a lot of problems with it. I've had 2 knee surgeries. I had my ACL reconstructed. I had a meniscus piece removed. And then when I was skiing, the final time I ever skied, this lady didn't know how to ski. She slid into the trail and I tried to not hit her rather, and I wiped out, and I got what's called an insufficiency fracture. So it's the bone fractured at the top of my shin, my fibula, or my tibia rather, right where the cartilage is. And so that created quite a bit of pain. And then I twisted it again one time when I was about to get on stage. Stubbs. I was going to Stubbs, which is like this outside concert venue, and I was looking at my phone to turn my voice recorder on so I could record. And as I was doing, I twisted my knee on this concrete step, just yanked the shit out of it to the point where my leg was shaking when I was on stage. So I was in pain. But looking, I was super nervous, but it was really just pain.
Because I think at this point you get super nervous on stage.
No, once I'm up there, I'm not nervous at all.
You get nervous before?
I get excited. I think anything you do that you really care about, you should get excited. Yeah.
I used to call it my national, right? When I would go to national championships in Canada, all year I'd be fine. When I won the hammer, the first one, when I took the hammer back, my right leg would bounce. I'm like, there it is. And there was one throw a year, it was like, we're back. That's how much fun. No, it was a dream. This is the peaking forward. Like, this is the day I have to compete. But you're like, this is the day. And everything else is kind of work. But then you're like, I'm cashing out again. I get to cash out. I get to, again, it's like,
doing exciting things is really fun. And it's so important for you to grow as a human. Do something that scares the shit out of you. Do something that excites you. Do something that's difficult.
Yes.
Yeah,
it's almost, I don't know, sometimes it's good when it's more dynamic where you don't know when it's going to happen, but looking forward to something is pretty badass too, because then you can start focusing training or focusing efforts and then going through like almost stages of guilt, the stages of excitement. Okay, I'm excited, I got this. Back and forth.
Yeah, that's what it is with everything. And I think these processes of like recognizing there's a goal, working towards it, solving problems, working hard, pushing yourself through discipline. That's how you grow. And it's like that's how everything grows, right? This is how your mind grows, this is how your body grows, this is how your life grows. Like you have to do stuff that's hard. and then you get better at doing stuff that's hard, and that's how you get better.
Yeah, and then you level up, and this next wilderness, you're like, all right, what's the next thing?
Arm caught those off. It's so hard to know that. You know all these things, but the force of the bed, the gravity of that warm bed.
It's cold in the room.
Especially like shout out to people who live in like Alaska. You have to get out of bed.
Dude,
Fuck.
I'm sure you've done some hunts where you're in a tent or something.
Oh yeah.
And then you're like, I know I really want to get out there, but this you're like my boots are frozen. And maybe that bowl would just kind of walk more this way.
First hunt I ever did was with Steve in Montana.
Oh yeah, I understand that.
It was 9 degrees. 9 degrees in the day. Jesus Christ, it's so cold.
That was the hunt that started off.
Yes.
Little forky kind of buck.
That's him right there.
Oh, I think
That's the buck. Yeah, that's the first buck I ever shot.
that's him. Yeah. The buck that launched 1,000 hunting careers.
Well, it was life-changing experience. But, you know, one of those things where you realize, like, wow, where would we be without houses? And it was only, by the way, it was only, I think, October. It was October 2012. I'm pretty sure it was October. And it was early November or something like that. Like, what were to be more fun? It's January, like, in the morning. You're in a tent.
Well, it's like Josh Smith up there at NKC is talking about. Yeah, everyone loves Yellowstone. Nobody find out. It's like, I don't know what's to do here. He goes, stick around. It's going to get live here in about January or February. I'm going to be got super confused by that show and bought a house there, and they're like,
what is this? Why is the ground solid?
Oh, I love it.
Especially someone who's never lived in the field before, you don't know what happens when your ground freezes. The ground is a piece of rock. Like, so
And your food freezes. You're like,
everything freezes. Yeah.
that's a whole different animal.
It's a different way to live, that's for sure. But, you know, I was talking with this gentleman yesterday, Rick Strassman, who's a scientist. But we were talking about the time when he was living in Alaska. He was living in Alaska. He lived in Southern California and then he moved to Fairbanks, where it's 39 degrees below zero. And he's like, what the hell? And then it's dark for like 10 hours.
Everyone's depressed.
Yeah.
Fighting
We're not dark for 10 hours, rather. It's only light for 4 hours. It's light for 4 hours, so it's dark. Yeah. Love that.
Have you've been to Alaska? I'm not, I would think. You like it?
I like the people up there. They're hardy. They're typically different kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, I was in a battle testing. They are, and everyone wears extra tough boots.
Yeah, you don't want to cut outside. It's fucking bullshit.
Yeah, and if your boots are too clean, you make fun of open. They're like, hey, nice new extra tough.
You know, you're friends with Tyler. Yeah. Tyler's always walking around with little flip-flops.
Dude, they got hunted yesterday in shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's different. You kill a deer in shorts.
If you're in Alaska and you have flip-flops, you're going to die. Feet are yeah, no feet.
Yeah. I was at a bar out there. We were in Homer, Alaska, and we were playing pool and jacking around. Where's Homer? Homer is had this big spit that comes out. Let's see what else is.
How far up is it?
Hello?
That's all far. Very far. You see how big it is? Yeah, made it over the country.
Jamie, where's Homer?
How much was stole?
There it is. Of course you know. Yeah, there it is. So we were,
I'm Alaska.
it's so cool. So we were on that big spit. So we were on that bay, which was crazy. And so we were down there. And we were at a bar, peeking around. And then I walked into the bathroom, and I was like, I just kind of noticed, it's like, oh, there's no mirror on the wall. Whatever. It was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. All the guys were like, yeah, there's no mirrors in the bathrooms in Alaska. Because it doesn't matter what you look like. You better just be capable or you're going to die. I was like, what a cool place. Like, he's just like, no one cares what you look like here. Everyone's hair is all thrown out and dirty and oily and greasy. He's like, yeah, that's the flex here, if you can make it. That's interesting. Yeah, it's like, oh, what a cool. But yeah, we were sitting in that bay, looking across the bay with a pair of spotters and looking at tracks and seeing animals across the bay like 19 miles away. It was crazy on that white side. It was wild. I never thought you could see all this ones.
How much magnification is 90? Oh,
Yes, Oscars, but still, it's like, yeah, big swirl that you see, all the B1 stuff in space with.
How's those peripherals out of the hunt? With the traditional bows, no binos, no spotting scopes,
There's anything that
no checkers, no rangefinder, no maps, not a maps. I have a rangefinder that syncs up with my app.
Of course you do.
No, I haven't even set it up yet.
But you nerd out on all that stuff like that.
I do. See, here's the problem. I have a loophole rangefinder. I really like loopholes full draw.
Yep.
The reason why I like it is because it'll show you the arc of your arrow.
Yes.
This is how nerdy it is, folks. So my arrows go 294 feet per second. Okay. And these are 475 frames. And you calculate all this stuff. You put all this stuff into the rangefinder. And the rangefinder knows exactly how heavy your arrow is, exactly what the peak of it's going to be as it comes off your bow, how fast it's going, and it gives you a line. Yes. So that line, so if I'm shooting for apples and trees, and I actually did this a couple years ago. I actually did it when I had a Garmin rangefinder, right? So the Garmin is a rangefinder sight, which is pretty badass.
I've always wanted to play
it. Kept us up, and apparently they're getting better. They're trying to see they fucking. It would fuck me on my range. Like I would be at full draw on my range, and I know it's 84 yards, and I press the button, and I'm not getting range. And I press the button again, I'm not. So you would press the button, and it would give you a red dot. Right. When it works, it's the greatest thing of all time. It's like a pistol. Like you see that red dot, that clear lens, and then that dot. It's the best sight picture of all time. Of all time.
Yeah.
Everything else, like the post or the side post, they get a little, just a touch. Not bad. I can deal with it, you know. But that red dot was fucking amazing. So I'll show you the left with the big bull. And he was coming through this gap, and I wasn't sure if the arrow was going to make it there. So I pulled out the second, and I clicked on that, and I got the height of the arrow. I knew I could make it, and then I used the range-finding sight. So
a man that knows his tools.
The opposite of these guys with their traditional bow. I'm using technology. Sure. So the new loophole, though, the problem is it doesn't have this height thing in it. But the new one, when you range an animal with Onyx Hunt, so you range the animal and Mark puts a pin down where the animal is.
Yeah, I actually had I was one of the test subjects for that. They said, probably 2 years ago, I was hunting the Deseret with it. Giving them feedback. We found a mule deer the day before, and I ranged and marked him, and we went back the next day and shot the 14 miles.
That's crazy.
It was awesome.
That's crazy because you go back to the actual spot where he was.
Yeah, it threw it off to my phone, and it's like the range, but it has like
something
500, something like that.
Dude,
yeah,
it's pretty dope.
It's super cool.
I love new shit. I just wish the glass was as good as Swarovski's.
Yeah.
Everybody, I say everybody ever. Like Vortex makes awesome binos. For the money, you can't beat them. Especially their HDX series, those really high-end ones. They're fucking great. It's really great to pick up those pures and you're like, it's almost like I wish I never looked at it. That's the RX 5000.
That thing's fun.
It's pretty dope. So it does, it syncs up with your Onyx Hunt. So you can show how it works out. So what's really good about that is not just you know where you hit you know where the animal is. So if you have to go around somewhere and get back to them, you get to get right. You know, if you're trying to get away from the wind.
Well, the spot and stalk is so nice because we were hunting mule deer in Arizona, and you could the same thing. You're circling around, and your depth of perception. I've been 200 yards off.
I feel like this design though for the rifle hunter, and this is like they're even showing guys like going 2,000 yards with this thing. I feel like for the bow hunter, they just need to add that. Maybe they'll just make it too big, but add that height of arrow technology. I don't know why they wouldn't put that in there.
Yeah,
because I can't use it. I need that. That is so good.
That is great. Yeah.
For me, it's like gaps for everything. I want to be able to be sneaky and just make my way around a tree. Just give me this. Give me this much, and if I know that the arrow's never going to hit the top of the bottom, I'm golden, and I have full confidence. Because otherwise, it's a mind fuck. Because I'm sure you've had arrows that breach.
Oh,
it sucks so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get them in 3 months.
A few
That was CPR was made for the four, I think, was using for archery. Yeah.
The TPR server. Yeah. That is that one is a similar one. I was like, I don't think that's sophisticated though, and I don't think that has the app. Yeah, I think the RX one's on the app, but I have that one, the full drop 5. I don't go anywhere without that. It's the shit. That is to me. I've had a bunch of different ones that were really cool. Like Aaron Schneider turned me on to this Nikon a while back that was image stabilizing. That was gotcha. That's a big deal because you could really like get the rangefinder on the image stabilizing rangefinder.
Yeah, I use image stabilizing binoculars. Have you used those SIG ones?
I've used cams. I tried that.
Those things.
Crazy.
I'm running 16s.
Yeah, all right, because you can just hold them.
So you just hold them. I've run Swaros since 1999, and I started leading with 9 home because I like the SIG so much. And they did the new HD, so it has a better glass, and it still has good Swaros. That's just, but because you can stabilize, I could run 16. So I run 16s in the wheels because I could just peer through everything.
I ran 12 this year, which is really too much.
You're not stabilized.
I usually run 10s, like sometimes
42s.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're looking at something that's really far off, I don't know if that's a good goal. Is that worth chasing? The 12s make all the difference in the world. What I do is I grab my baseball hat. I learned this trick. Oh, that's a good idea. So you do is you
really is the killing stuff.
You clip that sucker down tight so your hat's on tight, and then I'll do this. And I'll hold my binos over here. Or take my bow and get up here and stack it on top of the bow. Press the bow against your chest so it's not going to go anywhere, and then stack it on top of the bow. A lot of guys do that, sure. But run top of this one, and I think this one's super legit. It's full super fast too. And you could get you can tuck your elbows in like this, and you can keep it stable. Like if I could do that, I would use gloves, but I don't even use gloves. Good. No, I think maybe you need because you get a bigger field of view. Yeah, because a lot of times I'm seeing stuff through trees. And I'm sneaking around. Like I like to, I'm a big spot and stalk guy. I've tried a bunch of different hunting. I've tried ground line, tree stand with Dudley. You can go fuck yourself with that. Sitting in those trees all day, fuck that. I'm way too ADHD for that. You'll find out if I'm crazy. Oh, I'm crazy. Yeah, I'm definitely crazy. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like being up there in a tree like that.
Here's my question, bro. I was just in Missouri. I was there for 6 or 7 days, and we sit 30 minutes before the 30 minutes all day. Yeah, you have to. It's not this. But I would think with as many people as hopping on you and all this, it was nice because for you, it could just be. Yeah. I enjoy that part where I could just unravel and think through problems. But yes, you go crazy and make you burn out your friend because you're like, I'm going to search through the double six class. You're going to buy socks. 100%. You just see. Also, you don't realize, like, if it's 30 degrees out, like 30 degrees is no big deal. You walk around 30 degrees. As soon as you're just sitting there, dude, 30 degrees, you get so fucking cold. So you're not moving, so you're not generating any heat at all. Yeah. So then you're in this stupid body warmer suit. You're like a big sponge. It's a big lot of it. But the problem with that is if the deer comes in, you go, all this stuff. Noise. You got to get out of it, all this movement, grab the bow. So you really shouldn't do that. So you try to go with puffy, but you're still freezing. So you got to start doing firstly exercise. One thing I realized, I'm so cold. I don't want to try pulling my bow back. Yeah. I was going to shoot this deer, and I was up in that stand for like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah, and I go to pull that bow back. I'm like, Jesus. Well, because you shoot. Yeah, but I was so cold. Yeah, no, also just like, I have a 95 pound bow. I remember when you made that. I couldn't draw it on my knees. I had to stand up. You know how I found that out? Because I was on my knees, right behind the bush, and the elk walked behind my fuck. God damn it. And I was in a weird spot too where I only leaned my left leg too. Like, so it was, it was like I was on my knee, but I was even on my left knee. It was like fucked up. Right. Yeah, I was like right knees up like this, the left knee's down there. Like, this is bullshit. That bow was crazy. I don't know when you text 540 grain arrows, 305 feet per second. When it hits, it was just like, wow.
were shooting at the Deseret, and we were all shooting at 100 yards. Me and a couple of these guys.
Yeah.
And they shot first, and I shot. And the guys go, "What the fuck are you shooting?" Because the bow was so still low. He goes, "That bow is so flat. What is that?" I mean, it's that 95-pound bow. It was the dumbest thing ever.
I remember you said, he was like, "This is preposterous."
It was so dumb. It also had a really short base height, so it was super sketchy. So if you moved your hand, it was so unforgiving that if you moved your hand even slightly, you were off target by 6 inches.
Oh, jeez.
It
Yeah.
was just really
Driving the Tokyo Drifter around.
It was so dangerous. Not dangerous, really, but like you just wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't trust it. You know, I killed a couple animals with it, but you must not trust it.
Yeah, and you get to put it on the wall and get it.
Well, then I went to 80-pound from 40. It was like 15, 20% more accurate. I was like, it's just too.
Yeah, I just got that RX9 like last week.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I'm shooting 76. I'm 30 and a half inches, so I got pretty good stroke on.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I need some extra horsepower, 28 order.
Yeah.
I need like,
I'm shooting 520 grain at about 282. Just moving up.
that's great.
Yeah.
That's the like guys like Randy Ormer. He likes 265 to 280.
Yeah.
He thinks that like that's the range where the arrows are like the most accurate. There's this thing about having too much fucking whip.
Yeah.
You know, there's too much, and it's almost like
too much flex on the
a lot
arrow.
of flex on the arrows, and like it's probably more subject to wind drift when you're flexing like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
It's like when you used to throw the javelin, there's different rated javelins, and you could be too strong for the jab. And so if you don't pull through the tip perfectly, just like arrow spot.
Right.
And so you have a 50 meter jab, 60 meter jab, 70 meter. When you start getting strong, you could bend a 50 meter jab like a banana. It's kind of fun, actually. It goes at into the moment. Yeah. But yeah,
It makes sense that it would be just like arrows.
Yeah.
Because for folks at home, say if you have a 50-pound bow, you could probably get away with a 320 green arrow, 330, 350. So the higher the number, the more flexible the spine of the arrow, the lighter the arrow will be.
Right.
So I shoot 250. So it's like a nice stiff, kinetic energy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Especially how much weight you have in front creates that.
exactly. But to me, it's all about, like, I've heard arguments before, like, people say, "Oh, you shut you fucking dirty little skinny mouth." Because the only reason why you would say that is because you can't pull that back. That's the only reason. And if you think that 70 pounds to you is the same as 70 pounds to me, and you don't work out, that's just dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
It's like saying you don't need a 500-pound deadlift to look.
Yeah, but it's nice. Yeah, but if you can't squat 500 pounds and you have to squat 500 pounds, you can't do it. I can. So shut the fuck up.
It's nice to have
to shut your dirty little skinny head up.
Yeah.
Because all it is you're just saying there's virtue in being physically weak, and that's stupid. That's stupid. Do you need to be able to pull back 80 pounds to kill an elk? No. If you can't pull back 80 pounds and you're really accurate with 60 pounds and you have a cut-on contact broadhead, you can be successful. But I'm going through that whole animal. Yeah. I'm getting a pass through on a giant animal, and you're probably not gonna. Yeah. And I think it's more important to be able to have the most ultimately lethal setup possible. I learned this from Cam. He's my mentor. He's the guy who taught me how to bow hunt, and his whole thing is he shoots a 90-pound bow as well. It's like the most amount of power, and you want to make a big fucking hole.
Yes.
You want that animal to die. Like,
well, with anything, why would more horsepower, if you could handle it, not be advantageous?
It's stupid. That's why race cars have limits on the amount of power they can have. It's more advantage. If Formula One drivers figured out a way to get a 4,000 horsepower engine and have it handle, they would win.
They would win. Or if you could punch 30% harder than everyone else in UFC, do it.
Yeah, literally, the Phil Francis who got became the heavyweight.
It's interesting. My buddy Lauren Landau, strength coach, I was talking to him last week. He did actually a study on ground force power into punching. And they did, so they tested it on like a force plate, jumping force plate. And then they did a Proteus machine. You ever seen one of those? They kind of like, it's like you kind of throw it, push it, kind of the same thing. So they tested the power of the punch and then tested ground force, and then they did squats, but they also did like a trap bar deadlift, and then the training was a jam run, like jam run punch, and then the sequence of force. And he had a double-digit increase of strength through the or power through the ground, and it equated to a 12% increase in punching power. So almost percent per percent. So you look at that and say, well, if you're stronger, you squat more or deadlift more. Now, as long as it doesn't take over the sport, but that has a very, very real effect.
Yeah, it does. The way it takes me is if you're sore from lifting weights, you don't train effectively. That's just
Or it takes too much time with the technique, injury. That's for sure.
And that's why he trained 365 days a year. He's open about it. Like he's open about his use because they don't test for steroids in jiu-jitsu. So, he's a wizard. So
That's interesting. I figured they were UFC. They're right?
UFC did.
Yeah.
But you ever seen Gordon? You ever seen Wilshire?
It's
Another time. It passes no test. Beautiful photos of Gordon.
Yeah, he's squared away.
Yeah, I mean, when you have that, and then you have a genius level IQ, and then on top of that, just big shit eating real space, and then you have a guy who trains 365 days a year, who also works on technique constantly. That's how you have the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And by the way, all those guys like Oval, the guy from the bottom there, he's on the juice too. It's a level playing field. We're all
Why?
Right. It's not like the lifters and throwers and TVs. Everyone has a 600-pound bench because that's what you do. That's what you got to test out.
Well, this is a great argument to this idea of power being necessary, like with jiu-jitsu and grapple. If you have a technique like working and you build like him, giant advantage to be super strong always. In all of life, there's fucking zero advantage of being weak.
No, there's never a time. You know what? If I could just get my squat down, I would really fan out.
One thing though that is really important. This actually really pays off. If you can train with a guy who's small, like if you can learn jiu-jitsu with a guy who's small, you'll learn best jiu-jitsu.
Why is that?
Because they have to use technique. They have to use leverage. Like if you're a big fucking strong guy, if you learn jiu-jitsu, you could use that strength. You could squish people's necks and throw them on the ground and straighten their arms and stuff like that. But a small guy can never do that. So if you can learn jiu-jitsu from like a Barrett Yoshida or whoever, Gracie or Eddie Bravo, or there's a few of those, Gabe Tuttle, who teaches over here at 10th Planet. Small guy jiu-jitsu is the best jiu-jitsu because it has to be razor sharp because they don't have the physical strength like overpower. You pitch into a certain position just from raw horsepower. They have to like sneak it in there with leverage, and they have to do everything perfectly. So those guys, if you learn jiu-jitsu from them, you're going to learn like the most technical jiu-jitsu.
Yeah. Is that like obviously a reason why you should learn younger when you're small and weak?
Well, it's always good to learn young because first of all, it becomes a natural part of your movement. Like it's like as your body matures, your body's. I think it's more important than striking. It's very rare that someone learns how to strike while they're already physically mature and can never reach the level of like a floor unit. Right. Because that guy, as he's a child, his body, his reflexes developed striking. Yeah. And he's just got this massive encyclopedia of information that's available to him. He knows exactly when he sees you do this, he knows that straight left is coming, and he knows all he has to do is do this, and he knows that couch is going to be there if you go look for the right hand now. He's just got it all programmed. It's all just like right in there. For you to build that up after you're 28, like you're never going to be at his level. You're not. You kind of have to, unless you're some physical freak, which they do exist.
Yeah, but what I've understood too is the potential for building speed, which is this beyond speed is a big part of power, which is punching. Right, it's the sequence of force. How do you create force to the ground, explosion force, not implosion into your arm or your foot or whatever it is. That ends at 22. That the potential to develop potential for speed. Yeah, that's why all the weightlifters and everyone, gymnasts, everyone else is starting to grow. So it's firing.
If you're 27 and you try, you
won't reach the potential you could have genetically because you just don't have this sequence of the speed, right? It's the I know how to do this at speed. It goes whack, whack, whack through here, and you crack that whip.
Yeah.
Your body just has, it's done too many other things at higher speed. And so,
You know what I really use that? With kicking. You know, when I teach people kicking, there's certain things that they have a really hard time doing fluid with.
Mhm.
The big ones is like anything that requires spinning. Like, I look at a good MMA fighter that doesn't have like a taekwondo background, and you teach them how to throw a wheel kick, they'll never be able to throw a wheel kick like a real taekwondo black belt. There's certain guys that, like, as they're young, they're developing these spinning techniques, and they've just got it wired in, and the whole nervous system, and it's so smooth and fluid that the power is so extraordinary. And, you know, I've taught people that were like elite MMA fighters, and I try to teach them how to throw things like spin back kick, for instance. And it takes a long time for them. Even like John Jones is one that he landed, like on Stipe. That guy's a freak. Like that guy is like what we're talking about. Like you can, there's some guys you can teach them things when they're in their 30s, and they can develop it like as someone who's been doing it their whole life. But that's a rare exception. Another rare exception I was thinking is Alex Ferreira. Alex didn't really start striking until he was like 21 years old. He didn't start training.
But my question would be, what other things did he do that exaggerate, like develop that speed and power sequence? Because, like, you know, he worked on a tire shop. Really?
Yeah. So he's like hoisting tires and hammering tires down and setting wheels.
Right. So you're learning to do the most, because if you're doing a good job, you can do the most efficient method possible to move an object, right?
But you're also
to lift that tire up there, to
develop rotational strength. You're throwing hammers down. I mean, he's doing this 8 hours a day, all day long. So, like, think about sequence tires, right?
Yeah, it's not a training.
Francis and Gunn, when he was a child, working in the sand mine. So he's fucking kicking sand all the time. His body's just as he's developing. I'm also massive physical specimen, right? So he's 6'6" or 6'5", whatever it is, 265 natural, built like a fucking Greek god, like a statue, and his whole body is developing as a young man, digging sand, and then angry with that.
Sure, I'm like the real thing.
Yeah, it is like Conan. Yeah, he really is like a guy from a movie in a sand, and then becomes a heavyweight champion.
Oh yeah,
you ever heard a story?
Oh yeah. So my Slick Paul used to run the strength conditioning director of UFC. And so he told me about years and years. He's like, we got this guy. And I was like, really? He goes, no, this is going to be a dude. Really? He told me his whole story about Cameroon, France, and the whole deal. And I became like, I never even said, guys with the guy. I was like, this guy's my guy. I want to like him. And then he came on to see, we're like, ooh,
his life story told on the podcast about making his trek. Like, he just decided he has to leave Cameroon. And it was like, what are you going to do? You can't go anywhere. And through the fucking desert, all the way to Morocco, and then gets in a raft and does it 7 different times. He gets arrested, gets taken into custody, they bring him into the middle of the desert, drop him off, he goes right back to Morocco, walks through, hitches rocks. Took him a year and a half.
If he makes, I don't care how much money he makes, for just being able to do that. That is so
How about he was one boxing fight? He knocks him heavyweight champion, one of the greatest heavyweight boxers of all time. It's me left hook and drops him. And almost won. Like, I thought he won the decision. It was over. I was like, they're going to give it to him. I think he won the decision. He was battering him in the 8th round. He dropped him in the 7th. I'm like, I think he won. And a lot of people thought he won. Yeah. And he came that close. Yeah. That fucking close.
And so is that like, obviously, genetically super great. But then also, like we're talking about, like shoveling, all this work. When you do that work for that long, you learn how to become efficient because you don't want to spend extra time and effort doing stuff. So you just learn how to kind of move stuff.
There's a little bit of that, and I think to be really charitable, I think Tyson Fury probably didn't think that he had a chance. I think Tyson Fury probably didn't train as hard as he would have trained if he thought the Francis was a real threat. Right. I think he probably thought, I'm going to box this guy's fucking face off. How can this MMA fighter? And then he gets hit with one arm. So he gets left up on the side of his head. He's like, what the fuck? This guy just hit me, bro. and he's on his ass as the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting a guy with 0 professional fights. That was his first ever pro fight, his second ever pro round, and he drops one of the greatest heavyweights in the history of the game. I think here's my Mount Rushmore of heavyweight boxers. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson from 1986 to like 1990, there was not a 88, whatever it was. It was a few years before the wheels came off. And just going crazy. That's partying, fighting with syphilis and shit. He's a maniac. But that guy, the guy who knocked out like Michael Spence, the guy who knocked out Larry Holmes, the guy who won the title from Trevor Berbick, I think that guy's the greatest heavyweight fighter of all time. He was like a juggernaut, man. And I knocked out Marcus Frazier. That's the scariest version of Tyson. The Marcus Frazier version. But you were like probably late high school. Like, yeah, so I was like a little kid. I remember like walking out my skateboard and did you see Larry Holmes fighting this? I was like, oh no. But I heard it's like 19 seconds or whatever. It was crazy. No, the Jews were still a few rounds. Yeah. Yeah, well, I was doing a little boxing myself. I was a giant boxing. He was a very good because every other heavyweight was I guess nobody's singing or wandering. He was he was small. He wasn't even 6 feet tall. So he's building a brick shit house. He's got 20 inch. He's 220 pounds. He moves like a guy who's 150. And he's throwing lightning bolts at your central nervous system. He's hitting you to the body and your fucking legs are shutting off. He was a monster. I just think you can't maintain that forever. And I think I always, when I look at fighters, I try to look at when they were white hot. And just burning hot at the highest level that they could achieve. What was that like? Like, what was that? I feel like as great as Muhammad Ali was, man, I just don't see him surviving. I see like Henry Cooper dropped Ali when he was catching his play. Well, that fucking been cheated to get him out of the round. Custom cut his gloves, so they had to take his glove off and replace the gloves. They gave him all this recovery time. You ever seen that Henry Cooper photo? Henry Cooper was a bad man. He was this British boxer, this guy from England who had a nasty left hook. He caught Cash's leg, back, perfect one. He was like leg, and he's like slumped down the ropes. He was Dunsville, but it was at the end of the round, and then Angelo Dundee. I mean, that guy had been around the block. Yeah, some stuff. Got these fucking gloves. See if you can find that, Jay. Because it's a crazy fork in the road in history. Right. Because if they don't cheat, likely he gets stopped. Likely. Henry Cooper, who landed the perfect left hook, hits him with a couple more, and that's it. He's done. Right. He looks done or in. Like, watch this. Henry Cooper had a nasty left hook. Right. Look how it's down. That's not regular down. That's up down. That's like real trouble, but it's the very end of the round. I look at this. Right. So look how it goes down. That's Dunsville. So that's a minute earlier. If he gets hit with that, the whole thing changes. Right. The whole thing changes. He's not undefeated when he fights Sonny Liston. He's not this unstoppable force. Isn't that crazy? Crazy. This is literally there are fighters that I have seen in the UFC that I go, this guy could be the next. This guy could be the next welterweight champion, the next great lightweight champion. What is stretch? Something happens. They get hit with a flying knee, or they get head kicked, or something happens. And then the whole path changes. That guy wasn't overmatched. We didn't fight that guy. So this is the difference between boxing and UFC. The UFC is like when you're fighting and you're going to fight the best. Boxing is like, we're going to build you. We're going to take you and you're going to fight a few guys that are like real slick, but they don't have power. Then you're going to fight a big guy with a lot of power, but he doesn't have any endurance. Yeah, like, he's ready for this now. You know, this is really good trainer, like Tyson Fury's trainer, Sugar Hill. He's going to like, he's rising movement. He's breaking down things. He's figuring out what to change, what not to change, when to back you off of training. Like, you're a little too hot right now. It's like, let's not peak too soon because we're too much into the fight. So they'll give you a guy that'll maybe struggles, tests. Maybe he's got big punch,
something like that.
you know, you might lose the fight, but you're most likely going to win. And this is how you find out if the guy's going to make it. So there's a lot of boxers, you know, by the time they're fighting for the title, they're 14-0, 16-0, 18-0. Charles Oliveira. What is Charles Oliveira's record? Let's see Charles Oliveira's record. So Charles Oliveira, when he became the lightweight champion, he had a ton of losses. He got stopped by Paul Felder. He got stopped by Swanson KO'd him. He got, I'm pretty sure Jim Miller would knee barred him. So what is his record? Jim's 35 and 10. Okay? And so out of those 10, a few of them have been recently scored back up to the top list. So the Islam Makhachev, he loses the title, and then Arman Sarukian, he loses a split decision. I thought he won that, by the way. But it was close. So those are the 2 out of those 10. So that means, as a champion, he had 8 fucking losses. 8 losses. Some of them brutal knockouts. Yeah, because you're in there with the Lions, with all the guys. And so UFC is like, who's the let's figure it out. Like, you want to be in the UFC? You want to do fights? We're going to throw you in here. But, you know, short notice. Yeah. Short notice fight. Let's go. And the thing to find out, too, is that the level at the UFC, as great as some of these guys look in these other organizations, the level at the UFC, that's those are the greatest fighters on the planet. There's no other. We found out about that this past weekend because Alexandre Pantoja, who might be the best pound fighter, he's the flyweight champion. He fought this dude Kai Asakura from Japan, who's a fucking assassin. And Pantoja just ate him alive. And he got caught with a couple good shots too, a couple good knees to the body, and you know, Kai Asakura is a really good fighter. Like the level was just different. Pantoja just he's strangled. But it's just the way he's fucking him up everywhere. He was just like pushing him. It was like an insane pace. You watch those little guys fight, they fight like pit bulls, like just like wild scrambles where they're moving so fast to try to call the fight. It's like, me and Daniel were talking about during the commentary, like, we have to recalibrate our brains. Yeah, because you can go from a heavyweight fight to a flyweight fight. It's like listening to a podcast when you turn up the 1.5. I actually had to start listening to your podcast at regular speed because I thought you talked really fast. I was just like, oh, Joe, no one talks that fast because I listened to it super fast. Somebody sent me a clip of some political person talking about one of the guests on the show. And I was like, what's wrong with it? And then I had to realize, speed it up. Yeah, do you listen to stuff speed up? Yeah. The buddy I'm talking about, he listens to books. He got up to 4x. And so he just got the same way. I think if you're kind of like Rain Man, which I'm not. But I get 1.5 pretty easy. And people are watching my shit. Yeah, I see how that could help. But for me, I'm not doing reading books on tape or listening to books on tape. I'm enjoying it and education. So for me, I'm enjoying it. How many people watch? So I like to think about the things, and I'll have more time to think about what this person's saying. If they're not going at 1.5 speed, because if they're going at 1.5 speed and going one concept to the next, I'm like, wait a minute, that's sure. I like to think about stuff. So it's like, especially if I'm listening to something esoteric or really weird. Yeah, which is a lot of the stuff that I listen to. If I'm not listening to fiction, I'm probably listening to physics. Yeah. I listen to Jack Carr stuff at regular speed. I really listen to it. Other guy, who's the guy who does his that's really good. Yeah, I can't remember. He has a lot of good dialects and everything. Yeah. Jack takes me stories. He's the man. I love that. You see him cross comments and that? Oh, for sure. I love it. Yeah, he's like, hey, don't you listen to that? I love that dude. He's so good. We just got some CFBs with the Ray Porter. That's a Ray Porter. Knew it's really his cross town. He's the fucking man. And the thing about this book's on tape though is you're live on Ray Porter forever. Some new person starts telling you true. Like, who is this guy? But this is bullshit. Yeah. You can't have this guy do it. All right, guys. I'm used to all the voices. Ray? Yeah, it's not that voice. Yeah, it's you know what else is really good? Who's the guy who does the Gray Man series? There's a guy who does. You ever listen to the Gray Man series?
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're so fucking crazy. They're so crazy. But CIA did that. It was like a Singleton guy and some other dude. It's so like they made a movie.
Is that like one of the weird ones that give you like you just think about it all night? Kind of like when I started watching The Sopranos, like my view on the world would change.
Jay Snyder, that guy's like really good. He does really good girl voices too. But those fucking books, man, they are so ultra violent. They're so crazy. They're so crazy. Like sometimes I listen to them, I have to shut them off before I go to bed. Yeah. Like if I listen to them, like I like to keep the song up before I go to bed. Mm-hmm. And so if I'm listening to like a book on cosmology, that's great. It's interesting. Yeah, about space. Very cool. But if I'm listening to some great music before I go to bed, I'm like, we don't need that. I don't need that. Yeah, people do fucking eyeballs. Giant swords shoved through their eyeballs, getting blown up, grenades in their mouth. Like, hey, hey.
Do you like scroll around? I always just I like to look up ballistics. My wife was like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, she's like,
that's good. That's not social media. That's good.
Well, I do it because I actually think about stuff and it doesn't.
Where's Bob?
Something that doesn't happen. Meaning, like, if I look at like good, right, don't check it. Like you're screwed, right? Like, and I'll tell my wife, she's like, "Hey, I got a question for something." The lights are off. Don't ask questions right now. Like, I'll be all night. I'll be thinking of this problem I have to solve.
Yeah.
So, like, I just like, this purpose in 350 Remington Avenue.
By the way, anybody with a beard like yours, I would assume they know the ballistic coefficient of a because I see a dude with a beard like that. He's got a jack. That guy knows how to shoot. It's just like, oh, yeah, so he probably loads his own bullets. Yeah, I just dropped it. Yeah, interesting. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Going around.
Everybody
Sponsors can be really
I made the mistake of looking at social media before I go to bed, and I get mad, or I get upset, or I get sad, or I don't know. Yeah. And when I was younger, I would read things that people would say about me, and I'm like, this is an asshole. That's not true. And you get all upset, and then I realized, like, oh, this is some person. I would talk to them in real life. Really, why is their opinion more valid than it's written down? So then I stopped reading all comments about me. And oh my God, it changed everything. Changed everything.
You do the posting post, right?
Yes, it's the way to go. I have friends, and they'll come to me, like they'll come to the comedy club or something, and they'll be like genuinely emotionally distraught because people are attacking them online. But they're not here. Like right here, your friends are here, and you're all freaked out. Like, stop reading that stuff. Like, you gotta stop reading that stuff. First of all, it's not true. You're really funny. You're a great guy. Right? So it's all bullshit, and they don't know you. Right. So they just decided to do this, and they know that it fucks with you because you talk openly about it. And so now they're going to accentuate it. They're going to keep jabbing at you. They're going to rock. There's a window. You got to stop doing that. And a few guys have listened to me, and a few guys haven't. And the guys who listen to me, they all say the same thing. Oh my God, I feel so much better. I'm like, yeah, social media is not the problem. The problem is either engaging in the anger and the hate, or reading people's anger and hate towards you and having you fuck your head up. Like, hey,
do you think it's something that's like systemic, that is literally spreading and growing? Like the people that have the trash around the time, and they think there's some sort of value to that, and then other people see it.
Value, right? They do get engagement, right? And if you're a person that has like a YouTube show where all you do is shit on people, you have that karma.
I do that.
For sure, you're suffering.
Yeah, but you got to deal with that the rest of your life. Like, dealing with that.
Right, but you can make a living doing it. Like there are guys who make a living. They're all fucked up. Yeah, I'm not saying there's value, but I do think you make something out. You can create a career doing it, and that's part of the problem because it's effective.
Right, like Charles.
Yeah, like it does get engagement.
This is
then,
the worst.
What kind of engagement are you getting? Look, I have people that hate me online, but not the ones who know me. Right. That's what's kind of important. It's like the people that know me either in real life or through the podcast know I'm a nice person.
Right.
I work really hard at it.
Sure.
I try hard to be a nice person. It's not like it's a conscious conscious effort. I'm good at it. Like I like doing it. I like nice people. Like
Makes you feel good, right?
It makes me feel good. Yeah. So I don't engage. I don't fire back at people. I don't. People get mad. Even celebrities who attack me. I'm like,
how's it feel like probably being in that world a bit more, and then now having people turn on purpose?
They're just revealing who they are. They're just weak people. They're not the type of person that. But if you did that in front of me when you were around me, we could have a conversation about why I feel like you're incorrect. And this assumption that you have of me is totally wrong. Also, if you're not talking to someone in person and you're saying something about that person, like you can just kind of like form some bullshit narrative. The person's right there. They go, that's not true. So you're saying something, and if it was true, then you'd be justified in your anger. But what you're saying is not true, and you're taking things completely out of context, and you don't know what you're talking about, and you're doing this because your life sucks, and it's the only time you do it. I would say, you think Michael Jordan was posting on YouTube and he was making comments when he was if YouTube was around when Michael Jordan was the king, would he be doing that? No. He doesn't have time because he's actually living in Jordan. I guarantee you Michael Jordan reads the comments. And if he did read the comments, he'd be up all night angry. Like you saw that Neil Brennan had a bit about Michael Jordan's documentary on his last Netflix special. Pretty funny. It's like, unless you want to be the greatest basketball player of all time, because you don't hold grudges, unless you want to have $150 million worth of passive income every year because it's a fucking silhouette of you dunking. unless. It's a good advice. But again, those are freaks, right? Yeah. These are the outliers. Yeah. These are the people, like, as a rule, as a human being,
just insatiable desire to just hammer that down. Just so much out of the village. It's like, I don't know what you're doing anymore, but
you become the greatest of all time. Right?
No question.
It's just the difference between that in sport versus that in fighting, is it fighting? I don't think you can maintain. Like a guy like Jordan, how long was he in his prime? Just a decade, right? For a decade, he was dominating basketball. Yeah. You can't really do that in fighting. You think it
just takes so much aggression, so much damage
to your body. Yeah, the damage to your body is huge because there's so much damage that happens just in training. Sure. John tore his pec off of his fucking shoulder in training.
And that wasn't doing hit. That was
wrestling. And then there's the impacts that you get, and then there's the back stuff. You get thrown weird, you land in your back weird, you're throwing somewhere, a knee hits you weird, your ribs break all the time, hands break all the time. Like common gym injuries, knee blows out, noses. Everybody's got a broken nose. I don't know anybody who does any kind of combat sports that has a broken nose. So it's like, after a while, you can't breathe out of your nose. Your nose is destroyed. Your fucking hand hurts when you try to open your car door. Yeah, and you have to punch people in the head with it. Your knee hurts going downstairs. Kamaru Usman, you want to hear something crazy? When he walks, he has to walk backwards downstairs because his knees are so bad. Because he can't get the knee over the toe. His knee hurts so bad. And he was walking the champion of the world those days. And he was talking about it openly. He's like, oh, you can know my knees are bad, so I'm going to fuck you up. And he did. He fucked everybody up forever. He got Edwards. But his knees are so bad that he would have to walk on the grass where everybody was like walking on the sidewalk. So he'd have to go over to walk on the grass to just take a little bit of extra cushion. Just so much. Yeah. Bone on bone. Yeah. Bone on bone.
Well, it's like the operators.
Oh, yeah.
All of them. Everyone's strength room, everyone's low back, everyone's shoulder, everyone's knee,
everyone's jiu-jitsu, everyone's got a back problem, everyone's got a neck problem.
It's part of it.
Everyone blows in the out. Yeah. And if, any of us said that, you're going to have to get surgery. Eventually. You have to get surgery. Just get the surgery, heal up, come back. Yeah.
Are we rebuilding this engine and keep racing, or is this like doing as least as you can to not get surgery?
My second surgery, I went to this doctor when I had fucking hand of meniscus tear, so the lock, that locks out. It was fucking brutal. And he was like, "You've got to stop doing this." So I said, "Shut the fuck up." I go, "I'm going to fix this." Like, He's like, when you're older, I'm like, yeah, when I'm older. But right now, really, fix my fucking knee. I gotta be strangle people. What are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? Stop doing this. I'm not gonna stop doing this.
Same thing. I was 22 when I got that. And I look at trial like 2 years.
It's too much fun.
I was like, yeah, no, like, oh, I went on, I was like, I've squatted this much and I do this. When I come out of it, I expect to be better. So fix it like that. Don't fix it like I'm an old guy taking her easy. Like, yeah, like that.
You didn't fix it differently depending on like who you are.
I just felt better.
I tell you what, they got a lot better.
I was saying it would actually fix you, then it would fix me.
Well, I tell everybody, if you have an opportunity to get an ACL reconstruction, please at least try the cadaver graft. I know a lot of people want to do that patella tendon graft because you don't have the risk of rejection. I don't know anybody who's had a rejection from the cadaver. I do know people who pushed it too hard, too early, and then reblown it. Because you know how it works. Do you know what I'm talking about? It's really kind of interesting. You get this. So my right knee, when I blew my ACL out, they take a cadaver, like a dead dude's Achilles tendon, which is much thicker. I was a Calvin Francis guy.
Some stuff.
Just fucking animal, just giant Viking dude. So it's thicker than it's 150% stronger than a real ACL. And so they screw that in place, and then it's not like you have this dead guy sticking there forever. What happens is your body reproliferates. It acts as a scaffold. So it can feel like it's secure, but it's really vulnerable. So you have to be super careful up until like that 6 month mark. And it should be reproliferated.
And so does the foreign tissue eventually just kind of get reabsorbed, which is kind of weird?
Exactly. You that guy's Achilles with your knee.
My knee is just a bunch of these dead
Man, I have no problems with this.
Awesome.
This right knee's amazing. The left knee, I had a patella tendon graft, and because I had that one in 93 or 94. And that one, back then, that's the only way they did it, but it was really good. But it took a long time to heal. Like, it was a long time before I could kneel down. Like, I had to kneel down just because it reflects. Because they take a piece of bone out of your shin, and they take a piece of bone out of your kneecap, and then they take a slice out of your patella tendon, and they pull it off, and they open you up like a pinch, and they fucking drill into your shin bone and drill it into your fibula. Your tibia and your femur.
Yeah.
And it's like, they get it in there, and it's like a year before it feels like you could do anything. It took a while before I felt like I really trusted it, but I do have to say I was not as diligent with my rehabilitation back then as I was when I got this one done. With this one, I rehabbed it all myself. I went to like one or two of these things, and they did show me things very hard. Yeah. I'm like, I know what to do. I'm just going to do this. I'm going to do it all. So I do a body weight squats like all day long. Yeah. And I got it to 6 months later, I was trying to get full blast.
Were you doing any like the PCs or the peptides?
There was nothing available back then.
Oh, like back then.
So this was 2003.
Okay.
That I got this one. Nice. And this was the patella tendon. This was the cadaver.
How do you think the recovery would be from this? Like with all these dings and injuries? Because I'm sure you probably have too. A couple of friends who got surgery. Actually, the doctor hit a site injection and even IV with BPC during the reattachment of a pec or a bicep.
Super legit. It's super legit, along with TB 500.
Yeah.
Apparently, that combination of those two together is nice effective. Yeah. Super effective. And, there's a lot of people that resist that for some strange reason. I don't know. I think there's a bit of ego involved in not knowing something when you're an expert. I find that with there's a real problem with, unfortunately, some orthopedic surgeons. Aaron Rodgers was explaining this to me, that his doctors were telling him not to do stem cells after he got his Achilles fixed. He said, "What are you talking about? Like, shut up." And so, of course, he did stem cells. And, of course, he went to waste well. And, of course, he was back 3 months earlier than they thought he could ever be. Yeah. There was like some real thought at the end of that season. He was probably going to start with play. Yeah. Where everybody's like, this is nuts. Like, nobody recovers from a step back. But he was very smart, and he didn't push too far. Yep. And he waited until stem cells work. There's a reason why you have to go down too long. Because it fucking works. And like anything works. It's like you know how to do it. He's fucking really still with him. He really did.
I was talking to a strength conditioning professional the other day at the administrative level. We were just talking about different things. I said, I said, there's people, in my opinion, in your world who don't know about BPC like myself. They don't know about BPC, and I'm just like, crazy. Okay, it was taken 8 years ago.
You know what it is, though? It's like they don't continue to learn. That was my degree, and then they're in practice. They're constantly working on people. Yep. People come in the door. This guy threw his ankle out. This guy's got a shoulder. Yeah.
But then I said the weird part is if you have a strength conditioning professional, and in some ways, there's more information cutting edge on the podcast from guys that are interested in training. It's like, hey guys, just open the scope a little bit. Like,
there's enough of these guys that are super smart and also jacked, like these interviewable guys, and super smart guys that are in the bodybuilding world, super smart guys like Derek from All Plates More. Yeah, he's the best example because he's just a fucking encyclopedia of data and studies and efficacy and how you combine things together. He actually learns. So he really knows what he's doing.
The boots at the ground, you see it for his my dog, it's Eric Serrano. I don't know if you know Columbus. But, Eric was last 30 years, but he's one of those dudes that was like, Columbus, Ohio. That's where he was. Exactly, he was Louis' dog. So, he was Louis, he was, you go through all professional baseball, it's like, okay, got it.
He's one of the rare guys that we went to him to do a podcast.
How was that?
Oh, it was awesome.
Did you go to Bob Evans?
No, we hung out at the gym. Yep. And he just was introducing me to a bunch of freaks and showing me all the stuff he invented, why he invented it.
So cool.
Louis Simmons, he was the fucking man. He was so funny. He was so funny. He was such a character. He was telling me about how he got a shoulder problem, got a shoulder replaced, and then immediately when he got back to the gym, they made him max out the bench. And I was like, what are you talking about? You need to recover. It's like, they were like, don't be a pussy. Yeah, you have to max out. Yeah.
I was there in 2002, and so Louis and his wife Doris, and he always speak about Evans in the morning, and he would eat, and like do the whole deal. And he was telling me a story about how he got pissed off, and something with his cell phone, threw it out the window while he was driving. And then so he was in that cell phone for a couple of weeks. And then he got to the gym and he missed the lift, but he punched his own tooth out. Punched himself so hard he knocked his own tooth out, and he took a wire brush to clean the chalk out of a barbell and smashed himself on the head. And he was just pouring. His wife was like, "Yeah, Lou was pouring blood and knocked the tooth out." And I'm just thinking, "No sirens off!" Holy crap! So I got talking to him, and he was like, "No backslaps." Yeah, right. He just never got it fixed. Yeah, a lot of those guys. And, it's wild. But he's like, "Yeah, those cats they'd fight," and he goes, "We would literally there's some tuned up dudes." And he said we would just literally kick them out the door. If they were fighting on the floor, we would kick them out of the way so they're out of the way of the monolith so we could keep squatting. Like every 30 seconds you're up, 90 seconds, whatever. It's like, I don't care if you're fighting, literally, hitting each other to stop them. Move. The next guy up. I'm like, this place is wild.
They created some fucking hell.
And here's a wild story. So we were there, and this drunk chick came in. She was like, because this was the old West Side, was like this little shopping center with the windows were all blacked out. Everything was pretty dope. And this drunk chick walked in. She was like, "Hi, y'all working out here?" And she was killing, man. She was like all sloppy, like legit street person. And I'm like, "Oh, this is gonna be bad." Like, I'm just reading the room, right? Like crazy. Not a lot of estrogen, right? So I'm like, "Yeah, man, this is gonna be bad." He's like, "Hey, come here." So he puts a weight vest on her, and then puts a second weight vest, so 25, 50-pound weight vest, and takes her outside, wraps a belt around her waist with a sled, and had her walking, doing sled pulls back and forth with a 50 pounds of weight vest on her shoulders. Drunk as shit. I'm just like, walked her, like, what? She comes back in, he's like, "All right, come over here." He puts her on the monolith, 2 red bands, maybe just the bar, wasn't a lot of people there, and had her doing speed box squats, 8 sets of 2 for speed, and was teaching her how to box squat. She finally stumbles out and just leaves. And later on, I'm like, "You're do you know that girl? He goes, no. I'm like, she was just some random street person and you had her squatting? He goes, shit, half the people in this room with that person you were there. I'm like, oh, he goes, she could be world champion. You know, no.
Wow.
And I was just like, oh, that's sort of crazy mentality. That stuck with me for so long. He's like, most of these people are broken and they have some addictive thing, something. And he goes, if they could channel it into something, that might be the next world champion. And I don't know if you ever saw her again. If I was just there that one day, and it stuck in me for 22 years. And I just thought about that. I'm like, he put his money where his mouth was. He was a coach, and he wanted to see what could someone do.
You know, that's so interesting because one of the guys who trained with me was Matthew Mortal Brown. Matthew Mortal Brown, I know he did some training with him, and I've always said that there's something about guys that used to be addicts that have like died, and Matt died. There's been a few guys I know that came back, and they're the scariest fucking people because they had crossed over and then they realized there's a good addiction. The good addiction is to training. Yeah, it's being completely addicted to training.
Yeah.
So those are some of the fucking scariest.
It was wild. I mean, I know a lot of those guys from that world. A lot of them are addicted to different stuff, and unfortunately, they get into training, and then if they get out of it, it kind of that addiction might come back.
But that happens with fighters when they retire, and then also they're generally dealing with some issues, mental impacts. You know, so those guys start drinking, they start doing coke.
I always loved how I really just saw it differently. My dad was the same way. He just always say, look for something, not what it is, but what it can be.
Yeah.
And that meant human potential, that meant designs, that meant like applicational stuff. And it's just like, yeah, that person's whatever, but if you push, you tweak and you push the tweak, it might be something in there that's like super beautiful and awesome. But you never know if you just think that's a drunk chick.
Well, it's crazy with him because he's actually done it a bunch of times and it worked. Right? Yeah. So this attitude is developed over time to just accept the fact that this person might come in 16 Coors Lights deep.
Dude.
just
cheering.
just cheering.
You know, and I told him, buddy of mine, he trained at Westside, and he said, half the time, he's like, I've seen guys get 700 pounds like that. Like, just freaked out of their mind.
This was like wild stuff. I'm like, holy cow.
Like, that really was wild. Yeah, like, you have an old, I mean, it's okay, like, it's so extreme. Like, the fighting with the lifting, the throwing, like, dudes who do some pretty wild stuff.
Yeah, well, and whenever you get, like, these male-oriented alpha characters that all get together and they're all butting heads trying to figure out who's the baddest motherfucker around them, they also develop a culture of like acceptance of certain aspects of life that come with the injuries and pain and suffering. You know, like wrestlers, they're like rag on suffering the most. They want to suffer more than anybody. They're like, that's the badge of honor. Is like, what time do you get up? 4:30. I was on my 14th mile at 4:30. You know, like,
this drag you into deep water. Let's make it worse.
That's the part of the culture of wrestling is embracing the grind. That's the whole thing. It's like being the guy who can push, being that Cam Hanes motherfucker that does those 340-mile runs.
Is because I think I've read before, is this accurate that the highest winning percentage in the UFC were all from the wrestling background? Is that accurate?
I'd probably say that's probably accurate. I think if you had to see like what's the back, I've always said the foundation of martial arts because the wrestler can decide where the fight takes place. The wrestler, generally, mentally, they're going to be tougher because they went through the hardest thing when they were a child. The hardest thing as a child is wrestling. You're starving yourself when you're growing. You know, you're dehydrating yourself before matches. You're training, competing, dehydrated. You're in a fucking hot room. You know, clashing with other alpha males, and you're throwing each other around. It's just the hardest thing.
And self-infections.
But that skill is so important. Yeah. The skill to be able to manipulate bodies and take them down. And if you can teach a wrestler jiu-jitsu, oh my God, they're so much better at it because they're just so accustomed. It's just they just have to learn a new series of movements to go with the skill set. Right. They're great at controlling bodies.
Yes, and just the proximity. Like, people aren't good with being all with the people, and they're like,
they live there. And then the other thing is, if you can teach a wrestler how to strike, they have such an advantage because you can't take them down, and you're you're worried about them taking you down, so that opens you up to certain shots. It happens all the time. The guys are worried about a takedown and they get blasted because they're thinking this guy could take me down in a moment and then get hit. It happens all. It's like another element that they put in that you have to deal with that they don't have to deal with. They're not worried about you taking them down. You're not even going to try. So they can be completely relaxed with their takedown defense. So then I never been elite wrestler fucking horrible.
I even see like elite wrestlers, even in business and stuff like that. It always feels like they're trying to shoot in. Right. Like they're looking for the weakness, trying to shoot in. You're like, oh, this is just kind of in you.
Well, they also know that they can. Right. You're walking around knowing you can pick up any guy you want, dump him on his head. Yeah. And most likely, they no say it. There's nothing they can do.
You don't get a vote.
Yeah, man. If you're around a judo black belt and you're wearing a winter coat, you might as well have a hammer like right above your head. So that guy's just gonna use that coat and slam you into the concrete. You're basically helpless. If you don't know judo and you tangle up with a real judo black belt, you're gonna fly through the air and you're gonna land on the ground with all of his weight and your weight on top of you. And even if you don't bang your head, your whole body's gonna be out of the air. You don't know how to land. No. You're gonna land, especially when a guy's controlling. So he's gonna shoulder right into you as he lands. You're fucked. Yeah. So that guy's gonna look at every person like me.
Yeah. I never realized how effective a gi choke was until close gi choke. It was my first ever. I was like, yeah, I'll try jiu-jitsu. And he did like a clinic. He was like, come on up for this thing. And my buddy was on me trying to do the thing, and then I thought, coach put me in like, remember the old thing about the paper cutters? Oh yeah. I'm pretty sure that was what it has for way different. Yeah, that big body, this my size. This is way different from that.
It's leverage.
Oh, yeah.
That shoe.
There's like this
people
so made with scissors. This is amazing. Like, it's so cool. It's perfection, right?
Yeah. Well, that's coats, jackets, or even a hoodie. You could choke someone straight using the hoodie.
Really?
Yeah, you could choke the shit out of someone. I can grab somebody. Yeah. Zoom in, especially like I said, a leather coat.
Yeah, because of that stretch. So what do you got to wear? Canadian tuxedo, you got top and bottom.
Jay Leno, you're in trouble with that jean shirt. That thing's durable. You know what the durable is? You want some shit that tears into you. Like, you want a shirt that already has cuts in it. So
pre-loaded.
You load the back of your shirt, make some cuts in it just in case someone grabs it. Because someone can just grab your t-shirt. There's actually a Gracie self-defense thing that was on that I was looking at the other day. It was a really smart move where this woman was showing that you can grab a hold of someone's t-shirt if you're a woman and you're getting attacked by a man. Just grab a hold of their t-shirt and then getting your legs on their neck.
No way.
You're jamming your carotid arteries with your thumb while you're holding the t-shirt. These with your legs. You can put a guy out, especially a guy that doesn't know what's happening, doesn't know how to protect himself. I try. I don't know how to do that. That's not it. But it was. She was on her back. It was on YouTube.
I tried to move like that one time. Speaking of my buddy who found the cyborg, he's an absolute monster of a human. And we were goofing around, and I was on my back. So I kind of like got him a little, like, I got the leg scissors on his head and grabbed his arm. I would pull his arm off. Like, I'm a big, strong deadlifter. I'm like, I got it. Finally got it. He was 290, 6'2", 290, all out. He looked like Gordon, like a big striker. And he literally just, I thought he was going out, and he kind of went and woke up, and he picked me up while I was hanging up, and he just slammed me down into the ground. I'm like, man, screw this.
Yeah, you can't.
People can do that to people? Like, no one can stand up with a person hanging off them and slam them.
You got to hook his leg.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I just got clobbered.
You know what's the worst version of that ever? Rampage Jackson versus Ricardo Arona. Did you ever see that on Pride? It's the worst case scenario of holding on to like a triangle while a guy picks you up.
Yep.
And Rampage in his prime was a fucking machine. He was so powerful. So he takes this dude who's 200 plus pounds, hoists him over his head, and slams him down the hill. So look at this. So he's climbing, trying to watch out Rampage does this.
Yeah, you're right.
That was one of the worst KOs in the history of sport. I mean, that dude definitely could have died. He probably got the worst trauma.
Yeah,
the worst brain trauma.
Did he knee himself in the face too?
I think Rampage collided heads with him as well. So it's probably a bunch of shit.
Like all kinds. I think right there is slashes, shots, and
his shoulder. But Rampage's head went to his. This is a crazy slam.
Oh, mine was not nearly as devastating, but it was enough to make me not want to do it.
That was the worst. And this guy was never the same again. Was never the same. That was such a crazy. So that has been avoided. Like, that's not what you do. When you have a triangle, if you see a guy posturing up, you immediately go under. If he's got you in the air, he's back up to the fucking triangle. The thing that's holding him in there is him. He's holding himself in.
Yes, he was the
I want to know, because sometimes you can keep it, right? Sometimes you can keep a triangle and you get slammed and it just makes the triangle tighter. But you got to know when you're way up in the air, you got to let go.
Yeah.
You got to fully let go and then try to sprawl. Something has to happen. You have to disrupt this motion.
Yeah.
This thing. That's
turning yourself a
the
little
best way is like as soon as you feel like you start to stand up, hook the leg, and worst case scenario, you transition to a leg hold and you let go of the triangle. You get control of that leg and you use that leg either to try to submit or sweep it. But you can never hold on to a triangle if the guy's stuck. It's just fucking concrete. You're done. You're dead. You're done. Your head is pulverized.
Yeah. It was bad enough, but I won't do that.
And now it's like, there's this little bit of stringiness to the ground. It's in the ring. Still, there was probably a certain amount of padding on the surface.
How hard are those rings? I walked around.
There's a little bit, like the UFC has a small amount of foam, like a padding, and it's very important, really, because guys' heads bounce off, and they get head kicked, they fall down, and they bounce off. You get hit with a big right hand or something, you bounce your head, so you can't have a real hard floor.
Yeah.
But it's not soft enough where John Jones power slam. I mean,
not really good. Nowadays, actually.
It's I mean, to be one of those people who make a living doing that is a wild way to go.
Yeah. What happened where that decided that was the direction that we go? We're like, you know what? I'm going to get the crap beat out of me and dole out a lot of pain, see how this shakes out? Or do you just kind of wake up one day and you're not good? Well, yeah, pretty good.
You're probably a wild person. And you're probably excited by dangerous things, and you're probably pretty good at it, which is why you're fighting professionally.
Yeah.
So you probably train in the gym, and you realize you're better than most people. Maybe you have a few amateur fights, fuck a few people up, and go, I think I'm not fucking that.
Start believing it.
Yeah. Some of them are right.
Yeah.
We figure that every now and then. Every now and then, a guy is correct. Like, that's the way you should work.
Yeah.
Fucking everybody up. Yeah.
Everybody. It's okay. You were talking first. So, Tyson.
Yeah, that's my heavyweight. That's my heavyweight all-timer.
John Jones.
He's the guy that's like, I feel like Tyson in his prime, you have to have him on the Mount Rushmore. You want to have Jack Dempsey, you want to have Joe Frazier, it's like a lot of guys who are really good.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to say, like Muhammad Ali, Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano. There's a lot of, for me, the one that you can't remove is Tyson.
Right.
So there's a bunch of other ones, like Lewis in his prime is fucking amazing. Larry Holmes doesn't get the credit he deserves in his prime. There's a lot of guys who are really champions, but you have to have Tyson. Everything else is negotiable. Tyson has to be there. In mine.
Yeah.
Different people disagree.
Do you watch other sports besides fighting sports or combat sports?
I watch a little football.
Yeah.
I've been watching football lately. I enjoy it. It's fun.
Pro or college?
I watch high school.
Right.
I watch college, and I watch pro. I went to an NFL game first time this year. It was fun. Yeah, I saw the Jets play the Cowboys down in Dallas. That was wild. It's wild to see the scale. The scale, the size.
Have you been to any college games before?
A few UT.
Oh, you were in UT, right?
Yeah, that's fun. I got to shoot the cannon.
Oh, nice. Isn't it crazy? Like, if you've been keeping up with the NIL and all the transfer portals, how that's changed the landscape?
No. What is that?
NIL is innate image and likeness.
Oh, that, right, the money thing.
Yeah, the money thing is crazy.
Well, they should have been paying those fucking kids a long ass time ago. They should retroactively pay on those kids.
That'd be interesting.
They should.
Yeah.
They should. They were making money off it. It's crazy how much money they make.
The amount of money that's happening now. It's interesting because like it actually, in a couple of my friends that are in that world, creates a different conversation with the new kids. Because let's say in high school they're bringing in these recruits and everything like that. Everyone's kissing their butt. They're like, hey, we really want you to be here. We want you to be here.
Right. Whatever. Pay me, bitch.
And now it's turning into pay me, right? And, but the other side of it,
I want a Corvette.
Dude, I have friends that tell me that they're athletes who, come to a recruiting trip, say if there's not a $250,000 signing bonus as just a part of the deal, I'm not getting on the plane to the recruiting trip. Like, an 18 or 17-year-old kid's
But meanwhile, they're right. You know what else should be doing there? The fucking Olympics.
Yeah.
The fucking Olympics. They should all say, fuck you, pay me. They really should. That's the greatest scam in all of
Yeah. Well, now they can now. I mean, they look at community, but originally it was amateur.
Well, they can. Meanwhile, like, what you mean is like the NBA players can represent the United States and play in the Olympics.
Yeah.
That's cute. But what about the swimmers? What about the people? What about the gymnasts? What about the boxers? All those people should get paid.
Yeah.
Every single one.
And no one really cares about Olympic athletes but every 4 years. Like, a buddy of mine won the 2004 shot put Olympics. And he was like, I still have to ask my mom for money. He was like, because no one cares about the Olympics for every 4 years. And you're like, you have a degree at Dartmouth, a business degree, and you're the Olympic champion. And he was the first athlete to ever eBay himself. So he had a shirt that says "This space for rent," and so he like put himself on the market. Like, kind of like the first thing else, like, hey man, I have to make money throwing this steel ball. And 30-something years old, I'm like world champion. I still have to ask for money every 4 years, or for free.
They used to do that with UFC. Used to be able to have sponsors. So
yeah.
Anything you want, all Condom Depot and shorts.
Yeah, I about this old days of like Tank Abbott and all these guys. I used to love watching all that. I used to college and get it. Check it out.
Yeah, man. That's the dark days, the early days.
Those were cool.
No one knew what was going on. No one really knew what was effective. You saw some people were effective one way, and thought that's the way to go.
Yeah, it was kind of like when you were in high school, you just sneak out of the house and you watch Facebook Death.
Oh yeah,
it was like, this is a cool thing. It's like UFC.
Kids will never understand how difficult it was to see fucked up things when we were young. It was hard.
Really hard.
Yeah, try hard.
We didn't know older kids.
Know somebody in the city. Someone in some dark warehouse at a cop with some bizarre yard Betty video.
Some of those weird, no, it's just like, hey, you heard the guy car around and like find some weird wood pile.
I remember when we were kids, someone had a video, I think it was like a Born Had a Betty type video, like when ladies have sex with a bunch of animals. And one of us had to watch the door. So if we had a video that we playing in the basement, one of us had to go up to the top of the staircase and wait by the door so that no one could just open the door. So if they open the door, you would pretend like, oh, I was just coming through the door. So like you hold it out of the door so they can't get in. Like, oh, I'm sorry. And then the kids downstairs would hear that. They'd pop the tape out, pretend they're, playing a card or something. Sorry. But yeah, pop that fucking tape out quick. Because the mom caught you down there watching the chick blow a German Shepherd.
Yeah, that didn't have to.
And they were like real grainy, like copies of copies. Like two guys get together with two VCRs, we record tapes.
Oh yeah, all the weird, got the good stuff.
Yeah, the cables in the back.
Was that you live in the city growing up?
I lived in the suburbs. I lived in Newton, the suburb of Massachusetts.
Okay.
Boston.
Yeah. Did you live in New Jersey?
Yeah, that's where I was born.
Oh, so's my dad.
What part?
Hillside.
You seen all these UFOs in New Jersey lately?
No.
Yeah, like over the last few days, there's been this steady stream. The drones.
Oh, I did see something. I think you posted something about the drones or something, right?
I don't think I did.
Something like that.
But a lot of people have been. But they're not moving in an extraordinary way. They look like drones. They do. It just looks like a bunch of assholes thinks it's fun.
Right.
Put drones up everywhere. But now there's all this like weird mythology attached to it, where like the governor was saying sometimes as soon as we put eyes on them, they take off. But if I was a UFO, like if I was and I knew that a bunch of people people are trying to be smart asses.
Yeah.
And you put these drones in the sky, like the perfect time to do that.
Oh yeah.
These dipshits won't know the difference.
Yeah.
I don't have to use my coaching technology. Just fly over their head and you can assume this is more nonsense.
Dude, one of my buddies, probably weird to say, like he had a friend that sent him a video of some weird stuff going on in the desert, whatever. He went through, and then he showed it to me, and then it just disappeared. And he was like, the dude he was talking to said it disappeared, but then like, can you have a file that kind of self-destructs? Because it disappeared on his phone too. He's like, how do they take this off? They take this off. I don't know.
I've never heard of a file. Jamie, have you ever heard of a video file that self-destructs?
Or
That's like some
someone could,
Mission Impossible.
yeah, someone could chirp into it. Like it was wild.
Some of that, like this
Yeah.
is what we're destroyed.
Yeah,
30 seconds.
yeah, that was wild. Yeah, I wondered though, like, could they somehow backtrack it where it would have been shared?
Be problematic because they know you have access to things on your phone. I think
I doubt that's ever the
more likely would be they put like a time that someone could watch the video into the video where it's about. It's probably still fixable if someone still has it.
But this dude took the video
And
then
did it on his phone.
he did it on his phone and shared it. And then he said one day he just looked into it and looked at his phone, it was gone. Well, that could be. But my buddy's like, it's on my phone too. So,
Yeah, maybe it's hard too. It's hard to say. It might be real, but I've never heard of that happening, which I would assume that I would have heard of something like that.
Yeah.
Especially with the amount of people that I talk to that are
Right.
stuff you do.
I read on Reddit about a glitch in iOS 17 that might have made some people's videos randomly disappear. Importantly, which one
Right, and then they think it's the UFOs.
from this, sorry, this doesn't say anything about that. This is just like, why is this happening? It's happening to everybody else.
Okay, Google this. Is it possible to make a self-destructing video that only has a certain amount of plays in it?
that'd be,
Right? Like maybe you code it into the video that
yeah,
once this video plays for whatever 14 minutes, there's
Right.
14 minutes of play, it automatically
17
decodes itself.
Yeah,
You know, where it randomizes its because it's basically just information, right?
right.
Information viewed through a codec.
Does that like a site that's like a cyclical rate, like this many times?
Right.
Okay.
Because I know there's certain things like someone will send you something on Instagram, you can watch the video, but then can't go back and watch it again.
Right.
Yeah.
Or they send you a voice message and
Then it goes away. Yeah, that's how I've changed it. Send you a voice message. I go, like,
it's probably really good.
for him. Yeah, it's my move. That's not that paper trail. I don't even know like how much of that encrypted messaging stuff works. You know, I know Tucker was saying that he was organizing that meeting with Putin in Russia, and that the government called him up because they knew that he was meeting Putin because they had access to his signal. He was like, "What? You have access to? I didn't even know someone could get into my signal. I thought that was encrypted." Nope, didn't get it. So it's like, how much of this stuff is really, how much of it is really encrypted and protected, and how much would they even let you know? If they can break it, why would they even tell you?
Well, that's the whole point. So it's exactly what you would say that you couldn't do.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But that was, they fucking spilled the beans.
Right.
So once they spilled the beans, like I know a lot of people, including Elon Musk, are questioning Signal.
sure.
So I talked to someone in the government, and I said, what can you hand a signal? Like how does someone, is it, as long as the state actor knows the phone number is the answer. So all they have to do is know your phone number. So if they know your phone number, your signal,
You know the voice.
if you're, you know, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure they probably need to ask somebody if you could do it. It's probably not something they just do. But if an agent was like, let's someone talk to one father fish, let's see what he's thinking about those friends.
Yeah, and the opportunity to just decide subjectively if that's
Right.
the thing.
And then whatever you carry in your notes, and whatever is in your folders or your photos,
We got all kinds of things.
for sure. We got all this. Look at my They got dick pics. They got all of it. They have everything. It's like there's no way around that. I think that's a myth. The idea that somehow or another you could have some sort of a protection from that happening today.
Yeah.
Are you making phone calls? You are. Okay. Are you on a network? Are you on Wi-Fi? Are you like? I think you're fucked.
Yeah, you would have to think so.
Yeah.
You have to think there's enough back doors and alleged probable causes or however someone wants to spin it.
Well, that's also how they got Huawei from the United States. Because I remember, I'm a bit of a phone nerd, and back in the day, Huawei had the best phones. Their phones were like way more advanced than some of the American Android phones were coming out. They had incredible cameras, like big battery life, and, like crazy zoom possibilities. And I was looking to get this new Huawei phone.
Sure.
And then Huawei got banned from the United States. And I was like,
what was that? Didn't think it's bad, man. Makes you really start questioning.
it does, but when they kind of all agreed, there was very little pushback that there was real security problems with these phones, and not just phones, but network devices, routers, different components that have third-party entrants. So it was they had capability of accessing information that's being transferred back and forth on a network through these routers. And then people are like, hey, why is that? Yeah. And then they realize, oh, the Chinese government is in complete cahoots with Huawei. Like, if you own a company like Huawei, you're down with the government. That's how you stay in business. But you can't be some rebel out there operating on your own, making billions of dollars, creating,
Yeah, well, you had Mike Bennett. Was it Ben's?
Yeah.
That was a wonderful one. It's great. Holy crap. Yeah, it's someone that passed a couple of my buddies. Actually, it was the same buddy that gave me the Yuri Bezmenov video that I gave you.
Videos changed my mind.
Right? Yeah.
When you first sent me that, you're the first guy that we really we played that on this podcast
all the time. I know you were in your house.
Yeah. When you played me that, I was like, holy shit, this is exactly what happened.
Yeah. I gave it to Jack Carr and Evan Paper too.
There's no way that was like he just guessed it.
Right. Yeah. Right. You're like, I'm going to put this next baseball into the third mile up the thing. Wow, that was cool.
Fourth seat from the left.
Go back and look. So, buddy mine that's in that world, he gave that to me before. So he told me, he's like, this keeps getting deleted. And he kind of gives me the whole briefing on it. Yeah, YouTube, he's like, if you take it down. Yeah. I think, honestly, prior to you and Evan and Jack and guys like that, it was not easy to find. I think you guys just changed the algorithm, which is pretty neat.
But that doesn't make any sense because I'm pretty sure we just found it on
He told me multiple times, he's like, they've taken this down often.
Well, it's not taken.
Sure. But I know some of my buddies that were in the teams and stuff like that, who were like, oh, I remember seeing this back in 95 when I was 2 bucks. And I got maybe it was Green Team, but they were in the early days. Like, oh, I haven't seen this video forever. And they kind of watched me like, oh my gosh, like you're kind of getting all back on that. But he was giving me, I can't remember where I was going with this, but he was giving me some insight, about the beds. And it was interesting. I said, hey, did you check this out? He's like, yeah, it's like, I was ready for my briefings. Interesting.
My band
Some weird stuff.
Crazy recall too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he just no notes, just spitting out all the information right off the top of his head.
You've had some amazingly impactful guests. Like I'm not trying to blow you up, but like I'm sure you know the impact that you've had on the world, which is probably really wild. It's pretty weird. Pretty weird, right?
Pretty weird that we didn't try.
That's the best part about it, right?
That's the weirdest part. It was all an accident. So 100%. Like I just felt like this is what I should do. I should start a podcast, and then I should keep doing it, even when it was totally non-profitable for like 5 years. I was like, I like that. I should keep doing it.
That's how all the good stuff is.
Yeah,
it's like you're passionate about it. I want to go do this thing. Ed and I talked. It's like, hey, I make brown water. I'm like, I make steel rectangles. It's weird. I don't know why we decided to do it,
but once you figure out a thing that you're really passionate about, then you will become successful if you just keep following. But the thing about the podcasting was I managed to keep the same spirit of just doing what I enjoy doing.
Yes.
Like if I could just have conversations with people with no phones to sit, and especially if I could get a scientist to sit in here explain things to me for 3 hours, I would have always been interested in doing that. But you can't do that. You won't do it.
Right.
You have to become friends with them, and you can only be friends with so many of them. And then you have to fly to them.
Yeah,
and spend all time.
Yeah. Like you create a honey trap here. You're like, hey, I'll bring you in here and talk to you.
As long as you guarantee other people are going to listen, people won't talk about anything. So sure. Why? If that's the way you can guarantee that you get them to come, as long as other people can hear it.
Right.
So it's books.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah, that's great.
But it's just genius that I just appreciate the illumination on good ideas. Like, I love that there's people right, left people like this, this way. That is so refreshing.
It's good for all of us.
It is.
It's good to hear people even that you don't agree with.
Of course.
As long as it's nice. As long as that's my place. I don't want to argue with anybody and get in fucking screaming matches. There's some people that are there, like we were talking about earlier. That's how they get engagement, by constantly getting these stupid. That's why they have those shows like Pierce Morgan. I've seen that, where there's like 4 people on the show, and they all yell over each other, and they're all remote. No one's there. It's like, it sounds horrible. It's horrible. You don't find out nothing. If you could sit down with someone, even if you disagree with them, and just let them talk, you could have a conversation. Find out why they think the way they do. You don't have to fight them. Just like ask them, what is it about this thing?
Yeah, candid and curious. Right? Yeah. Candid as in, I'll actually tell you what I think, and curious, I'll actually care what you think.
Yeah, and I always try to think through it. If someone's talking to me about a certain thing, like I will, people are, oh, you agree with anything. Like, I kind of will if I can try to see things through your head, and I'll try to steal that for you. Like, if someone is saying something, and I go, okay, so you're saying it, but if it's preposterous, I'll stop it. Because of this. Like, I can see that you haven't thought this through, or you didn't know about that, or how could you say this when this is possible? Like, how do you manage it?
So people would push back with kind of love, right? Because the disagreement doesn't have to be dismissive.
No.
And when it does, that's the opposite of love and respect.
Yeah.
No, I don't like you. Well, that's cancer.
Especially if people get shouty, argue. It's like there's a way to do it where you can just talk about stuff and not be dismissive of someone. I've been seeing so many people do it, whether they have their opinion, like Bill Maher, and dismiss something someone saying instantaneously as they're in the middle of explaining. So it's kind of a sparring thing. You're trying to win rather than trying to just have a conversation.
Try to see if they're like flinches.
Yeah, you're shutting down. You're shutting down things you think you're calling bullshit. It's also a lack of patience, right? Because sometimes you have to have patience to let someone express themselves fully before you disagree, which is really important. Because sometimes someone will begin to express themselves and I disagree, but then they'll take it around and give me some nuance and some understanding of how they came to their opinion. And I'm like, okay, so I see how you see that. Yeah, and so it's more important for you for this than it is to acknowledge that. Like, yes, okay, I understand. So when did you decide that was? And then I want to go like, I want to know: are you a real thinker, or are you a person who has adopted a conglomeration of ideas that comes along with an ideology? So there's really smart people that have done that, and they might not even know they've done that until you call them, and then you find like where's trans kids. There's like occasionally, there's a segment like makes sense of this. You make sense, right?
Yeah, follow upstream to the source.
Make sense of this, and let's acknowledge what a kid is. I want to know how vulnerable you think children are. First of all, I want to know if you have any. Second of all, I want to know how malleable and suggestible, like how open to suggestion are children in your eyes. I want to know how. Do you think kids should be able to get tattoos? Do you think kids should be able to get married at 5? Do you think kids should, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Do you think they should be, what do you think that they can control and not control? Do you even understand children, or are you sacrificing them and their future, these kids you don't even know, for your ideology, for your ideological position that's like cult-like? And then you find out about people that think they're intelligent until they're confronted with these like insurmountable ethical dilemmas.
Right. A similar one to, let's say, someone who eats meat but hates hunting.
Yes.
You're like, you could hate, you could not want to do it,
Yes.
but there's still a killing murder at some point, and you could either be a part of that or just not outsource
Yeah.
and be okay.
Well, it's also that's a cultural thing too, right? Like there's a lot of people in the UK that don't like hunting.
Yeah.
And they eat meat. And they'll tell you. Like my wife was having a conversation with dinner with a bunch of people. I was out hunting. And this guy was eating steak. He's like, that's deplorable. She's like, where do you think that came from? Yeah, this is so stupid. Like you're literally carving a steak while you're saying it's deplorable that someone's out hunting. Like we eat those animals.
And what is generally, and I've had this conversation a number of times as well, and generally if folks are candid, curious, and respectful, you can kind of bring that up, right?
Yes.
Have you had someone that really just dug with you and said,
No, never really in person. But online.
that listen to a cows come out?
But I feel like most people, this is why talking online sucks.
Yeah.
Most people are good people. I really believe that. Even if they're like trapped in the bullshit and wrapped up in their own head. Most people are good.
If given the chance to.
Yeah. You kind of help them along. You kind of help them along. You help each other along. Like part of our argument is you.
Sure.
Like it's I know that there's arguments that I've been in my life that I could have. If I was more skillful with conversation. And I know that I have a lot of arguments, especially now as a smaller person than I was when I was younger. I'm better at it. I'm better at just like not biting on some bullshit, passive aggressive, stupid thing that some guy says. When I was young, if somebody got passive aggressive with me, I'm like, hey, fuck you. Like, let's just go to
where's that going?
Let's just go to 10. Yeah, I don't like how you're talking. Like, I'm not going to sit here at this stupid party and pretend you're not a cunt. And, there's been many times where, I got dragged out of a situation before. Yeah, because I'm like, I'm just.
It's got a beautiful voice. Did you say that?
Hey guys, do you know who Cher is? Do you know who Chaz Bono is? Shout out to Chaz. Look at that. Look at that. This is going to be the worst. Island Nation Asia. Well, it really depends, folks. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much for the opportunity. That was absolutely beautiful. Yes, I am Rabbi Rothschild. This is Cher. I'd like to turn back time. If I could turn back time, then I can find a way. I take back those words that hurt you, and you stay. I don't know why I did the things that I did. I don't know why I said the things I said. Rise like a knife, get not deep inside. Words are like weapons, they wound sometimes. I didn't really mean to hurt you. I didn't want to see you go. I made you cry. Maybe I could turn back time. If I could find a way, I could back those words that hurt you. You'd stay. If I could reach the stars, I give them all to you. And you love me like you used to do. Turn back time, the shadow that was torn apart. Like some sleeping night when it's over deep in my heart. When you look at the door, I swore I didn't care. But I lost everything, darling, better than that. When you tell you I was sorry. You kind have to tell you I was one. I know I was one. Darling, if I could turn back time, if I could find a way, I'd take back those words that hurt you. If you stay, if I could reach the stars, I'd bring them all to you. And you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, if I could turn back time, oh, yeah. I didn't want to see it go. I know that I could cry, but babe, I could turn back time. If I could find a way to back those words that hurt you, if I could reach the stars, I'd give them all to you. And you love me like you used to do. If I could turn back time, if I could find a way, that was shares. If I could turn that time. Thank you so much for the opportunity to say. Yeah. You know, I can see. worse. Shit.
You're a piece of shit. Like, I don't know what you are.
Yeah.
You're just a shitty person who likes to throw jabs at people when I'm just trying to be nice.
Yeah, and you also know in your pocket you know a lot of physical things. It could be
That helps. That definitely helps. But it also it helps that I know that I'm being nice. So if I'm nice to you and you're being a cunt to me, and I'm trying to be nice to you again, you're just thinking that you can just get away with this. And that's what I would like to go, hey, fuck you. And you see that look in their face like, oh no. Yeah, oh no. You've gone to fuck you land. Yeah. Yeah, and by the way, emotional pain is something that people think they can get a free slap. They think they can just get off on you and hit you with emotional pain. Like, if we're playing this let's hurt each other game, how about I just fuck you up? Yeah. Like, how about that? How about I just decide, well, I'll spend the night in jail? How about that? How about fuck you? You know, it's like that's what you're doing emotionally. You're trying to create abusive pain. You're absolutely being abusive. Yes. And some people make a habit of like demeaning people to their face, and they think they can get away with it. It's a really shitty practice.
I do appreciate the people who physically commit to that. Like, I've never really been like, yeah, you know, I'll do what I need to do, right? But I've never been like, I don't know what I had a couple days I'm not proud of because I kind of went ahead and hit that throttle. Yeah, but in some days, unfortunately, you're not in an emotional state, and sometimes it is avoidable if you don't do it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Like sometimes it is avoidable. I'm so much better with that.
Yeah.
When I was 25, I didn't understand that you don't have to do this.
Yeah, I've expressed my emotional immaturity many times. I could really take it out of the way. You know, think, man, not that sideways.
It's also like you could go terrible. It's terrible. I mean, things happen in zero. You can't believe what they did. And then all of a sudden someone's dead. That happens every day in America.
I've had a couple of close ones that you just kind of everyone walks away because you can like, it's like what was that movie like? Sherlock Holmes. Remember when you could see the situations and he like pauses it and you can see like, and when you like pauses and you're like, this would happen, this would happen, this would happen, and then you're like, oh, there's a dead guy. You back it up and like, glad that didn't happen. Okay, bye.
Yeah, bye. Just walk away. You have to learn that. And the problem with young guys is, first of all, their brain's not fully formed. They're impulsive. They do wild things. And then if they feel like they're being slighted, they feel like to be a man, because they want to be a man, you have to do something about it.
Well, it's the number one question every man has. Every man has the same question. And like, wow, that's the woman, right? And every woman goes, her question is, do you see me? It's exactly it. Do you see me? And the man says, oh my goodness. That's why there's sport. That's why there's fighting. That's why people try to make money. That's why they try to flex on each other. It's the little boy inside all this going, am I good?
Yeah. And then there's the people that get past that, and then it becomes this ultimate challenge. Like the ultimate challenge of life is the most difficult puzzle to solve.
Yes.
And you can solve it above and beyond all these other psychopaths. So you're competing with all these other people that are very much like you, but what separates you from them is the work that you put in, that discipline, drive, mindset, whatever it is you can find that gives you that edge to pull ahead from all these other people that are very, very competitive as well, doing the same thing. Right? With men, they feed off each other.
They feed
like a West Side Barbell.
Yeah. And then when you're wondering that, and then when someone questions, it's publicly questions in front of your boys or whatever. It's like, no, I'll show you what I do. I'll do something stupid right now. You know,
especially someone who's just a walking dead man with a mouth. Right? Someone who knows they can't defend themselves. They just feel comfortable doing that publicly because they think they're being protected by society.
That's the worst. Yeah, this actual false state of security. Like, man, we're in the jungle right now. You know what I mean?
When women get mouthy with men, like, don't do that. When I think I was 16 or 17 years old, I was in high school, and there was this kid that moved into the neighborhood, came from Iran, and his family had a lot of money. And so they had this big, I think it was in Beach, I forget what it was, but it was a really nice neighborhood. Yeah. And this kid had this giant fucking house on this huge lawn. So he decided to have a party. So this is how he's going to make friends. He just moved here from another country. Right? So he has a party. And kids from every fucking high school came to this party. And I was at the party with a bunch of my friends. And I was walking up the staircase. I'll never forget this. So I'm walking up the staircase, and then, so it's like right there in front of me. Yeah. I can't remember what the girl did. She either slapped this guy or she threw a drink in his face. I can't remember which one it was. But I remember he uncorked a right hand like Roberto Duran. This dude threw a right hand like he knew how to punch. Because I knew that punch, so I watched. I'm like, oh, good mechanics. Just like this, just hit her on the chin. Her head snaps back. A guy catches her. She goes out, and then it's dead. It's dead. I mean, people are fighting left and right. There's people fighting in the stairwell. I had to run out. There's piles of guys out on the lawn. It spread like a disease. It was like, no, how did you decide to hit this guy because of that? It was screaming and then screaming. So there were people screaming at the people screaming. There's people fighting the people that were screaming. It was the wildest thing. It was like a disease ran through the house like that, like World War Z. Everybody like, and I managed to not have any fights. A couple of my friends got in fights. Like one of the better fighters there. But I was never interested in street fighting. I'm like, let him get out of here. I know what this is. This sure. I understand danger. Yeah. So I got out there, and but I'll never forget that. That girl thought she could hit that guy or do whatever she did. Forget what she thought. I wish I could remember that quality. All I remember, because it's like 30, how many years ago? 40 years ago? Oh my God, it's 40 years ago. Yeah. So it was like this. I mean, just fucking, I'll never forget that, man. Horrible to laugh at it because she forgot a lot of things that night. She definitely forgot to listen to the third grade. Yeah, she was probably like, that's me. But for sure, her broken face. I mean, he hit her so hard, and her head snapped back. Just snapped, like she had no idea she was going to get punched by a big guy who knew how to punch. He was like, hey, fuck you. Like, just got the wrong guy with like 3 Millers in him. And he just, probably not the first time that guy. Probably not the first guy he hit, Jack. Yeah. Because the way he did it was like, he didn't slap her. He didn't slap her. That's a scary one. He could have just slapped her or pushed her or something. He didn't have to KO her. But there's women that think that they could just go up to a guy and yell because they're protected by society. There's fucking psychos out there. It just goes back to be nice. Yeah, be nice. Be nice. But there's like, you motherfucker, I'll fucking kill you. Hey. I've been backed up a couple of times with that on our chest, and it's like, all right. And you're like backed against the car, like at a tailgate or something. You're like, yeah. And when you say don't touch me, it gets hot, and then it's like they might just touch you because you said don't touch me, and like I'm telling you, don't touch me, and then you have to touch them, and then you're assaulting me. Like no, you're still talking, so I haven't assaulted you. Like if I assaulted you, this would be over super quick. Right, so let's not do that. Yep, that happened to me in DC. I was walking with my wife, and it's during when everything was popping off. Big time. Big time. People know real. And we're walking through it. Of course, truth be told, I'm walking through. My wife looks like a Viking also. We're walking through DC during the height of everything. No mask was. I'm outside. I'm solving individuals through that. And a whole chattering group of a certain population of scientific. And so they're and I just said, I'm not going to stop walking, please. F you, F this, F that. And just, you did nothing. I literally was walking across, and they were 40 yards from me, ran across the street to come yell at me like a bark. They ever seen like a bear or a wild boar gets like bayed by dogs, and they're all like, woof, woof, woof. Yeah. And we're just walking. It's like, okay, please. And we're trying to get to my hotel. There's a cop because they boarded everything up. So everything was crazy. It was like the 4 big groups were all doing the deal that weekend. And my hotel's right. Sorry, I said, sir, I think I really want to do this. Like in there, everyone has their cameras out. So a big guy's going to smoke somebody, right? And there's a whole deal. And then finally, one of them was choking at me. She fell down, tripped over something. I helped her up.
Because that's what you do. And then get your hands on this. Can I please? Like, this is the thing. So, and then they played music all night till 7 in the morning, right side right, just to make sure that it was a
Right.
wonderful time.
Fun times.
It was a great time.
Whatever happened to Law and Order? Why did people think that was a good thing? Why? There were so many goofy motherfuckers that didn't want people mad at them, so they started yelling out to defund the police. They started getting on board with it. Even Kamala Harris posted defund the police. Like, I mean, defund the police on Twitter.
Yeah, like, when is it a good idea to, like, kind of cancel anyone? Like, it's like, besides, like, someone that hurts children, like, after that, kind of do what you want to do, right? Well, that's not even cancel.
That was just people had decided that there was an enemy out there. I say this, that, like, protests are too much like war. You're on the ground, and you're marching around with a bunch of people yelling, you all have a cause, but you're all moving as one group. It's too much like war. I think there's triggers. That's why mob mentality exists. Because you got to be able to kill people if some shit's going down if you're at war. Because right. Here's some mode that people snap into. It's called mob mentality. Why does it exist? It exists because at certain points in history, we have gone to war with other groups of people on the ground. And I think that's built into your psyche. And I think it's just like catching a fish. You know how you catch a fish? Like, if no one's ever caught a fish before, you catch it. You get so excited. I think it's because your brain is hardwired to know that fish is going to feed you.
Yes.
And that's why it's exciting. And you're hardwired to know that if you're yelling and you meet an opposing group, those are the bad people. You're looking for people that are opposing groups because you've got power. There's a bunch of them. Yeah, you're a bunch of people. And you find that fucking white guy with a beard. And you're like, he's the enemy. It was wild. It was wild. But it was like an open door to this psyche that has always existed. The mob mentality has always been a thing. And if you open that door and you allow it to stay open, and you don't do something to close it, law and order, you have fucking madness. You have madness. And we have that. We have that on the streets. In certain places in this country, for months at a time, it was fucking chaotic.
Yeah, it was actually pretty cool. That world was cool. But during my town, they started burning stuff and everything like that. My sheriff is a friend of mine. Really shut that fast. So, you know that? So, someone threw a brick, they got semi-masked for the feedback. Period. First time. I go, how long did that take us? Yeah, that problem sense. So he perfect. He's like, you know,
And that's kind. It's being kind.
yeah, exactly.
Being kind.
Yeah, a severe punishment. Yeah, really fast generally trains people pretty quickly. And then there's like our town back to being cool. Everyone's like,
Yeah, there's no reason for it. It's just, it's crazy how quickly it all boiled over. There was all these events happening together at the same time, right? The COVID, the lockdowns, the anger. Everybody got real weird because everybody was just locked in their home for months at a time. And then the George Floyd thing, the public outrage, just down on the street. And then people were encouraging and funding it. There were certain groups that were encouraging and organizing it. They got money for people to do it. And they have pallets of bricks that were conveniently located on the street. All that stuff's real.
oh yeah. Yeah, no, we saw that. It was remarkable to see it in real time.
That's what's crazy how my parents lay out how it all is going down. You think, oh, it's all organic. People are fed up. No, there's a bunch of people that are profiting off of this.
Yes.
They want this to take place. They want to be able to push new laws through. They want to be able to grip tighter control on censorship, or tighter. Social media companies have to pay. They're responsible for this. No, you fucking funded it. You fucking funded it with tax money that was filtered through NGOs. You suckers. You guys are a part of this. You want this to happen.
Right. That's where everyone's just like, everyone just pause.
Yeah.
Just like pump the brakes. If it feels like, what's that song by I made? I can't remember, but it speeds up the beat. That's what it felt like the last 4 years, especially during 2020. So this is the end of that paranoid around West. And it just sped up, and you're like, oh, is this how the end of the story goes, like, as in humanity?
It could be.
Yeah.
I think we got a taste of what's possible, but I also think, I think it was horrible. Anybody who lost someone, anybody where it all went down, I think it's horrible. Don't get me wrong. But I also think we're lucky. Yes, because we got to see it. It's horrible if you lost your business. It's horrible if you got forced to get vaccinated. It's horrible. All those things are horrible. But we got to see how many people are fucking killed. We got to see how many people fold as soon as there's any sort of external pressure from either their surround or how many people got forced into it, got their job. We got to see that. And we got to see how there are unscrupulous groups in power that will coerce people to do things that are not scientific, they're not ethical, they're not moral, if they can profit off of it. And we got to see that they will use you as a human fucking ATM machine, and they will figure out a way to maximize the profits and maximize the control. So now we know. So now you can't think that the world is some sort of 1950s movie where the good guys wear the white hats, the bad guys wear the black hats. You gotta realize, like, there's a lot of human interest shit going on. And humans have a certain interest in getting control of money and people, and they do it whenever they can. If they can do it through the guise of being progressive and kind, or if they can do it through the guise of, whatever, pull yourself up by your bootstrap, but whatever it is, they find a way to rationalize these very specific patterns of behavior that the founding fathers of this country fought against. When they created the Bill of Rights and they created the Constitution, they did all that knowing that these human nature, these human instincts exist.
Yeah, it'll keep charting back down to this eventually. It's like, hold on, people are people, and people are people stuff.
And every time they pass something like the Patriot Act or the Patriot Act 2, they just chip away at that. They're chipping away at that. And it's their job to do that in their mind. Right? It shouldn't be. Because there's not enough oversight with them. That's the problem. It's like, this is the whole concept of the deep state, which was always like such a stupid conspiracy theory for the longest time. Like, oh, you're worried about the deep state. Until you are. Until you're like, dude, it's real. Oh my God. How did that kid get on that roof? How did he walk around with a fucking rangefinder? Like we were talking about before. Rangefinders? Yeah. That's why you use those folks for fucking shooting people. He's not golfing. The whole thing was nuts. And we were all just sitting there going, oh, the deep state's real. Like, oh, someone did something here. How did his apartment get professionally scrubbed? Are there a team of people that are actually organizing something like this? Has this happened before? Why don't they release the Kennedy files? He died how many fucking years ago? 63?
Yeah.
That's 61 years ago. How about you release that?
Okay. Or,
hey, how about you guys release that?
Yeah, or there's maybe a reason.
Yeah.
Do you think that's what's, I mean, do you think
61 years ago?
That's good.
But maybe she's putting another 60.
It makes sense, right?
You are, yeah.
I've thought about that. I want to know. I want to see why I see. I want to see the Epsteins, the Diddy's, the Castro.
Jelson's first day one.
Let's go.
That's what he says. If they get him in there,
What's that?
oh man, that's good. If you want to, you know something he want to do? He would close Langley and make it a museum of the deep state. This is the first thing he said he would do. And then just reorganize everything and say, now go back to chasing criminals. Yeah. Stop attacking the fucking citizens. Stop spying on people, you fucking weirdos.
I'm so pumped about him, Tulsi, and like, there's just such an awesome group of people that are certainly interesting.
I'm even excited about the way Trump is doing interviews now. Like it's like he's become like a wiser person in interviews. He did this interview with this lady from, I think it was NBC. The recent one he did was over now. But even when he was talking to her, she was saying things. It's like, you would be so much better if you weren't so biased. So he said to her, it's like a kind way of saying it.
He always had that, but he's just so intelligent. He's playing different cards at different times.
I think he's realizing that part of the problem is not just the resistance that he faced, but his reaction to the resistance. And he still slips. Sometimes he tweets out, I hate Taylor Swift. Which I thought was hilarious. I couldn't stop laughing when I saw that. I just love irrational tweeters.
Right. And you know, just like the incoming president, it was just dump on somebody.
Well, he wasn't winning yet. I think he was freaking out. I honestly think he was freaking out. Yeah, because they were doing a psyop. And they were all of a sudden making it seem like Kamala Harris was the dream that we'd always been looking for. And they were tricking people who recognized that she was an unpopular vice president just 3 weeks ago, and everybody was all of a sudden on board, and that spun around fast. Jesus, it was wild. But that was another thing. Like, if you can learn from it, look, we got through it. It didn't work, but you should learn that the government will organize to do that to protect their position of power. Because here's what's up: the people that are in power. No, we're not saying they're evil. I'm not saying anything bad about them. The people in the administration that they're corrupt, they're all going to lose their jobs. Okay, or they keep their jobs. So if they can keep their jobs, what's the way we keep our job? The way we keep our job is we present her as the best option possible. Even if they don't think that's true, if they have a vested interest, we're talking about thousands of people that are in control of these very organizations that were going after social media, and we're getting them to take down factual information because it was dangerous to the narrative. So they have already shown that they don't have ethics. They have already shown that they don't give a fuck about freedom of speech and the First Amendment. What they want is to keep their fucking job and keep power. And also, not get in trouble for some of the shit they did that was which we wouldn't even know about if Elon didn't buy Twitter.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think the Elon back Twitter was like that.
It's a game changer. The fork in the road for civilization.
Yeah, it's wild to think.
Mark Andreessen said there's two forks in the road. There's one, Elon buys Twitter, and two, Trump turns his head and doesn't get shot. Those are the two. Yeah. If those two things don't happen, who fucking knows where we are?
I don't disagree. And you look at those both scenarios, are both like one in a million. Like, how would Trump turns his head? Like, that's wild. Right. But then, like, how would a guy like Elon exist? First of all, in our lifetime.
Right.
What are the odds? What are the odds, right? That has the vehicle of Twitter, or you know, and all the things line up.
Not just as the vehicle, has so much fuck you money. Right. Is willing to blow $44 billion on something that's worth $200 billion, maybe. So, or rather, $20 billion, maybe. Right. So one of the things that, like, this narrative, like, he's such a bad businessman. Twitter is worth $20 billion less than when he purchased it. No, it's never worth that much. He overpaid for it. Right. He overpaid it on purpose. Yeah, no. Yeah, knowing that. He just wanted to take control of this fucking thing that has always been so important to us, which is the First Amendment.
Yes.
Like, here's my favorite. People keep saying, I keep saying this for people that go over to Blue Sky. They keep saying, what Elon's done is highlight right-wing voices and accentuate right-wing, and Twitter is overrun by right-wing now. No. This is actually representative of the real country, which is 50-50. This is what you never had before, because conservative voices were always censored. So now, conservative voices and progressive voices coexist, and the progressive voices, who are the babies, don't like it, because now they have people that think completely different from them, and they can't stop them. They used to silence them. You used to not be able to say anything about certain things. You would get kicked off, and now you could fully express yourself. Sure. And you're finding out, there's people you agree with, there's people you disagree with. That is the world. The world is not some fucked up echo chamber where if you say, a man is never a woman, you get banned for life. That happened to my friend Megan Miller. She got banned for life because she said a man is never a woman, which is biologically true. But they were like, no, that's transphobic. For life. Forever. Bye. So they don't want any narrative contrary to what they have accepted as doctrine. And that's what's so fucked up.
Remaining dogmatic in the face of alternative information.
And pushed by the government. This is what's really important.
Again, that's where we kind of look back. Something is being pushed by anyone.
Right.
Follow the money, follow the track. Like,
why? So they're doing it under the guise of being progressive. So this is why they think it's worth doing. It's like, if you can allow the government to censor you under the guise of them being on the good side, then you're lost. Because then you've bought into this nonsense. And you have, if you just looked at it objectively, you have people that are still supporting military industrial complex, like still supporting overthrowing democratically elected governments in other countries. Still the same shit that you hated about the right. And that same government, you've let them into your home and let them control this most important platform of free speech in the world. Because you think they're doing it for your side, which is good. It's a good thing. You know, they're drone bombing people. Yeah, but they don't give a fuck about This is so stupid. They're just trying to stay in power. And they knew that they were going to lose power if that Hunter Biden laptop got out. They're like, we're fucked. This could cost us 10 million votes.
And the wild part is, I guess because it's after the fact, but it doesn't seem like that whole thing really changed the scoreboard. Maybe I could be
The
wrong.
Hunter Biden laptop.
I mean,
I think that
I don't think enough people were talking about it.
if they were, first of all, where do people find out things? Most people are not finding out things from newspapers.
No.
They're finding out things from social media. And if you can block it on social media,
Yeah,
you know,
of course. There's so many things I talk to people about. It's like in our world, like just everyone knows this stuff. And I'll talk to people just on the street where they have no idea. And that's where I started going, oh, there's different narratives being spun to different algorithmic groups because we're all in the Truman Show, our own little Truman Show. And we all think that we know what's going on. And I'm like, hey guys, we all have a different scoreboard somehow that's been put up. So like, let's just question the scoreboard.
And we're not communicating with people. And this is the problem with these people that wanted all the right voices banned from Twitter. Like, hey guys, that's bad for you. It's bad for you.
Yes.
And it's bad for your own objectivity, your own understanding of the world. You need to, even if someone's wildly incorrect, if they're wildly wrong, like, you need to be able to know that people do think that way. It's good for you.
Yeah, make a good point. Like, let's listen. Yeah. I enjoy talking to people all over. Like, question for yourself. I stupidly got into some DMs with like people just like, they're like, hey, I'm just like, oh, I'll ride the ride. You know, and I'll ask questions and this and that and the other, but it's very illuminating. Oh, you're looking at a totally different scoreboard, a totally different game clock, a whole different thing. And it makes me at least question myself. You know, well, maybe I'm watching. I'm the crazy one. Maybe I'm.
No, they're just a Cowboys fan. They're a Cowboys fan. The Cowboys can do no wrong.
Right.
And you're like, fuck you, I'm great.
It's like, whatever it is, show you guys.
That's what it is. It's teams for people who don't believe it's sports. And that's politics.
That's
for a lot of those fuckers. A lot of those fuckers are not into sports. And they're, see,
competition.
I've always been super reluctant to the whole team thing in the first place because when I stopped playing baseball and I started fighting, one of the reasons why I did it was like, I didn't like that little Billy could drop the ball and I'm a fucking loser.
Oh, I get it.
I didn't like that.
I get it.
I like to rely on myself. Like,
I never played a team sport.
The most relying on myself to me was like fighting. I was like, we're the same weight. There's no trickery. You're at 3, 2, 1, go. You know, you're like, are you ready? Are you ready? Go. It was like so simple. And you're like, this is what I'm looking for.
Yep.
This is like competition that makes sense to me.
Yep.
And this idea of like joining a group of people and all of their opinions you have to agree with, like, that's horrendous. Like that, like, what are the odds they're going to be right? What are the odds? Even in fighting, so many people are so wrong in their ideas. There's guys in the gym that I hear them giving advice like, you don't need submission, you should one-on-one submission defense. Like, what are you talking about? Don't tell him that. Like, you should shut the fuck up. Like, this guy's a trained fighter in a gym. So he's telling people, you just need submission defense. Like, no. No, you need to learn how to do it so you can even defend it correctly.
Just even know what's out there. That's like listening to the other side.
Right.
It's like, hey, tell me why you believe X, Y, and Z. What I think is absurd. But yeah, dude, oh wow. Okay, well now I realize you're crazy, but at least I know.
It's also like, who are you training with where you don't think that works? You know, like, why don't you go train with Fabrizio Guglielmi and tell me you should learn your guard? You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking nonsense. You're saying something from this very narrow-minded perspective. Like, oh, learn skills. Like, no, you should learn the whole thing. Right. And if you can't learn the whole thing, you're in the wrong game. Because these kids that are coming up, guarantee that. I watch some of these kids that are coming up in the amateur ranks and the kids that are fighting in the UK and they're going to make their way in the UFC. These motherfuckers are complete. And they're like 18. Some of these kids that are fighting in 1FC, they're like 17, 18 years old, and they're complete. They can do everything. Like, you better learn how to do everything.
Yeah, you're going to meet that guy.
Yeah, that guy's out there. And otherwise, you're in the wrong game. Right? If you're giving advice saying you don't need to learn that, like, oh,
no, that's a good, look, if you ever give advice to someone who doesn't need to expand their advice, it's like, what's just wrong?
Right, but imagine that guy's a coach. And imagine you have a team. And everyone in the team has to believe in submissions. That's just right. And then you get trapped with all these meatheads and things. It's all about pound and pound. And then you get triangled every weekend. You're like, I'm tired of getting triangled.
Yeah, well, it's this thing, tribalism strength conditioning too. You either got guys are like, oh, all the powerlifting needs is all you got. Bench squat. Right. It's like all the other guys that are Olympic lifters, they got to snatch, clean, jerk, and everything else is stupid. And you're like, okay, guys. And I used to joke, I was like, I could look at your shoes and I could tell you what tribe you're in and what music you probably listen.
What are those shoes that the Converse All Stars? A lot of guys live with those.
Because Bobby West,
That's a hardcore dude.
he's a hardcore dude. He's going to run also. He's going to run Converse. He's going to box squat. He's going to do some of that.
Why was the Converse making all star with a wide toe box?
Because
Because I try to lift in Converse, my kids are stupid.
they're hard. They're
Yeah.
hard, dude.
They're like a wide toe box.
Yeah.
I got Evo barefoot.
Yeah.
But Converse are good because they're flat. There's not a lot of. There's no
Well,
push
it depends on what you're doing, right? Because your heels are elevated, it's actually a better situation for squat.
Right.
Well, if you're lucky, cliff, you can be closer, so you want the heels elevated with a flexible toe. And that's what you look and like, oh, okay, well, this is what you're doing. And then I kind of laugh, like the guys with cross trainers are usually just dudes that do a whole bunch of crap and they're doing plyos and dancing around and whatever. But there's always like these little tribal things. Like if you're this person, you're wearing Chucks and listening to Pantera.
Yeah.
Like it's just part of it. And it's always funny.
Right. Some people think you have to lift heavy. You don't lift heavy with pussy.
Oh, are you have to music with like 8,000 decibels to lift them?
Yeah. And slap your fucking thighs and scream.
That makes sense.
So throw the car.
Oh, I've done the
Smelly
smelling quarters.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure. It's a good one, huh? Right? Quite better than that.
It's not even that fresh. Yeah, it's not even fresh.
That's worse.
That's Jujubukus. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are an unlicensed promoter of this brand.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we used to do the little capsules in Drake, but that's a whole different animal.
Yeah, that's just real.
That's
Yeah.
a whole chard.
So
Yeah.
these potent perfumes that come out are so strong. When you have a sealed bag, you can smell on the outside of the bag, and when you open the bag, you have a sealed bottle.
You're just waiting.
Just the smell from opening the bag is
Yeah. No, I
what does it do? Does that really help you? Have you ever tried to lift before that? And then
it just snaps the central nervous system. Feel like, when you're passed out,
does it
right?
make you a little stronger? You think?
Or mad. More mad. I mean, that's good. And cross motor movements, squats, deadlifts. I used to call it deadlifts were just called that.
They used to have the strongest man competitions all the time on ESPN. Right? Those dudes were so by the cars. It was hard.
Yes, the so cool. Yeah, the big stones and the stuff. Oh, so great. Yeah, I watched them all the time in the 90s. And actually, my dad was in 1980 at the Playboy Club. He was with Bill Kazmaier and he did the silver dollar deadlift. What's the silver dollar? He had like 900 something pounds in these like clear boxes, and they were filled with silver dollars. One of those super cool ones. It's like an iconic lift, and Pops was like hanging out with his guys. And it was funny because there's like an old picture. I'm pretty sure he was obviously training. I think he was partying pretty hard too. Straight off of a ripper, and I was like, man, these are awesome. They were like, they looked like riding the it was awesome.
Yeah, they were just learning things. The pioneer days, basically.
It was so cool.
You always knew that if you were watching Strongest Man, the dude's name was Magnus.
Yeah. Yeah.
This
is the Magnuson and Samuelson versus Sons involved.
One of those guys is fighting MMA. He's been fighting Marius Kujanowski.
Oh, I remember this.
Yeah. He went from being a strongman to being like a really good MMA fighter.
I can see that.
In the beginning, he was getting fucked up. Like,
Sure.
he tried diving right away. Like, he tried to fight. God, he fought some good fighters like right away.
When Marius was at the height, because we used to do a lot of the Arnold strongman classes.
Sylvia, that's oh my gosh. He fought Tim Sylvia like really early on. Like when Tim, so he fought Tim Sylvia in his third pro fight. He got the fuck beat down. Like that was just. I never. He fought Butterbean. He beat Butterbean. He lost to James Thompson. And he beat James Thompson. Well, no contest. It says. Fought Bob Sapp. That's when Bob Sapp was like taking.
My buddies used to train
Holes Gracie, beat Holes Gracie, and knocked Holes Gracie out. Yeah. So he's kind of like a bunch of like legit MMA fights.
Yeah, Pujanowski was like one of the first guys I ever saw that was that big that had like vascular lats. So we were backstage. He was considerably bigger than before. I think he was taller too. So this guy just like, well,
How did he get taller?
I was like, that's what I was questioning.
He's not
I don't appreciate him being taller.
That's amazing.
He was really
I'm
big.
taller.
This
is crazy, that motherfucker.
Yeah, he was backstage, and everyone's a big day for this. Like, Marius is in a whole different category.
Oh, he's see if you can find him now, though. He's slipped down too, but he still looks fucking huge. But as an MMA fighter now, he's yeah. See, there's the you click on that picture. No, the other one. He's the character. Go what above it? Right above it. Yeah, but oh, what year is that? Oh, because it's blurry. Does it say that it's 22 years old? Oh, okay. See if you can find some footage of him actually fighting. Maybe there's some. I'm sure he's got some. There he is, right there. See, he's on his knees. Oh, here you go. So he's still stiff, but he's got good technique and he's got a lot of power.
Yeah, look at the muscles in the back of his neck. He looks like when those bucks turn to red.
Yeah, yeah. But at least like he's throwing correctly, hands up high, and this is all technical work here.
Well, Brian Shaw's been doing a little bit of sparring with Derek Wolf. How terrible is that?
What is he with 390?
I mean, I know he was up to 440 something. At one point, my dad is actually who Bobby was from there. He came by our booth at 18 years old, and my dad was like, "Hey, you're really strong. You should like get into this." Yeah, he should get in another time. He is just, yeah, he was probably 240.
Giants people even on 90.
Right.
You know, like
See, there's actually
Giants, they were like, oh, yeah,
100%. Those dudes. Remember Creed Queen? You ever remember that guy? So he was an old guy. They called him a pig farmer. He was one of the original World's Strongest Man. He was an arm wrestling champion. And it was like all these old, like, he was like 440 pound, like, just giant farmer. Yeah, I can't.
Oh, why is that poor little fellow an arm wrestler?
I mean, look how big that human is.
Jesus Christ. He is huge. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Look at that photo. That's big dedicated. Look at that. The hand holding the table in the front. Look at that.
Wild, right?
Yeah. If you could teach that guy to throw a jab, he'd fuck a lot of people up.
I would like to see a fight between him and Andre.
Oh, God.
That'd be nice.
Definitely wouldn't be long.
Right. Did you ever meet Andre?
No, it's not. Yeah, I would like to know. I met Hulk Hogan twice.
Did
I
you?
met him once when he was super tall, and then, well, I met him multiple times, but I met him once when he was super tall, and then now he's just like regular big.
Really?
Yeah, because he's lost like 5 or 6 inches of height through his back.
Oh, he's
He's all rest. He's all like fused. His whole back is fused. He's so fucked. How many surgeries did you say, Jim? Some crazy amount of back surgeries. Yeah, his whole back is fucked. If you walk through the pain, it's rough. And this because of the 5 last 2 years.
So he just lost all of his
knees, hips, shoulders, face.
well, I'm sure you've messed with him, right? Yeah. Have y'all just talked like random old weird stuff? Like,
no, I didn't get to talk to him very much. I interviewed him once for, I think it was Spike TV, when I was doing the UFC thing.
Yeah.
It was fun.
he is wild, very similar to you, and it's like wild, like, he remembers everything from like those eras of stuff. Like, you know Gunnar Peterson? So I was at Gunner's gym in LA, and Stallone was like, Stallone, I'm a kid of the 80s. And I was like, hey, would you mind? He sat down with me for 45 minutes. Oh, wow. We just talked like, but he mentioned Clean Theme. Like, he remembered like all the arm wrestlers, boxers, like the story of the human performance. It was like, oh, this is so cool. I figured you guys had to like get nerded out about it.
Have you ever paid attention to the old catch wrestling guys?
No, it's not.
Okay. Catch wrestling was catch as catch can, which is what they used to call it, I think, when they were doing it in England.
Okay.
And then when they came over to America, what it was basically wrestling with submissions. And there were certain rules, like you could pin a guy, or you could submit him and they could tap. And there was a few guys that were legendary for their strength and conditioning routines.
No way.
Yeah. Josh Barnett learned under Carl Gotch, and Gotch was like famous for having like this unbelievable gauntlet of strength and conditioning work that you had to be able to get through before you get trained.
Really?
Yeah, like he went over to Japan, and Gotch trained a lot of guys. Like there's a lot of like
What year
catch
was
wrestling influence. Well, when you go back to the early days of catch wrestling, like go Farmer Burns, because Farmer Burns was like one of the, what is this thing watching? What is Catch as Catch Can? So these guys,
Is that
they would have these, they,
Yeah, back up for a second. Yeah,
yeah.
so
So
he's like one of the fathers of strength conditioning.
it makes sense because a lot of these
Knock squat.
Carl Gotch and Happy Smith were duking it out at Comiskey Park. And they would have wrestling matches, but they were real matches. And then somewhere along the line, they started doing carnival matches. And then these carnival matches, they had, you know, regular people that they would find, and they would like have predetermined outcomes. Then it became pro wrestling. That's where pro wrestling was given birth to. It was out of this necessity to kind of rig the matches.
Right.
But
You get lots of chops.
see, these are kind of enthusiasts that are doing it now, like in a modern setting. But the guys who really know the stuff, like Josh Barnett, has tapped out some legit Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belts in their position with catch wrestling techniques. It's like Kimuras, Americanas. Like they call that a devil slap, but they have like different terminology for some of the same moves. But Farmer Burns was this guy that was. He was so legendary in strength and conditioning that he would hang from a tree. He'd literally like hang himself.
Like
Because his neck was so built up, and he was a small guy, he was like 160 pounds. But he was so jacked, and he literally had like a pit bull neck. There's photos of him where he would do this stunt, where he would hang by the neck in front of crowds. Like, look at him. That's it.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That's Farmer Burns.
Okay, probably very similar to the Mighty Adam.
But you know how fucking strong his neck has to be, and not just hang sometimes, hang like all the time. Look at his neck. Look at his fucking neck. But he knew that, you know, if your neck is weak, your body's weak, your core is weak. If someone collar ties you, and you got a neck like that, you can resist it and you can work your shit.
Yeah. Anything that hangs out of your t-shirt,
There was a bunch of those guys back in those days that just had these incredible strength and conditioning programs. And they used a lot of things like steel maces.
Yep.
Like Carl Gotch was, see if you can find Carl Gotch strength and conditioning routine. Because even like as an older man, when he was teaching people stuff, he would show how he maneuvered this, you know, this big fucking mace. Super impressive stuff.
Yeah, but he's maneuvering something.
Yes. All that functional strength stuff. He would have those guys do 500 bodyweight squats every day. Every day. So here's him back there. And a lot of it was like Hindu push-ups. And look how flexible he was. For a big fucking giant dude.
Yeah.
Like super flexible. So they realized that, you know, like we're talking about, technique is very important, but also strength. So this guy's fucking thighs, dude. Look at that. Yeah. And so he'd make these guys do these crazy wrestlers bridges, and you can do that, like support yourself and pull yourself back up like that. So they kind of like can resist against necks. So these guys would have these unbelievably grueling physical sessions, and then they do their technique.
Wow. So they would attempt to just be a pre-fatigue until you.
Well, also, you just have to be in phenomenal shape, because in wrestling, you know, that's the first thing that goes. Is you must have ridiculous conditioning to be an elite wrestler. Yes, that's what's fucking. So Carl Gotch was just like super famous for this. He's in Japan here teaching these guys. And obviously, this is black and white. It's just a long time ago.
Yeah, have you ever seen
what was he training? Does it say who he's working with? That's Inoki. Oh, wow. Of course, Inoki fought Muhammad Ali. Oh, okay. You ever see that fight?
Yeah.
Oh my God. It was like some crazy scam fight where Inoki just dropped to his back with his neck as he's lifting up his head.
His face.
Yeah.
Good job.
Carl Gotch did it around.
Yeah, that's obvious. Good chin.
So Inoki had this fight with Muhammad Ali, and Muhammad Ali's trying to punch him, and Inoki just goes to his back and kicks his legs. So his how Ali's legs up. So, like, they were really fucked up for quite a while after that. Yeah. So this is what they did. He just kicked his knees and kicked his legs. Nice. And Ali's like, what the fuck? And it's in Japan, and they're paying him a ton of money to do it. So the referee has to separate them, and the referee is Judo Lepel. Yeah, so Judo Lepel is the referee, and Inoki is just lying on his back kicking him, and he's kicking him with like roundhouse kicks. Like, look at this. So he's fucking Ali's legs up now. When you're a guy who makes his living off of his footwork, which was Ali, like this was super dangerous. Look, he's getting in a leg lock.
So obviously this was a box.
No, some weird hybrid fight that, I think Ali just needed money and they talked him into doing this. But
he was actually good today because that's what I like this was going on. Just crazy exhibition or fights that happened.
Well, sort of, but this was brutal. Inoki was really trying to hurt him. He really did kick the shit out of his legs. And Ali would, see if you can find any articles of Ali's legs after the Inoki bout. I think he really fucked his legs up because he didn't know how to check kicks. He didn't know what to even do. And all of a sudden, this guy's on his back, roundhouse kicking his legs, stomping at his knees. Yeah. So who knows if his knees got hyperextended, tore his meniscus. Who knows what the fuck happened?
Have you ever seen there's a Polish documentary that was them training in the 1970s, and they're doing all that kind of crazy stuff. They're throwing on, so it's the blood clots on his leg.
Where's this in that?
Nearly ended that year.
But finally, at the 15th round, they called it a draw. Wow. Ali is bleeding from the legs. He gets an infection in his legs, and he almost has to have an amputation. Holy shit. Extended stay in the hospital was the best case scenario coming out of the fight. Wow. So Muhammad Ali suffering 2 blood clots and an infection in his leg from Inoki's vicious grounded kicks, according to the Sweet Science. Wow. Wow. When he finally did, so he said he continues tour of Asia despite this, competing in exhibition matches in South Korea and the Philippines before returning to the United States. When he finally did get back to the U.S., Ali needed to stay in Los Angeles hospital for multiple weeks to recover from injuries sustained in the Inoki fight. Holy shit, man. They were concerned Ali's injuries could even be life-threatening without staph infection. He was bleeding from the legs, got an infection in his legs, almost had to have an amputation. Bro, staph infections are fucking terrible. Yeah, like twice about staph.
I had a blood clot. I had a blood clot. I got jammed up, smoked my ankle, and was like, didn't think much of it. Just felt like, just got weird. Just got hot, got swollen. I'm competing all over the world. I'm like, this kind of feels weird. And the doctor's like, hey man, you need to get that checked out. Of course, jumped right across the country. And they said we had a blood clot from my knee to my hip.
Oh shit. So it's blocking off the blood.
It's blocking off, yeah, and my calf was a giant. And what do they do? I just started taking blood thinners and stuff. And so, which was cool. But you can't get cut. Couldn't get cut, which is kind of funny because it's about blood thinners. And I just pulled an alligator tag like a couple days before. So I told the doctor, I was like, don't do anything to get you cut. I was like, well, what alligator hunting? Right? He's like, I was like, no, seriously. He's like, nurse, you bleed out if you get hit. I'm like, yeah, but I'll cut it. So I remember, like, in the middle of the night, I swapped, giving myself shots of whatever that stuff was in my stomach. And oh my God, it was unreal. So, how long did it take the blood thinners for? I took those always for about 6 to 8 months. Whoa! Because I started on the shots and then I went to like the warfarin tabs, and we had to keep checking because I had to let it all break out. So I'd have to once a month get an ultrasound. And just I get pulled out on there or something. And that's why I was at the tweezers. Yeah. It's crazy. So it was a Christmas party a couple months later. And my doctor saw it. He's like, hey, a couple years ago. So he's like, hey, he's like, we're going to do you or your descendants will do something special this week. What are you doing? He's like, you know where that blood clot should have been? I'm like, where? Just tapped me on the chest. He's like, right there. He goes, no way you should. I go, really? He goes, you heated it, you iced it, you massaged it, you flew, you trained, because you did everything if you were trying to commit suicide by blood clot for months. He goes, how it didn't travel, I have no idea. Anybody, when someone tells you that, well, that's cool. I guess things are going to go awesome for a while. Because it was, oh, you just got lucky. Yeah, and then what happened? My lower leg basically, like I said, it grew another vein. So it grew up like this. Right? So all the swelling started going down, and they're like, yeah, you want to like minimize veins or smaller veins actually grew in capacity and just worked its way around. They're like, human body will do it. I'm like, so it just worked its way around the bypass.
What would have happened though if you didn't get that vein diluted with the blood thinners or that blood loss?
Something to kick loose, and he was right about that.
It doesn't go away, body doesn't absorb it ever.
I mean, if the or whatever the blood, the thickness of the blood is still at that, if it ever broke loose, so he's like, it'll go under your head, and a stroke or heart attack. And it was weird, like, and it was just an ankle injury. Scoped it, and it's like, oh, okay, I'll be fine. I started walking it off. But what's screwed is the next day, there was all black, right? I'm walking, everything's not fine, it sucked. And I had to go on a business trip. And I was like, let me go check and make sure it's not like broken, that I have to get it like actually fixed. I went to the doctor and they're like, hey, you got to mobilize this thing. And I've been walking for a week. And so they rapidly mobilized it. And I remember I was on a plane, I was sleeping, and it felt like someone lit a fire in my head. I was like, wow, what was that? And I went in the hotel and I filled the trash can up with ice, and I just dumped my leg in there and cooled my leg down. That was like in May. And I competed at the Hammer Girl Championships all the way to Labor Day. And I was in San Francisco, and I'm like, something's weird. I pulled down my knee sleeve, and one of the docs was there. He was like, what is going on with your leg? I think I pulled a hamstring or something. So, nah, you did. And so I came back on my guy who was on sports medicine, got me right away. He was like, you got a big ass blood clot. Like, you got to get me screwed up.
Holy, imagine if you didn't do that.
Just die. You just been like, hey, one day I would have been a 30-year-old, really healthy guy who just killed me. And so it's like, that kind of hits you. That was honestly kind of the end of my competitive sports world, because I started realizing like all I cared about was training and winning. And I forewent social relationships, being smart with my body and all this stuff, because I was like, no, I want to go do this and talk about war. And it was just like drive. And I was like, man, I didn't see this very obvious thing that could and should have killed me. It's like, I need to go out, I need to refocus on looking at these things. And so I had mature. It's like, okay, I've competed for 15 or 20 years here. It's like, maybe take a puff the brakes for a second. And just go like, am I making good choices for my family, good choices for my business, people that rely on me? Because cool enough things, but if it just kills over, that's not all really.
It's interesting if you can get completely caught up in one goal to the point where you don't see anything else in life, and you just miss out on a giant chunk of life. But if you want to be the best at something, it's kind of the trade-offs. It's the Neil Brennan joke. That's the trade-off.
Yeah, I talk about like the radical guy versus the 90% guy. And like the 90% guy, which I think I've kind of turned into, like if I train for something, get into something, I've generally found if I really care about it, I could be as good as 90% of the world at it. Like a lot of different things.
Right.
But if you're the guy that wants to go down there to be the best, the GOAT, you have to go down so far down the rabbit hole and forsake all other things.
Yeah.
To where you lose sight of reality.
By the way, you can still not make it. And you could still not make it. Yeah, you could be in the same class as John Jones.
Right. And you're just like, I think we're all hero to be alive, right?
Yeah. There's Mike Tyson, 1986. Whoops. So I want to be a heavyweight boxer. Oh, no.
Yeah. And that's the weird part. It's like you could be the radical guy who's so far down, lose sight of life, and still be the number 3 guy ever.
Yeah.
And, kind of like, he's like the Yoda, like the Dagobah Force. Like, that's where people went to get all the force. Like, they don't write books about 90% guys. Right. They write books about the weirdo that lived in the forest until the green man through the forest. However, that guy might be miserable.
Yeah.
And I've seen it a lot.
Yeah. You got to know when to stop.
Yeah.
It's fun to do in the beginning, but you got to know when to stop.
I mean, I would say you're probably as good or better than 90+% of the human population at fighting.
Probably, yeah.
You're probably better at 90% of the human population at shooting a gun. Probably.
Yeah, probably.
Right. And so you start looking at things, you're like, oh, the
Yeah,
things
but
are
you might
really,
be leaving on Oregon. It's a long road.
it's a long road.
Long road.
Yeah.
Long ass road. And like, if you want to beat Gordon Ryan, you can't catch him because he's already still doing it.
Yeah. And he's not doing archery. He's not doing podcasts. And he's not doing a thing. And then so I kind of went to this thing. I was like, I want to be a 90% guy that enjoys semi-balance in my life and is really passionate about 3 or 4 or 5 things, be really, really good. Or do I want to throw all my chips in? And the probability is I won't be the good.
Right. Especially if it's a competitive thing.
Right.
Where it gets weird, real tricky with some people is if maybe it's a thing that's not a competitive thing and you can keep doing it.
Yes.
Like my friend Gary Clark Jr., when he records albums, he goes crazy. And he locks himself in the studio and he's there for like fucking 12 hours, like every day. And he drives literally nuts. It's just like constantly working on his music because to him, like, he wants to be all in.
Yes.
Like that's where he lives. That's where he creates this great music, and he's all in. And you could sacrifice all the other things in your life. You're not going to work out, you're not going to have trips, all you're doing is just whatever that thing is, maybe it's painting, whatever, maybe it's writing books, whatever it is, all in.
And although it's beautiful, I don't know if I'm not God.
You don't have to.
You know, the thing is,
in the greater, if you're looking at the universe, if you're looking at the greater picture of everything, it's not really important what you do here in this life. But for you, it is. And the problem is, if you're compelled to try to be number one, you don't really chase it. You're always going to have that thing in the back of your head. You never really went for it.
yes.
At least you went for it for a long time. And that's the thing. Like, that I think is the best way. Go for something, and then, but know when to stop.
That's what it was.
Yeah, don't be a 70-year-old dude out there in the Olympics throwing a hammer.
Please don't. Please don't.
No, you're this guy running through the hammer.
Gosh, well, actually, one of my mentors, Judd Logan, this dude made 4 Olympic teams and in the hammer, and then got out of it. He was a coach, and then every time that he would hit a 50-year, 55-year, 60-year, he would train for 3 or 4 months, break the all-time world record in that age class, and he would go off again for 5 years. Good Lord. He would just come back and he would do it again and just shatter the world record and come back and do it. And he just did that up until pretty much really 20 times.
Did he keep training the entire time? Like, how did he be able to come back?
He was very genetically gifted. He was a coach. He was always doing it. He was moving around.
Maybe get serious.
So he would get serious for the last little bit. And all of his kids were kind of all these guys he coached. And he was just
like when he was like 70, how far away was he from guys who were 30?
He knocked me out at the Olympic trial finals in 2004. And he was 40. Gosh, he was probably 45, 46. He's like a little bit younger than me now, but I was 27 in my prime. Wow. And that would have been his 6th Olympic trials. And you're just like, but it's Judd, right? Like, he's a mythical Bill Brasky creature. Like, he's Judd. And you're just like, dang it. And Judd's going to figure out a way. And he just generated his birth.
How many age class world records did he hold?
He went 50, 55, and 60, and then he passed away a couple of years ago, actually. Had cancer, and then he had some COVID complications. It sucked. I mean, you talk about a guy that's just a statuesque, like, best conversations, like, poured into all these kids and stuff. And just like, he's the coach you always wanted. And you're just like, but it's happening.
It's interesting when you watch the way different people live their life, because you can see benefits and you can see where it would be a detriment to the rest of your life. And it allows us to look to these mythical creatures like that guy, these John Jones type characters, these Carl Gotches and go, is that what I want to do? Correct. You should know what you want to do. Don't get tricked into doing something you don't want to do. Because there's people out there that really want to do that. And if you don't really want to do that, you're not going to beat them anyway.
You're already most likely not.
Already most likely not going to do it. If you're not really sure,
you're putting the grade to one in another state.
Yeah, you can't compete with a really obsessed, talented person if you're not really obsessed with talent.
And the weird part is when you look at yourself and kind of question, like, am I 90% guy? And some people aren't either. Some people are like, I'm fairly happy, man, I'd be average, and that just sounds horrible, right?
You know, it doesn't sound like you get anywhere, and you're not going to be interesting.
Not in the least.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, you're not going to attract other interesting people because I don't want to be around you.
Right. And the biggest
Unless
part,
you're really funny.
well, the biggest part about being interesting is being interested.
Right.
You know, ask the right questions, be interested.
Yeah.
That's why I think one of your superpowers, besides you have steel trap for your brain, you've recalled things that we've talked about. Like, I didn't know he was listening. Yeah, it was pretty impressive. But the thing is, when you come to that, like, am I a rabbit hole guy? Am I 90% guy? Am I taking those ranch choices? Like, yeah, those are screws. But when you kind of like, you really look at, like, have you ever seen like where your line really is?
My line?
Your line, you're like, I will go this far, but that's as far as I go. Right. Like down that rabbit hole to whatever that is, or whatever stressor, or whatever that may be. And it's weird. I hadn't done it in recent, like, I had an experience. It was like, okay, there's my line. That's really. I was in Africa, and I was hunting Cape buffalo, which is the most dangerous thing. Because rifle, it's still it's one of those things. You get in there close, and you're just like, go. He died. It was pretty hairy. It kills more people than everywhere. We had a test. They were actually awesome. We did the inner lines that night. In Namibia, it was fantastic. And that cool part about that is we donated the meat to the local village. We were super stoked. Wild birds. After we cut it, it was like 400 pounds of guts on the buffalo. And I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm going to truck this out to the desert or out to the place and the hyenas are going to the villagers to cook the guts. And they said, yeah, no, there will be a party tonight. No running water, hearts, lungs, liver, stomach, in the guts. And they go, they will be so excited to get that. So that was for me, I go, oh, we think we understand. We think we understand in this country, like, what not happened. Like, oh, yeah, I didn't have it, whatever. Like, no. This village is stoked to get 400 pounds of guts. The Cape buffalo that's been laying in the woods dead for the last 10 years. Really? They were old guts, old hot guts. We put a tarp over it, so before we could get back out there to get the grill out, if they, out of the jump, whatever they call it. So it didn't get super hot. We shot a big black 2,000 pounds. What are they doing with the guts? How are they eating? They said they'll wash out all the fluids, all the guts, shit, and everything else. They'll put it on the grill, fry it. It's like, this protein does not go to folks at all. So I'm like, you guys are good folks. We can talk about it. Yeah, we heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, like anything. Like, what does lungs taste like? I don't know. I've always thought of it. Yeah, because like when you open up an elk, you look at it like, can you eat this? Like, what does this taste like? Eating heart for sure. Yeah, I eat heart. It's good, right? I love heart. I eat liver. I eat the liver and I eat the heart. Yeah. But, it seems like lungs are, no, I've never heard of either. Stomach and stomach line. I guess that's what haggis is, right? Haggis, lungs, and you know what those guys do? They take the caul fat from the, and then they chop up meat and then they'll wrap around the caul fat on the grill. We never did that. Yeah. Never really did. The grill would season it and then wrap it in caul fat and then slice it open. We ate dinner once. That was really good. But they were talking about all of the villagers out there and like, all this meat is on their scale. Like, those villages out there, people understand, like, how much that changes the game. So when you say your line, well, they have another opportunity to do a line, and that was my line. It was like, for multiple reasons. Well, first of all, you're not going to eat it. Right? You could. I mean, I know things you eat mountain lion is delicious. Mountain lion is actually really good. According to everybody that I know that's eaten it, they're not lying. Yeah. There's people that are iffy on bear. I enjoy bear. They know how to cook it. But the reality of lion is nobody's not going to eat in Africa. Right. They're just a multitude. I mean, they're big.
That's cool.
They're cool, but they're big, they're scary, they hydrate really fast.
It does.
There's a lot of
It
stuff.
exists. Like if somebody put one in the movie, but oh, awesome. Yeah. You know?
So it's just like, okay, like, for a multitude of reasons, like, I'm a hunter guy, it's like, okay, not that one, okay, yeah, not this, and then you start looking at even training, like, hey, I'll do this, but won't do that.
Right.
And
I don't want to shoot anything I'm not going to eat. I'm not interested in going at some things inedible. I just don't get it. I get how people want to do it, but I feel like the same with fishing. Like, I don't want to catch stuff that you can't eat.
yeah, you fish a good bit.
Yeah.
I'm a fisher for everything, but
I mean, if I really have the time and I don't, it would be like salmon fishing in the river. That's the most fun because they're so big and they're so strong and where they jump. And there's something about rivers, like ocean's cool. I love ocean fishing, but it's like less personal.
mm-hmm.
There's something about being on a small boat on a river and you hook a salmon. You see it jump. Like my friend Ari and I, we went up to Anchorage a few years back and we did a show. We did some salmon fishing. It was really fun. And I've done a lot of trout fishing. I love bass fishing.
Yeah.
Bass fishing's always fun. Top water.
yeah, yeah, right.
So, and smash that.
Big strong.
It's fun.
Yeah,
It's fun.
have you ever done a, probably would be a bad idea for you, but like, I put a green light under my dock in my house.
Wow.
Dude, cheap code.
Oh, and now it comes
It's
to
the
it.
coolest thing.
Oh, yeah.
It's in the spring, February through March, April, and right now it happened again. The striped bass are school under it.
Oh, well.
And it's like, it's every night. And so I'll set up the house and I'll, yeah, no, seriously. So I'll be with wife and she went up last one. I was like, all right, we're going to bed. And I was like, well, I'm going to go fish. She's like, we're going fishing now. I said, I'll be back, don't worry. Because you only get like 2 or 3 casts before they go off the light. But you're going to catch 2 or 3 fish every night the first 2 or 3 casts.
Oh, wow.
Which is awesome.
What's great with you?
Yeah, no, and so you go catch a 7 or 8 pound striper, gut him, throw him in ice, and you do it. So I would literally fish, catch my 2 or 3 fish. Sometimes I got fly fish. So you catch up to 10 bucks right now. Fly rod, which is badass.
Dude, I went to Mexico once and we went mahi fishing,
Yeah.
and they cooked it within an hour of us
Oh.
catching it.
So
I was like, oh my god, this is so much better than any fish I've ever had before. And then you realize that the more time it waits after it's dead, it goes to supermarkets, it's on the shop, you lose all that.
you lose.
The flavor of them right when they pull up, like, this is the best fish I've ever had in my life. It's incredible. It was so delicious.
Yeah, that's the bet. You need to get one of these street nights.
It's like fun.
Oh, man, deep down. Yeah, I was thinking
Okay.
it's super easy to do. Mine kicks on right before it goes dark.
Oh, nice.
And, or if you get up early, because they have the longest time of school on it, so like everything is silent. You go out and smash a couple, sun comes out the screen. Oh, that's a good thing. No, it's the community that chance too.
Right.
It makes you actually bad fisherman. Because after that, you're just like, I don't feel like going out. Like, I'll just catch them tonight.
Right.
And then everyone starts like marking your spots.
It's like the guys out here that hunt over deer feeders.
Yeah. Works.
It does work. It works. They'll tell you, like, well, we're fine.
Yeah,
It's kind of like fun.
yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's just different. Yeah, it's not. No.
Yeah, it's definitely usually around
Yeah.
eating chips.
It's a good time to catch up with emails, talk to your friends.
Yeah. There's a lot of that. Like the ground blind guys, you have to sit ground blinds all day. It's a totally different
I
thing.
did it this morning.
Yeah, it's fun.
I enjoyed it. It was fantastic.
It's really big.
You know, stuff 2 months ago.
The thing about pigs out here too is like they actually have to hunt.
Yes.
So like you're actually doing service to the environment by getting food.
Yeah.
And if you get a good butcher to turn that into sausage, it's fucking fantastic.
Yeah, my little boy, he killed his first pig last week. He was 8 years old. He wasn't likely to eat it. That was also we did for this. It was like, wow, it was so super cool. So we yanked the back straps out. I marinated the coat for like 36 hours. It was cold. Yeah, I kind of broke it down. I learned that from Jim Rivers. She would do bear with like Dr. Pepper. Yeah, and then not yeah. So we did that one like made a butter and all this kind of cool, kind of drizzly deal. Wrap it in bacon. Wrap pork in bacon, and you put it on the grill. It's perfect.
Do you know that guy? He's a cook. Is on YouTube. What is it? His name Guga, Guga, Guga Foods. He's always cooking steak, like different ways to cook steak. But the other way he did it the other day was he marinated it in buttermilk for like a week. What? Yeah, took a steak, marinated in buttermilk for a week, and like when he pulled the steak, you could see like the buttermilk was breaking the steak down. That's a Guga Foods. That dude. See if you can find his buttermilk steak one. Oh, it was a brisket and Coca-Cola. This guy is every human way possible to cook a steak. This guy's done it. There's everything. I am a reverse sear guy. Yeah, I got taught that by Chad from Whiskey Van Barbecue. He says that the best way, particularly for wild game, it's without a doubt the best way for wild game. Take it and sit here with buttermilk. So he did it one for 24 hours, and one of them where he sat in the buttermilk for a week, and so it was sensational. Maybe I'll try this.
Look at that. The buttermilk is cool. We did that with ducks afterwards in place.
Yeah, this guy knows how to cook some fucking steak. Yeah, let's do it. My way is I'd like to use either Traeger or the best way, honestly, half the time, is use an offset cook. That's actually hard.
Sure.
So I'll cook, get some live oak in there, and then I'll put it up to about 250 degrees, and then I'll put the steaks in there with meter thermometers, and I get it internally up to about 120, and then either I sear it on a cast iron pan, or I also have one of those infrared things. What are those called again? Fuck, they sent it to me. I should shop them out. I know who Sean Baker uses them all the time. But it's like a tray. And it's great. And it runs on gas. And so you just slide it in there, and it's like an overhead grill. What's it called? Auto wild grill. That's an auto wild grill.
How about Sean being a freak for eating a bunch of meat?
Yeah.
Eating a giant.
7 years old. Fucking throwing insane weight around. No TRT. No nothing.
I remember on the Thursdays.
Oh, do you?
Yeah,
He's a monster. And he's very smart. And anybody who says you can't only eat meat, you need to pay attention to him, because that's all he eats. And he looks super fucking healthy.
Yep.
And he's doing jiu-jitsu and training, and he's older than me.
Yeah, he was in he spoke at Summer Strength last year, and came in, and then he was deadlifting for everyone. Pulled like a 6-something deadlift, and then like 400 for 25 reps or something like that. He's just like, hey, I'm gonna have a steak. Yeah, he kind of want it.
Eat steaks all day long. That's all he eats. Doesn't take vitamins or anything. He just eats
I know
steak.
you've done corn bars. I actually called Sean about it. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna do this around, but
It's worth it. It's worth doing.
yeah.
It's legit. Yeah, I mean, I don't do it all the time.
Sure.
I'll eat pasta if I feel like it. I'll have vegetables if I feel like it. But I would say 90% of my food is meat.
Yeah.
Meat or eggs.
Meat or eggs.
So I think that's the most nutrient-dense food. Yeah. My body reacts better when I'm not running on carbohydrates. I'm running on ketones. When your body processes protein and turns into glucose, which is like just more regulated for me. I mean, do whatever you want, but I would say try it if you're a person that eats meat. I would say give it a shot. Just give it a month. 1 month. I did one time. I lost 12 pounds. I felt fucking great. I had all this energy, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm poisoning myself. limiting my performance, at least my mental performance.
Right. Yeah, I started getting on it a month or two ago, just a bit. I was like, I'll give it a shot. So you can tell me venison. Gosh, I love blackberries. Blackberries and cottage cheese, I think, are like the weirdest thing. I could eat it.
I think there's anything wrong with fruit.
Yeah,
No, that's like
I
all
just
Filipinos with. I eat fruit. So what Paul does is he incorporates fruit, honey, and raw dairy, like with me. Okay. And then Sean just eats it. But I can't imagine an argument with fruit's bad for you. I would say don't eat all the fruit.
Right.
That's the point. Have a couple of oranges, have a couple of onions, a couple of blueberries, some yogurt. Why is that bad? It can't be bad. No. They're good for you. They're filled with vitamins. They taste good. It's enjoyable to eat this melon. It tastes good.
Yeah. Hey, again, I'm not trying to be the goat dad.
Yeah.
Not eating blueberries.
I think the number one thing is don't eat bullshit. And when you go on a carnivore diet, cutting out a lot of bullshit. You're cutting out a lot of like enriched, processed fucking grains and all this bullshit, and you're cutting out pesticides that might be on your shit.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things you're cutting out when you just eat steak.
Yeah. You eat a lot of whitetail?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, if I get one,
Sure.
I have one in the freezer.
19 healthy.
Yeah, two. But I got 2 whitetails last year too. So I turned them into sausages. And cook the back straps and butter, garlic. Back straps and butter, garlic. That's one that a lot of times I just like to cook on a cast iron pan.
Yes.
Especially whitetail. There's something about the whitetail tenderloins with butter and garlic. That is hard to eat.
That's my kid's favorite food.
So hard to eat.
Yeah.
Little
That's
salt, garlic, butter, pepper. Oh,
so stupid.
oh my god. So
My son, I really like easily a full one. Like,
you feel like you feel the vitamins in your meat. You know, so that's what an animal is supposed to make you feel like when you eat it.
whitetail gets like a bad news. Oh, just a whitetail. Whitetails are great. People are silly. Yeah. Well,
People are so silly when it comes to it. I know people don't even eat their elk. They don't eat their elk. They go elk hunting and they don't even eat it.
it's true. Actually, right.
They just like to hunt. Which, I mean, I guess it's okay because you're providing people with free food. It doesn't go to waste. But it's the best food in the world. You know?
Like, yeah, the best.
That seems so crazy. You know? I cook up every week. I cook up like a bunch of elk meat, a bunch of boys, and then I have it in the fridge. So that's my
You eat
meat.
it cold? I saw that. You eat it cold?
Cold hot sauce. That's what I like to do. I like to take a plate, put some meat on there, dump some hot sauce on the plate, and just dip it in the hot sauce and eat it.
Hot sauce in specific?
Well, I like it hot. I actually have my own little collaboration I did with someone with Truca. It's 3 different hot sauces. One of them comes from my friend Andrew at Half-Baked Blades. He had one that was so good. I said, can I include that one? Because I'm doing a collaboration with him. So it's like it has the Half-Baked Blades logo as well. That's with sun-dried peppers.
Saw that.
Tell you what the stuff is. See, good. See you over Truca.
I made my son, I got Andy to make me a half-face blade. For me, my dad, and my 2 boys, they all match it. Was you either for your dad, your sons, or your brothers. So we all switch.
Oh, that's
And
cool.
I cut my son, who's 8 years old now, I cut his umbilical cord with his knife. Which is, yeah, it's true. I still did
That's
that.
heavy.
Yeah, it was awesome. I wrote this first one with the other hand.
Within that, right? So, but heirloom tomatoes, winter truffle, and reapers. Yeah, that's Andy's. And that one fucking rules. But the other ones rule too. The habanero, urfa chili, paprika. But these are hot
Where can I
sauces.
buy these?
SeniorLechuga.com. So SeniorLechuga hot sauce.
Awesome. Have you ever done a deer leg?
If you can't,
I'm not like a hot. I'm
Yeah.
not tasty.
it's tasty, but it's gonna fuck you up if you're not ready.
Is it like that?
Yeah, it's real. Like that guy makes hot sauce. It's got reapers. Like, it's legit. It kicks your ass. When I sweat, my kids make fun of me because I'm bald. So like when I sweat, it's pouring down my face.
Right.
Like, what is wrong with you?
It's like a sweat. Have you ever done a deer leg like the flip-flop style? You ever seen what do you mean any flip like that? You cook it first. So good. So you get a deer leg with a shank still on it. Super hot grill. Put it on the coals. Like, well, the grill is like hot shit. Like 1100 degrees, like cooking glass. So he has this special sauce, and his granddad, I believe, started it. It's a special sauce. It's like, yeah.
Best way to grill guns.
This is what you got. Yeah, so you basically get this sauce. You mix it with wine. You paint it with a rosemary brush. You salt and pepper it, and then you flip it. You just put it down the grill. It's 30 seconds. Okay. While you're cooking that side, you're painting the other side. Salt and pepper. You flip it. The first quarter inch. And then that side. So as long as it takes you to shave the first quarter inch, repaint it, re-salt and pepper it, and then you flip it. And so when you're in it, you're going to consume the entire deer leg in the next hour and a half. You're in Oh, you know what? That's so
It's
good.
like pristine steakhouse.
Exactly.
Like a true
But it just boom, 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 boom. So we'll do it at parties. And you're like, you get a couple dudes with your boys, you're all drinking some bourbon. Yeah.
Oh, you could
You just slice into pieces of it. And it's so good, man. It's ridiculous.
Oh my God.
He taught me how to do it. I've actually done a couple of events and helped him out. But I've cooked my birthday parties. It's a great idea. It's so good.
You know what I want to do? I'm supposed to hunt with vanilla in March.
We'll try that. Yeah. If you want me to know, I'll freaking cook it for you.
Actually, you could do any other wine thing too.
Yeah, we got the sheep. We got elk is kind of a monster.
Well, it's such a big red.
Yeah. But you have a smaller sort of baddest. That's the move. Now you paint it, and then you salt pepper it. Big ass knife. I see what burning up. It's so much fucking good. It's insane.
But what is it in the sauce again?
You won't tell me exactly, but it's.
Fuck.
Come on, Andy, get with it.
Tell you.
But it has all kinds of.
That's what comes to the menu.
2 bottles of Private Reserve,
Like,
our flagship sauce. No, it's the sauce.
What's the sauce? Yeah.
Bottle, I'll tell you what's in the sauce. 1 bottle of red wine, Cabernet or Zinfandel, or depending on if you're not buying it. Salt and pepper to taste. 1/4 cup to 1/2 bottle of rosemary infused olive oil. Well, that's a big count. 1/4 cup to 1/2 bottle.
Sixth. It costs us, kid. A little bit of blowback. Oh, all right. Why should what I'm struggling with? It happens. They say we're young and we don't know. We won't find out until we go. Well, I don't know. All that's true. You got me, maybe I got you. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. They say I love my favorite. More than my name is off the I guess it's so we don't have a pot. But at least I'm sure the problem with things we got. Baby, I got you, baby. I got you, baby. I got flowers in the spring. I got you. And I'm sad for a clown. And if I get scared, you're always around. You can say your prayers to you, and I don't care with you, I can't move on. Then put your little hands in mine. There ain't no hell around me. We can't find. I got you, baby. I got you, baby. Hold my hand. I got you to understand. I got you to walk with me. I got you to talk with me. I got you to kiss the night. I got you to hold me tight. I got you. I won't let go. I got you to love me so. You're gonna cry again, you little bitch. Ugly cry, you slut. Oh man, I'm about to rip off my whole toenail. Big toe girls. Why? Her ace one with the stars. But yeah, I can't. Why? Sorry, I want to get into it. She find me good. There used to be a great tower alone on the sea. You became the light on the dark side of me. Love remains a drug that's unfound under the pillow. But did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large and the light that you shine can't be seen? Baby, I can put you a kiss from a rose on the grave. The more I get of you, the stranger I feel. Yeah, now that your roses I like it still on the grave. There's so much I can tell you, so much he can say. You made my power, my pleasure, my pain, baby. Like a new grown addiction, better kiss it now. Would you tell me that the baby? Did you know that when it snows, my eyes become large? Light that you shine can't be seen. Baby, I'm ready for a kiss from the rose on the grave. Ooh, the more I get a kiss, the better I feel. Yeah, now that your roses are blue, the light gets the moon on the grave. Been kissed by the roses on the grave. I've been kissed by the roses on the grave. I've been kissed by a there's so much I can tell you, so much you can say. My power, my pleasure, my pain. You have my phone addiction, better than I. Won't you tell me yesterday? Didn't know that when it snowed, my eyes become a rock. The light that you shine really see. But baby, I'm here to give for the road is on the road. The more I give you, stay right for you. Now that you're roses, I wanna give you. I'm with me to a kiss from the road down the grave. Ooh, the more I give you a favorite feel. Yeah. Now that your rose is bloom, I like this. Baby, baby, I love that part. Baby, baby. You can cry like a little bitch. I think that you're gonna cry like a little bitch. This part sucks. This part sucks. Judah, baby, baby, love that part. I will never find another lover sweeter than you, sweeter than you. I will never find another lover more precious than you, more precious than you. Girl, you are close to me, you're like my mother. Close to me, you're like my father. Close to me, you're like my sister. Close to me, you're like my brother. You're the only one, you're my everything. And for you, the song I sing all my life. I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I found you. All my life. I pray for someone like you. And I know that you do the way to. Yes, I pray that you do love me too. I pray all the thinking of I promise to never fall in love with a stranger. You all I think you know. I praise the Lord of Lords. Listen, you I cherish every hug. I really love you with all my life. Baby, baby, pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. All my life. Yeah, pray for someone like you. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Yes, I pray that you do love me all the time. When you smile on my face and I see the glow, you turn my life around. You pick me up and I know you all that I have. When you smile like you do, you pick me up when I was down. You're all that I have. When you smile like you do, you pick me up when I was down. That you feel the same way. Yes, I'm afraid that you do that me too. All my life, I pray for someone like you. I thank God that I finally found you. All my life, I pray for someone like you. Yes, I pray that you love me too. All my life, I pray for someone like you. And I thank God that I finally found you. All my life, I pray for someone like you. Yes, I pray that you love me too. All my life, I pray for someone. I know that you know great things that love it. That's it. All stuff to play. The best of it. I check the special stuff. I don't really care about it. Oh, that first one. This is what I say. Fuck her brains out. Get your shit on the close your eyes. Make a wish. And blow out the skin. Go to tonight. It's just your night. We're gonna separate. Like the fire, girl, your wish is my command. Submit to your demands. Never do anything. Girl, you need only I'll make love to you like you want me to, and I'll hold you tight. Baby, all through the night, I'll make love to you when you want me to. You'll never know, you tell me to. Girl, relax. Let's go slow. I'm done. Nowhere to go. I'm going to concentrate on you. Girl, are you ready? It's gonna be a long night, long night, long on the floor. Let me take my clothes off to you. I make plans to be with you. So whatever you want me, you know I will do. I'll make love to you. Like you want me to. And I'll hold you tight. Baby, all through the night, I'll make love to you. You kind of little bitch. You tell me to do it tonight. It don't matter. And I'm ready to give you right. Just take a look. Who is it? Sea Monster, what's his name? Can't think of who is it. You got the one with the chin.
Hey, you got the water goes down there.
You got the little windy one, baby or something. And then you got the normal one. Really? He said something like that. What's his name? He was, what was his name? I don't know. He was in Chappelle show. He was in the office. Or what's his name? Oh, Sea Monster. Excuse me, Sea Monster. Don't you weigh like 1,000 pounds? Excuse me, Sea Monster. Don't you weigh like 1,000 pounds? What the fuck is his name? Oh, he was hilarious though. You got Wayne with that windy one.
The water don't not good.
You got the one with the gum. You're gonna get that cut on the tripwire. What did the fuck happen to Boys? I hear about Backstreet Boys and Insane fucking everywhere. Wow, they were huge. It went like New Kids on the Block, Boys to Men, and then all this. That was just. Oh, okay. Calm down. Hey, you wanna sing? Hey, you gonna sing some song with a little bitch for us again? I would love to hear some of that. Yo, dog, and you should tell us a story about him. Let's get this show on the road. Yeah, bitch, who are you? Is that you? Yo, dog, you're breaking up. I don't see the fucking head moderator ripping you a new asshole. Shout out to Mineral, shout out to Quezon City. What the fuck do you know what Quezon City is? Like, 15%. Really? It could be. It could be. I mean, that is their best interest. It's so close to Quezon. No, it's not. It's literally like Quezon. We found USA. Come on, you little bitch. Dog. Now I know why everybody's like, oh man, Rabbi sucks. Really? Dog. I could tear up my entire big toenail right now. Surprised I survived. I try to crash and check and walk like 14 miles. Dude, this one cut out. Next, B. Go. Next, somebody cue next. Please hit this. Next. Next. No, dog. Cue next, B. Cue the next fucking song. Did I cut out or something? Yo. Yo, dog, this is we just start talking about office and I fucking cue the next song, B. Did he just stop? What is this? Alright, I see that I next person is somebody cute. Alright, this is Sunny and Cher, I Got You, Babe. Before I sing it, just very quickly, the first time I ever saw karaoke on American television, to my knowledge, it was in an episode of Home Improvement with Tim Allen and Trisha Richardson, and they sang this song. So shout out to karaoke everywhere. They say love can be all gone. We won't find out until we grow. All I don't know is all that's true. If you got me, and baby, I got you. Baby, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. They say our love won't get rest before it's time. My head is all stand. I said so, we don't have a fight. At least I'm sure of all the things we got. Hey, I got you, babe. I got you, babe. I got flowers in the spring. I got you. You wear my ring. And I'm sad. You're fine. If I get scared, you're always around. So let them say whatever's too long. I don't care if I can't go on. Then put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb. Yeah. I got you, babe. I got you, babe. Shout out to everybody in the camp karaoke. You're all lovely people. Very polite. I got you. Hold my hand. I got you to understand. I got you. Walk with me. I got you to talk with me. I got you to kiss goodnight. I got you the whole time. I got you. I won't let go. I got you the love inside. I got you. That's a sudden chair. I got you. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. The next person, Megan. Is it a gun? Are you fucking thanks for that little ditty. That was before the fucking song started. Do you remember the episode? Yeah, it was, I think they had to go to some kind of tour convention or something. And he took whatever fucker that was on that show. What was it? Did I say Patricia Richards? Yeah. Shout out to Patricia Heaton. I always say I'm Patricia Richards. Too. Anyway. And they're like at a Japanese restaurant or some shit. Anyway, they're like, hey, they have this thing called karaoke. So now you're just gonna sing a whole bunch of fucking Adele. These people are gonna hate it. They're gonna hate it. Why? I'm not good. I do sing passionately though. Very confident. Why? What are they gonna say? Loser? Okay. Get in line. Really? Not sure. Fuck up. Why? Why not? I like that it's showing me that I've sung the language songs. All you can hear is Joe Rogan. Caitlin Harris. Why is it just feet here? Like, I'm just sitting in my bed. It would look the same if you were doing that. Why? Why can't I? Why is that conversation is the perfect summary of this fucking shit. Why is it just feet here? Why can't I only hear Joe Rogan? Oh, that is fucking hilarious. Why? Because that's what any normal person would say. What in the fuck is this? And I'd be like, oh, dog. I could chew off this fucking nail on my tongue. Really? Go! This is the worst. The worst. The worst thing ever? Yo, to all my friends in the karaoke Discord, get ready. Do you all speak English? Do you know where that fucking island is with Nutmeg? Gotta get to that island. This is the worst. This is the worst. Rabbi, you are the worst singer ever. Singer, do your Manila rap. Go something like this. Yo, everybody. How you living, pimps? How you living, players? How you living, sluts? How you living, hoes? What is good on your fucking island? Did you know that there are 153 cities on all these fucking islands, but you would think it would be more? But it's not. Do you know how many fucking islands Indonesia has? Not as many as Sweden. I hate monsoon season. I hate monsoon season. Really? Yeah. Does anybody here know where Quezon City is? Rabbi calls it Quezon, USA. Why? It's that. It's a long thing. It's like a Reddit suggestion. No. Shout out. All right, friends. Rabbi's up next. This is Adele, Someone Like You. Hope everybody's having a good day, a good evening, a good night. I heard that you settled down, that you found a girl and you're married now. I heard that your dreams came true. Yes, you did the thing that you gave to you. Oh, friend, why you so shy? I want you to hold back or hide from the light. I hate to turn up the blue uninvited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I hope you feel the place and that you feel reminded of me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me. I remember you say sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. You know how time flies away. Yesterday was the time of our lives. We were born and raised in summer haze, bound by peace of eyes, all our glory days. I hate to turn up part of the blue one invited, but I couldn't stay away. I couldn't fight it. I hope you see your face and that you'd be reminded of me. It isn't over. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you too. Don't forget me. I remember you say sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Nothing compares, no worries, no cares, regret always made. Who would have known how bittersweet this would taste? Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me, I pray. I remember it said, sometimes it lasts in love, sometimes it hurts instead. Never mind, I'll find someone like you. I wish nothing but the best for you. Don't forget me, I pray. I remember you say, sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead. Sometimes it lasts in love, but sometimes it hurts instead.
That was a very talented Adele, and someone like you. Thank you so very much for the opportunity. And thanks for sharing. I don't see anybody else in the queue. If you'd like to see, please feel free to join the queue. In the meantime, here is Adele Set Fire to the Rain. If you're seeing a pattern where you're singing some Adele, some of the hits, if you're in the right place.
And follow my heart. It is a tale you wrote claimed it. It was dark and I was over until you kissed my lips and you saved it. My heart is strong, but my knees were far too weak. I stand in your arms without falling to your feet. But there's a side to you that I never knew all the things you'd say they were never true, all the games you play, you would always win, But I set fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Let it burn while I cry, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name. With you, I could stay there, close my eyes and breathe forever. In the dream, better nothing gets better. 'Cause there's a side to you that I never knew all the things you'd say they were never true in the games you play, you will always win, I set fire to the rain, watch it pour as I touch your face. Let it burn while I cry, 'cause I heard it screaming out your name. I set fire to the rain, when I feel love to the flame. Held something down, 'cause I knew that this was the last time, as I wake up by the door, and I'm waiting for the night will turn over. I can make myself looking for you. I said, fire to the rain. I can pour my touch your face. I can burn my eyes if you heard it screaming out your name. Your name. Set fire to the rain. And the lights into the flame. Yeah, I felt something die, 'cause I knew that that was the last time, the last time. Oh, let it burn. Let it burn. Let it burn. That was Set Fire to the Rain by the very talented Adele. Thank you for the opportunity to sing. Next person to go. The man said Patrice O'Neill, kids. Remember, Patrice O'Neill is the one who's the gift that comes. Yeah, shout out to Patrice O'Neill. R.I.P. Rest in power, Pimp. R.I.P. Pimp. Real bitch. Look at him, man. Sea monster. Excuse me, sea monster, you weigh like 1,000 pounds.
I bet you like to take a ride with the sea monster. Dude, I have to fucking dive in it, and I'm not happy about it. It sucks. For anyone out there who doesn't know what I mean, it's the worst. And it's even worse when you're doing a full blast. Oh man, you got it's a whole fucking thing. It sucks. Oh shit. That was a good kick. Oh, nice. Soccer sucks. Dude, I already talked about drinking Guinness one time how it could be cool. In like 1,000 ways. Bigger goal, more points. Have a 5 foot downward, please. Who's your favorite hockey player of all time? Wayne Gretzky? Any, are you sure? Yeah, or like any African American hockey player? Why? It's just about athletics. Really? No, that's not very good. Hey, I want everything to be, if they're like, I don't know, 8 billion people in the world, and let's say 4 billion of them are Asian, I want half of the people in the NHL to be Asian and whatever broke up perfectly. But until we get that, I think that we should see strides in hockey. Hockey's really I think the most exciting sport. You know? Yeah, you can't. All right, besides Wayne Gretzky, all the black players. Dominic Hasek, he was amazing. Oh, Sergei Fedorov, not a good player. Isn't he? That one dude, that one dude who was so fucking funny. When some influencer took a picture next to him thinking that she's gonna blackmail him, he's like, dude, I'm a single fucking millionaire. Go for it. You're just taking your own grave, bitch. That guy's tight. Anybody else? Mario Lemieux, Sidney Crosby. Anybody else? Doug, I don't know. Look at my fucking frozen popsicles. Hockey team. Oh, that new guy. Hey, let's get aim. They're not, they haven't. None of those players. I don't think none of those players have been that good. Really? No. But when there's like a Tiger Woods like motherfucker, I'm gonna know who it is. Who's your favorite golfer? Not John Deere. Okay. I might really Jack Nicholson. Nicholson? Really? Jack Nicholson. I used to think that was just like so much harder to like do. I actually think Jesse Jackson was the head of the Jets. Why? I didn't name it when I went to Reggie Jackson or Stonewall Jackson and Bo Jackson. Maybe they should have like a counter to the Jackson 5. Shoot, got Jesse Jackson, Bo Jackson, Reggie Jackson. Not Alan Jackson, that was too real. Shoeless Joe Jackson. Who would have been the head? Jesse Jackson or Shoeless Joe Jackson? That was a confusing one. Stonewall Jackson. He could have been in that. How about Andrew Jackson? Yeah, same. Old Hickory. Bitches call me Old Hickory. Why? I don't know. You can ask them. Who's ever called you Old Hickory? Bitches. You know you're talking to me. I know. What else am I gonna do? Listen to this guy talking in Filipino. I don't even know if it's Filipino or Tagalog. Tagalog sounds like, oh yeah, come with me. Yeah, just tag along. What do we speak in Tagalog? So it's a Tagalog. Just like I'm taking these motherfuckers to the top. We're gonna build big, sick ass tunnels. I was gonna say bridges between that tunnels that we catch. So it'd be like, oh, wow, how'd you get here so quick? Oh, Rabbi built a tunnel from Manila to Quezon City. This motherfucker sounds Japanese. Are you sure that's Japanese? Really? No, he didn't say something. Why? I don't know. He said see guitar. Maybe that means guitar? Sure. Who knows? Sugar bang bang play. G-I-B, G-D, all right, have this anywhere left the queue. Can someone do the expert like This is Adele rolling in the deep. I just want you all to know before I sing this, you are also polite and you're special people. And thank you for being here and being such a kind individual. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching the fever pitch that's bringing me out the dark. Finally, I can see you crystal clear. Go ahead and tell me how it should be. Say how I feel every piece of you. Don't underestimate the things that I will do. There's a fire starting in my heart, reaching the fever pitch and getting out the dark. The stars are young, love remind me of us. They keep me thinking that we almost had it all. The stars are young, love remind me breathless. They can't help feeling we could have had it all. Even in the dream, you have my heart and soul. When you played it, will it be? Baby, I have no story to be told. I want you to make your difference. Think of me and get to your despair. Make it no better, I won't be scared. Stars are yours, we are keep thinking that we almost had it all. The stars are yours, you be better. I can't help feeling we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep, you have my heart and soul. Your hand, when you played it, could it be? Could have had
had it all. Rolling in the deep. You had my heart and soul in your hand. But you waited with the beat. Roll your soul through every open door. Count your blessings to find what you look for. Turn my sorrow into treasure gold. Play way back in time and reap just what you sow. And we could have had it all. We could have had it all. You know, we could have had it all. Rolling in the deep. We bring my heart and soul. You can play it. You can be. You can play it all.
That was Adele, Rolling in the Deep. Thank you so much for the opportunity to sing the next person in the book. What's up, friends? How are you? What's new in your neck of the woods? Hope you're doing well. Is that a banana? No, I think so. Are you smoking banana peels? No, it's pizza. Oh, it's pizza. It's all right, Sniff. Well, I hope everything's going on in the neck of the woods. How's your day going this far? We're on speed 30. All right. You like karaoke, dog? All right. Well, get ready to hear some karaoke, my friend. Hope you enjoy it.
There is no gold in this river. Every lost in my hands and forever. And there is hope in these waters. But I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in the silence, baby. Let me in. still here. I'm still a child. Didn't get the chance to feel. I had time to choose what I chose to do. So things change when I go so deep. Stuck in all this. You can't choose you. Push you over. I give I was still a child. Didn't get the chance to had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go. Probably the lead show. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. My friends, see a few people like jump out of the queue. I think I'm up next, but I'm just waiting for something else. Here is Dell's Easy on. There you go in this river that been washed in my hands and forever. I know it's cool in these waters, but I can't bring myself to swim when I am drowning in this silence, baby. Let me in. Please, baby. still a child. Didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So go easy on me. There ain't no room for the things to change when you're all so deeply stuck in our ways. You can't deny how hard I tried. I just knew I was too pushed to go first, but now I give up. Oh, easy on me, baby. I was still a child, didn't get the chance to feel the world around me. Had no time to choose what I choose to do. So go easy on me. I had good and the highs it probably didn't even show. Go easy on me, baby. I was still a child. I didn't get the chance to feel. I had no time to choose what I chose to do. So easy on me. That was Adele, Easy on Me. It's a little different tune to sing. Next person may go. Well, thank you. You, my friend, are amazing. Yes, we can hear.
You had to learn one Asian language or Chinese. How about two? Chinese and Japanese. How about three? Chinese, Japanese, and Korean. How about four? Tagalog might come in at four. It's like Vietnamese. Anything else? Laotian, defensive language. Anything else? Indonesian. Anything else? I don't know what the fuck they speak in Papua New Guinea. I want to speak New Guinean. But we already went through this. There are too many things in Guinea, Ghana, French Guiana, Old Guinea. We're the country formerly known as Old Guinea. We're the country formerly known as New Guinea. We used to be known as Ghana. No, Ghana's tight. But it's kind of like Ghana, you know. It would be like having a damn like. Sit. Hey, I put sit. Huh? Like syphilis? I mistook your fucking spot. Why? Just checking. The Q says that is that true? I will assume that it is. Here we go. This is All I Ask by Adele. Again, if you're wondering, we are just sitting through all the major artist catalogs, and today is shout out to all of you beautiful people. You're all very kind and polite. I leave my heart at the door. I won't say a word. You don't let me fall. You don't like me. Just make me pretend. I'm not scared. I'm scared that nothing is the yeah, there's how to know. All I ask is this is my last night with you. All behind the mind and just the breath. Give me a memory of you. Take me by the hand, I'll take you. My love, it doesn't matter how you say it. All I ever have, I don't need
honesty. It's already in your heart. It's your eyes can speak for you. Be like you do. Since you're the only one that matters, then you I run to. Be wrong and no, there is no tomorrow. All I ask is this is my last night with you. Hold me like I'm more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take the right hand, probably do whatever is due. And how it's ends. What if I never again? Let this be my last in love. And even the way you remember us might not be good. Is anything forget all is if this is my last night with you. Hold me down for more than just a friend. Give me a memory I can use. Take me by the hand, what would you do? What love would you do? Imagine how they say. It's what if I'm better? That was all I asked for right now. Thank you, everyone, for letting me sing. I appreciate it.
How about butterfly kisses? I like a little bitch. I don't want to say I saw fucking cry like a little bitch. It feels like we're out. It's something. I want to fucking flip shit. Everybody's favorite rapper here, Rabbi Rothschild, singing Adele when we were young. Everybody loves the things you do. From the way you talk to the way you move. Everybody here is watching you. You can feel like home.
Let the dream come true. But if I chance you're here alone, can I have a moment before I go? 'Cause I can mind myself all night long, hoping you're someone I used to know. You look like a movie, you sound like a song. My God, just reminds me of when we were young. And all we inside in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we're sad and getting old and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. I was so scared to face my feelings. Nobody told me that you'd be here. And you moved overseas. That's what you said. And you left me. You still look like a movie. You still sound like a song. My God, just reminds me of when we were young. We go the practice now in case it is the last time that we might be exactly like we were before we realized we were sad, getting old, and made us restless. It was just like a movie. It was just like a song. You would think that everything just takes me back when you were there, to when you were there. And the part of me keeps holding on, just in case it hasn't gone. I still care, and you still care. It's just like a movie, it's just like a song. And this reminds me of when we were it was just like a movie. It was just like a song. And we Thank you so much. here to see you. I know you need space. We were in. I know I with the home and goodness and wondering how here's the belt I took from my life. And the rain is blowing in your face. And the whole world I could offer you a rain to make you feel my love. When the evening shadows in the sky, and there is no one can dry up you, I can hold you for a million to make you feel my love. I know you never be alright, but I will never do you wrong. I know it from the moment that we met. No doubt in my mind that you belong. I go hungry, I go west. I go rolling down the avenue. No, there's nothing that I wouldn't do to make you feel my love. Shout out to everybody out there, wherever you are. Know that you are loved. We care deeply about you, about your futures, and want nothing but good things to happen to you and your friends and your people. Reaching on the rolling stone. And on the highway of regret, the winds of change are blowing wide and free. You ain't seen nothing like me yet. I could make you happy, make your dreams come true. Nothing else. Go to the end of the earth to make you feel my love, to make you feel my love.
I write this thing down. Hello. It's me. I was wondering if I could do all the things you like to me. Everything that you say was not supposed to be. I haven't done much to love.
Can you hear me? I'm in California, dreaming that's where we used to be. It's beyond dreaming. I forgot how we felt before the world around me. It's such a difference between us and million miles. Hello from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But not all you never seem to be home. Hello from the other side. At least I'm gonna be that I tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. It don't matter clearly to tear you apart anymore. Hello, how are you? It's so difficult for me to talk about myself. I'm sorry. I hope that you're well. Did you ever make it out of that time with nothing? It's so deep that the both of us are running out. No more from the other side. I must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. But then I thought you never seem to be home. Arrow from the outside. At least I can say that I've tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. It don't matter clearly, doesn't tear you apart anymore. Hello from the other side. And you must have called 1,000 times to tell you I'm sorry for everything that I've done. I you never seem to be home. Hello from the outside. At least I can say that I tried to tell you I'm sorry for breaking your heart. But it don't matter if it can tear you apart anymore. That was it, y'all. Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to say.
Same positive vibes to everybody. For some reason. We'll give it a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119, 120, 121, 122, 123, It's just yeah, it's great. It's just the guitar, just the guitar. I tell people so this one's really shitty. It is foolish. Anyway, that was you're not even allowed to play with me anymore. Fuck that bitch. She said 17 seconds of quit it. I'm like, suck this dick, bitch. Why? Because the common mom can kiss my whole fucking ass. Nobody gives a shit about you. You burned down our fucking White House in 1812, and I'm still pissed off about it. Where are my reparations for that? I should get them. African Americans should get them for that and the other stuff. Let's start charging people for being dicks to us. All these fucking trolls, fuck you. You have a cryptocurrency slut. Really? No. Anything else you want to say? Fuck you. Really? That's the worst. You like it, right? Yeah. What's up with this one bitch taking off 2 bits a month? Like, I only learned about AIDS after the fact, or HIV, or whatever. And then she wants to take down 1,000? Bitch is crazy. What are you guys doing on that island? You know what island kicks ass? Philippines. I don't know if the Philippines have more people than Hangzhou, but I think I could take over Hangzhou. We have a lot of. I'm like the official leader of all the Filipino people. I've got like 15 people in here I got who it was I do look like the white pencil goes in the room. Really? Maybe. I don't know. It'd be my little rowboat. This feels pretty good. What's your absolute favorite Adele song? I like how she named her albums. I'm gonna name my album the same. It's a Velvet in 69. 69 black. 69 the white one. 69 green. All that shit. I have to itch my back in the spot that I know I'm not get so strong. You ever seen that one thing with that strong guy? You can't reach the battery as the person. Remember, my muscles are so good. I think it can take a while. Usually I can roll my foot and just scratch it. Really? Yeah. Some bitches don't like that. I'm gonna fucking. How do you make bacon? Alrighty, folks, this is Adele's Daydream. Sitting on the sea, soaking up the sun. Thinking of the past, feeling like it's good, like you've never got to figure it out. The subject of the topic would be on to chase. If you can catch him, he can change the world in his hand, in his head. Oh, sitting on the you can tell that it will be there. With eyes that make you melt, it lends its cocoa shelter, plus he's there for you. Sure you can be, but he stays of the same wait for you and sees you through. He's been there for hours, and I can tell he's there more. And I can tell he's there. That was Daydream by Adele. Thank you for the opportunity to do this.
take home. Can't keep up with your turning table from your can't breathe. Close enough to just feel you just deserve give it a until the end.
All right, next song we got is Adele Set My Love.
Is it on the baby? My body for me. You were ready, you big one, for the big jump. I did last love, everlasting you. That was what you told me, living in you. I am forgiving it all. You set me free. Send my love to you, love, love. To the bed, gotta let go of all my goals. You both know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to you, love, love. To the bed, gotta let go of all my goals. You both know we ain't kids no more. I'm still strong. You were traveling, couldn't handle the hot deep rising. Baby, I'm surprising. I was running, you were walking. You couldn't keep up, you were falling down. I'm on way down. I'm giving you love. I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Similar to you, love. Dream the day, not let go. People know we ain't kids no more. Similar to you, love. Dream the day, gotta let go. All about yours. People know we ain't kids no more. If you're ready, if you're ready, I'm ready. If you're ready, if you're ready, love no we ain't kids no more. No, we ain't kids no more. And I'm giving you all, I'm forgiving it all. You set me free. Send my love to you, love. To the bed, gotta let go of all my love. You don't know we ain't kids no more. Send my love to you, love. To the bed, gotta let go of all my love. You don't know we ain't kids no more. Okay, if you're ready, if you're ready, if you're ready,
And is Adele Set My Love to you?
my eyes I saw, my heart became alive. Isn't it? I can see that it's not to be. Night keep from sleeping. Just love you will see. I will be where when the world seems so cool, and your heart makes you feel like a fool. I promise you will see. I will be. I will be. If you're not the one for me, and then I fall nothing make you feel. If you're not the one for me, and you are hate the idea of being free. If I'm not the one for you, you gotta hold me the way you do. No, honey, if I'm not the one for you, everything you want me at the truth. It's so cold. In your ear, I want you to be my keeper. But now you are so reckless. If you're gonna let me down gently. Don't forget that you don't want me. I just want to to the bridge. If you're gonna let me down gently. Don't forget that you don't want me. I don't want to the bridge. You never seem to make it through the dark. And who are you hiding from? Ain't no one to the light you come around. You lie and ask too much. The only thing that I want is your love. You gotta let me down, baby. Don't pretend that you don't want me. I know you want it under the bridge. If you're gonna let me down, baby. Don't pretend that you don't want me. I know they want it under the bridge. Don't pretend that you don't need me. If you're gonna let me down, baby. Don't pretend that you don't want me. I know you want to be the bridge.
Really? Really?
She ain't real. She ain't capable of loving like I will. She is a stranger. You and I have nothing that won't be remembered. She got home. But baby, is that really what you want? There's your story that the head of the ground. You made a fool out of you. We know you're bringing it down. You think you're hot now, but you're cold to the bone. Now rumor has it she ain't got your love anymore. Rumor has it you. 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 She is not your favorite, but I guess it that's the reason that you stay. Not her, you can listen to me. You've been telling people things you shouldn't be. But when you creep out, she ain't about having you. The rules in her, the don't show you just the hell you smile. And you put on me. You're breaking me down. Up, down, yeah, I'm going to the fall. But rumor has it, I'm the one believing. Rumor has it, rumor has it, rumor has it. It's swinging my head. Let us go. Let you just have a study. Let me people say crazy. That it don't mean that I'm contented. Just cause you heard it. That was
Oh my God.
Sometimes I just feel it's only me. You can stand the reflection that they see. I wish I could live a little more.
All right, friends, this is my final song for the day. Before I do so, I just want to translate something. Hopefully, it translates. Thank you all for being so nice. You are just some of the most respectful and kind people I've really had the opportunity with and to interact. I hope only good things for your friends and family, and I'm sending you all positive vibes. Thank you again for that.
Salamat sa lahat sa pagiging mabait. Ilan lang kayo sa mga taong magalang at mabait. May pagkakataon talaga akong makasama siya. Sana mga magagandang bagay lang para sa iyong mga kaibigan at pamilya at pinapadala ko sa iyo ang lahat ng positive vibes. Salamat rin sa pagkakataon.
This is Adele Skyfall. This is from a bond film connection with a great bond and everyone. Oh, breath in, out. Yeah. And then hear my heart. Let the sky fall. It will roll. It will stand tall. Face it all together like the sky falls. We make a roll. We will stand tall. Face it all together as sky falls. As high as and close apart. We take my name, but it never had my heart. Let the sky fall, when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all together. Let the sky fall, when it crumbles, we will stand tall, face it all together. And the sky falls. Thank you all so much for the opportunity. I hope you all have wonderful days, and I hope to see you again soon. Thank you again for being so nice. Take care.
To the sky, oh, I feel like my life is flashing by. All I can do is watch and pray. I miss the air, I miss my friends, I miss my love, I miss you. Life was a party to be fun, but that was a minute. When I walk around all of the streets where I grew up and found my feet, they came to me out. It's scared me. I try to think of things to say, like a joke of memory. If they don't recognize me now, I do. I know I'm not the only one who regrets the things that they've done. Sometimes I just feel it's only me. Never became who they thought they'd be. I wish I could live a little more. Back up to the sky, not just the floor. I feel like my life is crashing down. All I can do is watch and cry. I miss the air, I miss my friends, I miss my mother, I miss you. Life was a party to be thrown, but that was a million ago. A million ago.
Shut it down. Lady, I remember hearing you talk about a story about when you had like a birthday party and all your friends dressed up for like reenacting this kind of stuff. Alright, that's not fucking down for the next time. Alright, there you go. This is the worst fucking story. One more time. Why is that? It's in a map. No, it's not there. I'm ready for you, bro. Thanks, though. Like, when I'm talking to the people, oh God,
Fucking good.
Yeah.
For
3 to 4 loaves of French bread, several sprigs of fresh rosemary.
it's awesome.
Pretty fucking good.
Dude, it's
I think we did like 3 hours.
Really?
Up more? 3.5? 3:30.
there's no other pay for it.
Dude, that's super fun. It was a lot of fun, man. Thank you very much. Thanks for your awesome equipment too.
Thanks.
Everybody you outfitted my channel. Man, it's fucking incredible. It's fucking going nuts. It's the best. I love all your equipment. It's fucking so fantastic. You want to use your equipment every day. Frankenheimer.
You always have
Yeah.
people in here
It's
who are,
so
hey, let's fucking do
versatile.
it.
Oh, so great. It's such a good device because you can do reverse hikers, you can do back extensions, you can sit up properly. You do so many different things up here.
I'll have a new module coming with these. So if you want,
You mean tell
bring
me
your old one
that
here.
you're not going to try? Let's call Joey, get his ass over here. Let's fucking do some coke, dog.
Some assisted and resistant, so you could do some
It'll be
if
24
you're
hours.
not
We're
quite
getting
strong, come
fucking
back to
slow
turn
coke
right.
the whole
So
fucking
there's some
time.
different stuff that you
I
can do.
hope that he doesn't bring
It's
stuff
not
to your
very
impression of
stuff
the
is really cool.
Sure he will.
You've also outfitted the previous go there. It's also
You're not fucking funny.
It's cool. We're trying, man. I never got a chance to sort out something. I appreciate it. It makes, I'll be honest, it makes me feel really happy when I see you wear certificates. Man, that's good. Like, I appreciate it.
My pleasure, brother.
Thank you.
All right, website,
What about
Sonax.com.
Sornex.com, there is EFCPI, that's Sornex equipment. Social media, which you can find out, so, all right, Miss the new machine, X Factor, that we just got today here at the studio. All right, my brother, thanks very much. Appreciate it.
No, I think it's have a lot about the parents. How about the holy shit, dog? Anyway. Oh, yeah, I would like to be fucking down. Oh, okay, cool, dog. We're never getting another one of those fucking songs, ever. Why? Dog, none of them are, I like songs that are like, they go like, something like this. Celebrate the we had trouble to save me. The fuck is that? Dude, this shit is working like whoa. How about this shit? Oh, this is the worst. Because right when I did are you fucking serious? It goes from Joe Rogan to fucking Science World? What is this bullshit? Dog. All these shitty schools, none of which are good. Bong James Bong. We removed your content. Why? It attacks a person? Who did I fucking attack? The guy who broke Adele's heart? I think everybody would be like, yeah, fuck that motherfucker. We removed your account. We removed your fucking content. Why? Oh, because Zuckerberg's too cheap to pay people. Well, they could see scary stuff. Okay. Well, once you see enough scary stuff, it's bad. Dog. Stop.
Yeah, it should be on the website X Factor.
And what is it called?
It's called the X Factor.
Oh, it's called the X Factor. What is the website?
Sorry.com. Check out the X Factor. So yeah, it's actually pull it up, Jamie.
Pull it up, Jamie.
I like how I have 581 posts, no followers. If I had followers, I'd go, what's your problem? Dog, are we doing this shit again? Is Hinchcliffe gonna be there? If he can get his fucking head through the door, would you want him there? Why? I mean, I'd probably be sick of talking to Joe Rogan for like 8 minutes, but whatevs. Who else is gonna? Red Band, dude, you gotta be. Why? You just gotta be quiet. You can't fucking be like, oh, dude, what if you fucking with me? Like, not
Good to see you, bro. Good to see you. So he's got this place called the Gold Dome from John Reeves in Alaska. And he made this for the tourists. It's a skull. That's a wooden tooth, like a mold. Yeah. So he has this incredible place, and he was gold.
Is it still working?
It still is. And they
Yeah,
still
yeah.
find it.
Why did you
Extraordinary
all I can hear is Joe Rogan.
tusks, bones.
Why is there
The
just
skulls
people?
from animals.
Lady,
It's supposed to
I got this
be
toenail that I ripped off.
Yeah.
It's like
It's kind of rewriting history, but it's all in his land. So he has complete control over it. And he has, like, see, here's John. He's a enormous, he's 6'9", giant man. And he has, this is just some of them, but show those warehouses that he has. So he had a research facility built on his property so he can study this stuff. And if you see outside in the lobby, there's actually a bison skull. It's like a 10,000 plus year old bison skull. So this area is only a few acres. This is really nice. He has one area that's like, I believe it's like 4 acres, and another area that's about 6 acres. And there's also like a very heavy layer of carbon. So it appears there was some sort of a mass fire. And he thinks that this mass extinction people like Graham Hancock and Randall Carlson talked about it in the dryas. So he thinks it's connected to this. He thinks that site might have been hit, and all of these animals.
Everybody is so worried about
streams were washed into this sort of valley in this one area where they're kind of trapped up against the sidewalk.
I see fucking shit in the sky.
Those
Nobody's
are
like,
hoses
hey,
that the mountain got. It's all permafrost. It's all been frozen forever. You have these high pressure hoses, and they hose it till they expose the tusk. And they have this is what they do.
Yeah, those hoses are like they used to use from gold too.
Yes, that's why it has them. Yeah, that's exactly what it has. These gold.
Yeah, so this was around the southeast coast.
I don't know exactly what part of Alaska he's in, but it's really, really amazing stuff. Yeah. And another thing that is exposed is that it's the Smithsonian, right, in New York? No. Well, find out with Museum of Natural History. So they had from the same project before, way back in I think it was the 30s.
Don't
They
be a
had
bitch.
so many bones from this part of Alaska with previous people had found them that they didn't have any room to store them, so they dumped them in the East River. So they denied that previous people, obviously these people are wrong. They denied this happened, and so he sent a bunch of divers out there. And so they're recovering like these mammoth bones and all these like bison bones, steppe bison bones in the East River. They're all from his property in Alaska.
Yeah, because it'd be hard to explain how they got their other ones.
Is all. I mean, it's a literally exact spot to look to. Like he knew exactly where to go. There's all there's records of it, of like where they dumped him. Because and they still to this day have just great these bones.
Yeah, is that the reason he chose where he was living in Alaska?
I don't believe so. No, he was there for gold mining. I think it was something that came up along the way. Because he's a gold miner, he's got a lot of disposable income, so he's willing to just spend it on his own to do this. He doesn't trust the museums anymore because they screwed over the previous owner. Even though it's his property, his land, he's supposed to get that stuff. And they don't want to give it to him. And so he's got his own research facility, and he's built to spend millions of dollars building this enormous research facility on his property so that they can study his bones. It's got rare houses for him.
Yeah, what was his background? Archaeology or something?
No, he was a swimmer, right? Yeah, he was a swimmer actually, and just became a gold miner. I mean, he told me the whole story. I don't totally remember it, but this is not something he wanted to do for it. Yes. So this is what John does. We do a podcast every year. Every year he comes back. The last podcast of the year, and he gives us an update on what's going on.
Yeah, and we took it because I spent my first year after finishing my psychology in the third.
Oh, did you really? That's an interesting psychiatry case because the psychology of people that live in Alaska is very different. They're different. They were still humans.
Well, I'm there for a reason.
Right.
And the reason is because we needed to work.
Right. Or there were families there and growing up there. But you meet I felt like I was meeting people from another country. Like I only worked in Alaska once to do a show, and the group was a lot of fun. Me and my friend Ari Shafir, we said, let's just fly up there, just like an adventure trip. We'll do some salmon fishing, and then we'll do a show. That's what we did. Yeah. And it's like the people feel different. They feel different. Like they're made out of harder things. They're like more durable.
Right. But I thought you should get outside of the second.
This isn't, hey, let's
You didn't
read
do
jokes. That's what I can't stand. We have somebody on it.
A couple times for hunting trips, and I always felt the same. I always felt the same. Just like
It's a very strange atmosphere too. The climate and the humidity, and you feel it. Because you're up so high.
yeah,
Climate.
right.
You're close to the North Pole.
Yeah, when we were doing shows, I believe it was July or August where we were doing shows, and at night after the show, it was quite out. You go outside, it was like see everything. It was weird. It was like it felt like it was 5 p.m.
It's a very strange feeling. Well, in the winter too. You have maybe a couple of hours of twilight.
Yeah,
And that's it.
and then sometimes all dark for a long time too.
Well, that occurs about the Arctic sick.
You ever seen that movie, 30 Days of Night? It's a vampire.
Oh, the people something.
No, no. That is the Rothschild.
Oh, that's good.
30 Days of Night was cool. Not that there's anything wrong with Rothschild. It's really dated. 30 Days of Night is more modern, and these vampires decide to descend upon this small town where it never turns light, so they can just hunt all the time.
Yeah, that's clever. Yeah, vampires are smarter than we look.
These are creepy vampires too, with their horrifying teeth. It's interesting how vampires sort of we decide that they look like Bela Lugosi.
Mm-hmm.
There's Dracula, happens to be a vampire. And then it's people getting. Have you ever wondered like the root of some things like that? Like I used to think people like wholly dismissed ghosts as a young man. When I was a boy, because I was young and dumb. And then as I got older, I was like, maybe there's a reason why like if I've never experienced something and then I do experience it, how am I ever going to explain this to people where it's going to make any sense to someone else that hasn't experienced it before? This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. Dogs are amazing. They're loyal. They're lovable. Like, just having Marshall around can make my day 10 times better. I'm sure you love your dog just as much, and you want to do your best to help them live longer, healthier, happier lives. And a healthy life for your dog starts with healthy food, just like it does for us. There's a reason having a balanced diet is so important. So how do you know if your dog's food is as healthy and as safe as it can be? Well, Farmer's Dog gives you that peace of mind by making fresh, real food developed by board-certified nutritionists to provide all the nutrients your dog needs. And their food is human grade, which means it's made to the same quality and safety standards as human food. Very few pet foods are made to this strict standard. And let's be clear, human grade food doesn't mean the food is fancy. It just means it's safe and healthy. It's simple, real food from people who care about what goes into your dog's body. The Farmer's Dog makes it easy to help your dog live a long, healthy life by sending you fresh food that's pre-portioned just for your dog's needs. Because every dog is different. And I'm not just talking about breeds. From their size to their personality to their health, every dog is unique. Plus, precise portions can help keep your dog at an ideal weight, which is one of the proven predictors of a long life. Look, dog or human should be eating highly every meal. It doesn't matter how old your dog is. It's always a great time to start investing in health and happiness. So, try the Farmer's Dog today. You can get 50% off your first box of fresh, healthy food at thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Plus, you get free shipping. Just go to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan. Tap the banner or visit this episode's page to learn more. Offer applicable for new customers only. Listen, the holidays are here, which means everyone is traveling. Whatever your plans are, traveling can throw off your routines, and that's where AG1 comes in. AG1 is a quick and easy way to fill nutritional gaps and keep you on track no matter how packed your schedule gets. Keeping AG1's travel packs on you through the thick and thin holiday travel helps you stick to your routine so you can power through the season and enjoy everything it throws your way. AG1's commitment to foundational nutrition is a science-driven approach that delivers the nutritional support our bodies need to thrive. It helps you elevate your performance and builds a strong foundation for your health. And you can trust them. AG1 is tested for hundreds of contaminants and impurities, so you can have no doubts about what you're drinking. This is all part of why I've partnered with AG1 for years. So get started with AG1 this holiday season and get a free bottle of vitamin D3 K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $76 value gift for free when you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Seriously, folks, get on this.
Well, you're recording a subjective experience, right? And it's not like that people share. And so you can compare notes. It's like dreaming. You can't really prove that you dream that you're dreaming in a state.
Right.
Yeah, it's a personal experience. Yeah, but that's a common, so you can compare notes. I think that's how it works.
Haven't there been studies done? There's been something done where they've taken people in altered states and had them go into a world where they experienced, they weren't connected, they weren't communicating, but they experienced incredibly similar environment. I think that's in my big toe. The Theory of Everything book.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's Thomas Campbell. Is that not, you ever read that? Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
I'm in the middle of that right now.
It's a big toe.
Yeah.
It's a very strange book. Yeah, that's the book that
That's the name of the book.
This
It's a
guy
big
sucks.
theory of everything.
The toe. It's it has a picture of a toe on the cover.
Yeah. When you were doing